What is up, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, Apple, Spotify, and everyone tuned in on the Texas Sports Unfiltered app? Welcome in to another edition of Bucky and BK live on Texas Sports Unfiltered and on the free TSU app. Today is Monday, June 16th, 2025. And the Buck and I are with you for the next 2 hours. On today's show, JJ Spawn wins his first career major at a wild U.S. Open. We will talk a little golf. Plus, Texas, for the fourth time in the last 5 years, has won the Directors' Cup as the best athletic department across college sports. We'll put a bow on a fantastic first year for the Longhorns in the SEC. We've got the latest from the NBA and Stanley Cup Finals. We've got a massive trade in Major League Baseball yesterday. We've got Shohei Ohtani returning to the pitcher's mound tonight. A little college baseball conversation. And, of course, the Buck is back. We've got to hear some stories from his vacation back home. A lot to get into between now and 9 o'clock. Happy belated Father's Day to all of you dads out there. Hope everyone had a fantastic weekend and a welcome back to the Buck. How are you this morning, my man?
I am fabulous, man. I'm fabulous. It was a very fantastic trip, some delays here and there, but look, the hero code, a job well done by the Buck. It has been read. Book number 2 is down.
Let's go.
Admiral William McCraven. What a fantastic book that is. Now I'm on to the third book, BK. And here's the third one. This one's a little thicker, man. Look at this thing.
Oh, no.
It's like the Bible. It's called Conquering Crisis. This one's going to take a little bit of time, y'all.
You might need an international flight for that. I don't know if domestic's going to be long enough.
Yeah, it was a fun trip. I got to see my sisters and my nieces and nephews, and it's always good to go back to my hometown a couple times a year and see some of the olds that are still around. I had a good trip. I went there weighing in at 152. I came back weighing in at 156.9. I'm like, wow. Oh yeah. I went on a Saturday eating binge at my sister's house. They had more food. I just plate after plate. I had 2 huge, massive plates, and then I couldn't take anything back to the hotel room with me. It was too much. Then I got to Charlotte and had a breakfast because I was about 3 hours before my flight left from Charlotte. So I sat at a place and ate breakfast, and a huge breakfast. So it's good. I'm gonna try to get to that 160. Worked out this morning. Feel good. Weather back there was, the rains have already been in. You were you're in New York. It was wet and probably wet a bunch there. When I got there, it was an okay day. It was hot to them. It was 82 degrees. I thought those people were dying. I'm like, wow. Had a long sleeve shirt on because in the morning it was like 65. And I'm like, dude, I'm freezing in this place. Guy goes, what's wrong with you? I said, I'm cold. That's what's wrong with me. And then it got to 82 and they were hot. I'm like, it's not hot here. Are you kidding me? I don't know what hot is, but I outdid myself at my hotel. I stayed some of the worst hotels since I'm by myself. Now, I wouldn't do that if I was with my wife. That's just not possible. Right. But I had gone from the Knights Inn, and I had called ahead of time, made reservation to a place called Motel 8. And I'm thinking, I think I've seen that Motel 8 before.
The Super 8?
Super, yeah. Yeah, sorry, not Motel, Super 8. So I'm like, hey, this is going to be okay. I'm going to be able to survive this. Dude, I went there, and I didn't get in. My flight didn't leave until 1 o'clock, so I didn't get and it went through Philly, and I had to take a bus, so I didn't get there until like 8:30. It was dark when I got there. I pull up, and there's all kinds of guys standing outside of rooms, places half under construction. There's 15-year-old hookers coming in and out of that place. Nice. And I could tell there wasn't a one that was more than 16 years old that was coming in and out of there. I go to my room, and my first room is by the exit. I go to the girl who's there because I'm horrified for her. I'm like, how the hell do you work here? I said, you want to work through the night at this place? She goes, I'm okay. I'm like, I don't know. I said, give me a room close to you so when you start screaming, I can come help you. or I can pretend I'm helping you. You know, she put me by the exit, and I'm like, that exit, people coming in and out of there. I said, that's too easy. So she put me in another room. Well, it was in the middle. It was on the first floor. Let me tell you something. The door shut behind me, and I guess it was locked. But, they had those little bolts that you can turn, and then they had that latch. Well,
Sure.
the bolt didn't lock it. The bolt didn't turn and lock the door. So I just put the latch, and then I put a chair up against it because I told her, I said, you need to understand something. I'm not staying here for 4 nights. I'm leaving. But I said, so you can charge me for the night. She goes, you got to talk to my manager. I said, oh, I will talk to him. So the next morning I went to the casino at like 5:30 in the morning because I had to get out of there because
There we
people
go.
were getting outside my door since it's, I'm outside the window of where I was, where they pull their car in. They were having conversations at like 1:30. And then somebody was asking for Danny, banging on doors at like 3 in the morning. And so I went to the guy and I said, listen, I said, I know what you got going here. I said, but I can't be part of it. I said, I'm too old and this place is too scary. And he goes, did somebody physically put their hands on you? And I'm like, is that what it takes for me to get the hell out of this place?
That's the only way you get your money back.
And so I go to take my shower in the morning, and there's not one roach. There's 2 of them in the bathroom.
Dead?
Oh, no, they weren't dead. They were scurrying by the toilet. And I told
Oh,
that guy, I said, listen, I'm going to pay for obviously I'm going to pay for the first night. I said, but I'm not going to do this. I said, the door doesn't even lock at this place. He was like wanting to give me a beef, like, oh no, you're going to pay the full freight of the 4 days. I'm like, no, I'm not doing that. I said, I'll call my credit card people and tell them this is fraud, or I'll call the cops or whatever. And it was a shit. And then I got to a nice Best Western that stayed there before, but I don't know why I think that I know.
why do you do this to yourself? Like, do you need a raise? Are you not making enough money to afford a hotel? Why are you staying at all of these Super 8s and Motel 6s everywhere you go?
Dude, my Saturday night deal, because I needed an extra night. My Saturday night deal to stay at the Best Western was very nice. One of the best mattresses I've slept on at a hotel, just really, really nice. And,
Well,
the ladies left me a nice message because I always tipped I tipped the cleaning people every night, $5 every night. Every time my room gets cleaned up. So I, it was $256 for the night. I mean, but it was a Saturday night. It was one extra night, and it
yeah.
was the weekend rate. I said, well, the other 2 nights, Thursday, Friday, I said 124. I said, how did this one get to be 256? He said Saturday night. I said, well, I'm not going to complain much because I had to have that extra night. I wasn't going to sleep in the car, and I wasn't going back to the other place.
No, not at
No, I
all.
don't. I don't. It's like, for me, I'll pay $600 for a pair of good jeans, but for a pair of just dress pants, no, I'm not going to pay more than like $70 for a pair of dress. It's just me. I don't stay at the hotel. I don't sit around. I don't sit around watching TV. All I do is go there and sleep.
Yeah, like I understand you not staying at a 5-star hotel, but you don't have to stay at a half-star motel. Like, why would you do that to yourself where the door doesn't even lock, where you got roaches rolling around? Like, that's kind of the par for the course for a Super 8. It's not like, oh,
It
you stay at
is.
a horrible. Well, yeah, they're all like that. They're all disgusting.
I thought Super 8 was an upgrade from the Night's Inn. I never had anything at the Night's Inn, just bullet holes.
Well, what would you rather have? A door that doesn't lock and roaches, or some bullet holes from somebody else? I mean,
I would rather
it's
have the bullet holes than the roaches. The 2 bugs were the ones that, I mean, they iced the deal that the door didn't lock and I got a chair up against it and a latch. That's kind of, no, not at that place, and not with a bunch of grown ass winos hanging around outside the hotel doors with
that
young.
always happens. I mean, I've stayed at a motel a couple of times in my life, and there's always people outside making noise through the entirety of the night. So that's like, you've stayed at enough crappy hotels and
Mhm.
motels that that's just how it goes there. It's
Dude,
like,
the one underneath the George, when I was first recruiting, trying to save money, and the one at the underneath the George Washington Bridge, where the sheets were moist, and the guy was behind the cage, and they
uh,
probably used hourly weights. That place was better than the Super 8. I hate to say, I'm sorry about that, Allentown, but that place it was scary, BK. I mean, the girl told me, well, you can park around back. She goes, maybe you want to park around front. I said, yeah, near the office. I said, I'm not leaving my car back here in the back.
Are you trying to prove something by staying at these horrible motels? Like, you don't
I
need to
need the
do
money
this
for
to
the
yourself.
casino, bro. But then I went to my casino, and once again, like I told you, treat the machine right, the machine will treat you right.
No way.
Yeah, I hit a jackpot for the first time on my slot machine.
Let's go.
50 cent slot, put in max play, 150 for $2,000.
So is it
4,000
50 cent spin or $1.50 spin?
$1.50 spin. I maxed the spin of 50 cents, so it was
Got it.
150 for $2,000.
No
There were
way.
3 diamonds rolled up. I put my hand on the machine. I was telling you the story before that the guy right beside me was playing the same kind of machine. It wasn't my machine, luckily, because I'd have chased him off. But 3 diamonds roll up on his machine, and I'm standing by him because I'm getting ready to play the machine that's in the middle that's mine. And I said, "Hey, I brought you some good luck." And I said, "Yeah, this is my favorite machine right here." And this guy said he comes from Jersey to play the machine that he played. And I'm like, "Well, that's cool." 2 minutes into sitting there, 3 diamonds roll up on me for $2,000. I'm like, "Are
No
you
way.
kidding me?"
So that guy at the machine next to you had just won a jackpot, and then you sit down and you win one right next to him?
Right next to him in the same machine. But
What a
it's
beauty.
my machine.
Right, it's your machine, yeah, and
Yes.
you put your fingers inside of it, and you
No, I
bought it at
don't. I have my
dinner.
hand on it. I just have my hand on it. And then, after I did that, I didn't play another pull. I didn't do another deal on that machine. I left it. That was my farewell tour.
Hmm.
That
Yeah,
was my
what more
farewell
do you
tour.
need? Like, that's as good as you could do, right?
Yeah, you couldn't do any better. Yeah, that was kind of cool.
Just
That really
standing up,
was cool.
both your hands on the side, and you're making these gestures to it, you're
I'm not
shaking it
doing
a little
anything,
bit.
but I'll just say this. I met two of the nicest folks. There was a young lady I met at Charlotte. You know, it's at the Charlotte airport. She's from, I think, Cincinnati, Ohio. She was so kind to me and nice to me at breakfast. And I met a young man back at the Austin airport that I was I came in at gate 3. Of course, the exit is at gate 30. I'm like, I came in at gate 30, but the exit is at gate 3. And I'm like, what is the hell? Why can I get any further? That was it. And so the guy said, "You want to sit down in a chair? I'll take you there." I sat in a wheelchair, dude.
A
Two times
wheelchair?
2 times I've done this. 2 times I did this on this trip. I had never done it before. I was in Philly, so I got to Philly, and I had to go to where the bus terminal was in the airport, and I came in at, like, A, and it was an F, and so I got out of there, and I said, "So where's the bus?" The lady goes, "F8," and I see the guy by the chair, and the guy goes, do you need a chair?" And I'm like, "No, I'm going to F8 to catch the bus." He goes, "You ain't gonna make it." I'm like, "What?" He said, "Give me
There's
a
no
nice tip." And so
there's
I
no tram or anything you could have taken? Like, you had to walk
no,
it?
no. Once again, Charlotte was still under construction with those little walking monorail deals. 2 years ago, those same things were under construction. I was in Charlotte coming back, and they were still under construction. What a dump that place is. The
That's
girl
how it
was
got
telling
to
me
every airport, man. Every airport's always under construction, isn't it?
for 2 years. I'm like, this is the
Uh,
same stretch. I'm like, how could this same stretch be under construction? But the travel was fine. But these 2 people, the young kid he's a student at UT studying, he's a law student, and he's working, pushing wheelchairs. What a nice young guy he was. The world needs more of these kind of young guys. And the young lady that worked at Charlotte, who worked in the restaurant there, good people, just really, really good people to talk, good young people to talk to. I didn't get a chance to play craps because everybody had an attitude. Everybody was pissed at the protesters. They were pissed. They were
mm,
picking up the workers. There was nobody to work at the casinos. I didn't run into, "You hit my car. You didn't hit my car." I was looking for that guy.
mm. Okay,
But
well, that's good. You put your car in park this time at
I did.
the casino
Different type of
parking lot?
car. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Thank you to that $600 for 4 days for a rental car too. Boy,
Goodness.
travel is something, BK. But you know what? Make it long story short, uh, I really had never sat in a wheelchair and had somebody push me because I said, "I'm not to that point yet."
It was
But I'm
one of
thinking,
those. It wasn't like a motorized cart. It was
no,
legitimately a
it was,
wheelchair.
and so I was coming into Austin from gate 3. I'm like, somebody's going to see me sitting in this wheelchair. I'm not like a celebrity or anything, but I said, I don't want anybody to see me. So I got my head down. This guy's pushing. He's like, nobody. And then in Philly, the guy's like, nobody knows you. Who the hell cares? And what do you care? He said, you're paying me to do this. He said, I'm making money off of you pushing you down. And he said, you weren't going to make it. He said, you got 2 bags you're carrying. He goes, I watched you walk up to the ramp thing. I'm like, this guy's not making it anywhere.
They charge for that?
Well, you tip them. They don't really charge, but you give them a tip. I gave him a $10 tip.
Okay.
I gave the kid in Austin a $20 tip. The kid who went to University of Texas. But in Charlotte, I'm starting to walk to the gate. And so the guy goes, I said, so how far is it? He goes, it's 10 minutes. And I'm like, no, it's 10 minutes for those people that you see moving right there. I said, it's 20 minutes for me. I said, I'll be so sweaty and tired. And he goes, yeah, it's a long haul. But I walked that stretch. But dude, if I see a cart or whatever, I'm waving them down. I'm whistling like a taxi in New York from now on.
Man.
And I felt bad, but it was a fantastic trip. I'm happy I made that trip. My sisters were wonderful. They fed me a lot of food. To my nieces and nephews, that my one little nephew's getting ready to have surgery on July 8th. And to Parker, love you. I hope everything goes well. I know it will. But to my sisters and everybody that took care of me, thanks for all that wonderful food. And it's always good to see them because you just never know. And they're looking at me, telling me that I look just like my dad walking. Like, dude, you better lift your feet. So I worked out this morning. I'm back to it now. I really am, y'all. I can't afford to fall down and hit my noggin. That's ridiculous because it shouldn't be, because I'm athletic enough even at this age to just go do the work, get it done, instead of sitting in front of the TV. Go ahead and go get yourself a workout, get on the treadmill and get it done, because the weight that I'm putting on is going to be fat weight. Oh, did I say that word? It is. If I don't work it out, it's just going to be. I had ribs, I had chicken, I had pasta. I was like, get ham. I was getting after it. It looked like somebody didn't have a meal,
They treated you well back home. That's good. I'm glad you make that trip. That's a trip you should make every year for as long as you can. Because
you know what? And that machine needs to be there. They tried to move that machine. I sought it out. I mean, it was calling for me when I came in the casino.
They moved locations?
They moved locations, where it normally is. They switched some things around. I found it, or it found me.
Trying to run away from you. It was trying to tired of getting jerked around by you all the time.
Just right on the side, hand on the side.
To the handle.
Max bet, no pulling the lever. Max bet, just push the button and it goes. It was wonderful. I've never hit a jackpot on a machine before. And hell, I know that guy was pissed beside me because he probably could have played both those machines and had a bunch of money.
Yeah,
but it was good, man. It's good to be back. It really is. I see it's been raining here.
It's been raining here a lot. It's been windy here a lot. We've had a lot of lightning over these last few days. I mean, it's been a weird weather year so far.
Yeah, and there were protests all over the place. Even in my little city there, and yeah, you got a right to protest. That's one of the rights you have as an American citizen. But you got to do it the right way. And for the ones that are doing it the right way, I mean, I commend them. That's the way it should be done. I mean, we were throwing tea in the harbor a lot longer, back in the day when none of us were around. So protests are a good thing when you do it the right way. But man, these people back up, people are having attitudes about everything. It's back east. They're not happy about anything anyway. You know what I mean? It's just a different breed. And I understand it. I lived through it. So, but hopefully everybody's got through this fine. For all the fathers out there, thank you for all those dads, all those good dads out there getting it done for their families, because there's a lot of good ones out there, brother. There really, really is. But this was a good trip. And good morning to the soldiers at Fort Cavazos, Texas, the soldiers in the state of Texas, and all those that fight for us each and every day. Thank you for what you do. We do appreciate you and you protecting all of us, and do be safe out there.
Yes, indeed. Good to have you back, my friend. Glad the trip went well. And as the Buck said, happy belated Father's Day to all of you dads out there. Hope you had a good one. Hope your kids took care of you. Hope if you still have your pops, you called him or sent him a card, or maybe a combination of both. But yeah, happy belated Father's Day to everybody out there. It was a pretty happy Father's Day for JJ Spahn, wouldn't you say?
Mm-hmm.
Oh my gosh. Did you get to watch? I know you were in transit over the weekend, but were you able to sit on your couch and watch
I did
yesterday's final
yesterday.
round?
I did yesterday with the delay, so I got to see it late. I don't know how it stayed light so long. That was an hour difference. It was dark as hell here, and they were still playing. I'm like, what's going on back there? I know
Yeah.
they had a bunch of storms in the Pittsburgh area and where I was, and boy, that golf course destroyed those dudes.
That was one of the most insane final rounds of a golf tournament I've ever seen. And yeah, to say weather was a factor would be the understatement of the century.
And
We
how
had a
about the
long
rough? How about the rough of that wet rough?
Oh, the rough. I mean, it was brutal coming in. Even if the conditions had stayed dry, like the rough was going to be a problem because it was so thick. And obviously, you had weather playing a factor in 3 of the 4 days of that tournament. But yesterday, of course, the final round, it really became a problem as the day progressed.
Yeah, I
And
was waiting to see Terrell Hatton have a heart attack on that guy. You talking about letting it out? I'd hate to be his caddy. You know his clubs are all bent up. I mean, he was digging that club into the rough when he was screwing up.
yeah,
I mean, I'm like, dude, you're the one who's hitting the shots. There's nobody hitting them but you, knocking them into the rough.
that guy. Yeah, I mean, he probably needs a new set of clubs like every 2
I
weeks.
bet.
Because he's got a little anger issue. And he tones it down when he's on TV too.
Wow.
Like he when the cameras are on, he's like, okay, I can't be a total idiot. I can't get suspended or get in trouble or lose my sponsors. So I've got to like keep my emotions kind of in check here. When that guy plays a practice round or if he's just trying to take money from his buddies on the course,
Oh, man.
he's losing his mind out there.
Dude, I would like to go just play a round with him for a couple bucks. I bet you he is insane there. I bet you there are clubs flying in trees.
Yeah, well, if he's playing against me, then he's taking all of my money, and he's not that frustrated. But,
no, he's not that frustrated. He's having a good time.
Yeah, if he's playing somebody good, another PGA Tour golfer, and he's struggling, yeah, then I'm sure it becomes pretty miserable for him. But it was pretty miserable for everybody except for JJ Spawn, although it started miserably for JJ Spawn because he bogeyed 5 of his first 6 holes yesterday. And he had some terrible luck in there, too. His second shot on the second hit the flagstick, like one bounce off the flagstick. It rolled back 65 yards.
Oh, yeah, I saw that.
And he ends up making a bogey. He's +5 at the turn, and it's just like, well, it's not his day. He's been in contention. He had a good first 3 days. He was, your first round leader at 4 under par, but just every bad break you could possibly have, he was getting. And again, it just kind of felt like, all right, it's not his day, but everybody around JJ Spawn started falling apart, and he didn't make that killer mistake on the back 9. And how about the drive on 17, Buck? He was tied with Robert McIntyre going into that drivable par 4 17, and he drives to the green, 2 putts for birdie, and then obviously the miraculous putt. He had 2 putts from 64 feet on 18 to win. He only needed 1. What a finish for JJ Spawn, and what a finish to that golf tournament. Wow.
Yeah, what a hard golf course. I mean, it brought those dudes to their knees. I mean, even if it would have been, I think maybe 300 may have been the best they could have done, even if they didn't have the rain at that place. A difficult golf course.
Yeah, it is. I mean, it's a tough course, and we've seen some high scores posted there at previous U.S. Opens in the past. And, JJ Spawn was the only golfer to shoot under par, and he needed a birdie finish to do that. He was +1 through, 70 holes, and then birdie on 71, birdie on 72. Yep. But everybody else was over par for the championship. And, yeah, I mean, just it's like –
yeah, Sam Burns got kind of screwed. I mean, that was just kind of – we all hit those shots every time we go play when it rains, but
no, I don't play on a course if it's like that. I'm like, you know what? I'm taking my rain track. I'm getting my money back, and I'll see you another time.
Yeah,
that's insane. Right. The U.S. Open, one of the biggest tournaments of the year, and we're making dudes hit shots out of puddles that munis wouldn't even have on their course. What are we doing?
Yeah, they could have I could have very easily told the guy to move the ball over and go hit it. Let's go.
That's a black, look, I enjoy watching these golfers struggle because it's relatable, right? Like, oh, I hit shots like this when I play. It's kind of nice to see the best players in the world hit bad shots from time to time because sometimes these dudes just dominate any course that they're on, and it's just like, oh, I'm not even close. But when you watch the guys struggle, it's fun. But like, you don't want to see a major golf tournament decided on a stupid ruling. And Sam Burns was tied for the lead on 15. He hits a perfect drive to the right side of the fairway. And literally the ball is sitting in a pool of water. And two USGA rules officials come by and they're like, no, you got to play it there. Even though for everybody else, it was like, if you were in water, you got relief. And for some reason, it's like, we don't want Sam Burns to win today. That's literally what the decision was. We do not want Sam Burns to win today. So we're going to make him hit it out of this pool of water. And he shanks it, ends up doubling that hole, and he fell out of contention. Like that guy got screwed, dude.
Yeah, I just thought where you understand what the conditions were. You could have moved the ball back 2 feet or to the left, away from the pin, no closer to the hole, but got much better lie. And then you're only talking about a foot or so because his feet were, they said, well, they got to show the puddles where his feet are in. And it was on that downward angle, but the water had been in the side right there because you saw him take a practice swing. He kept taking practice swings so he could show those guys that, hey, it's wet right here. Come on, guys.
And that's the thing. Like, if they weren't giving relief to other players, then all right, you play it as it lies. Happy Gilmore. Like, that's the rule they decided. Like, yeah, the conditions suck, but we really want to finish this tournament today. And hey, sorry, if you hit a good shot and you find water, so be it. You got to play it. For everybody else on every other shot, it was you get relief. And then in that moment for Sam Burns, again, tied for the lead with 4 to play, they decide to lay down the hammer and tell him, no, you got to play it there. What are we doing?
He'll be in Live Golf this time next year. He'll get out of the PGA.
Yeah. Well, Sam Burns, I mean, that guy is as well be Richard Petty with all the sponsors he has on his shirt. Holy cow. Yeah. Maybe that guy's not hurting for money because he's got collar sponsor here, like 14 on his shirt. But yeah, that was the one frustrating moment. Look, I don't care for Sam Burns. I didn't have money on him. Like, this is not sour grapes here because I really wanted Sam Burns to win. It's just, you want fair. And that just felt unfair to a guy who had every opportunity to win the tournament. And look, I mean, he still hit the bad shot after that, and he still fell apart even more after that. So he deserves some of the blame for his round completely falling apart from that moment on. But I thought that was tough, man.
Okay, when did Jordan Spieth go out? Remember, I was trying to pick Jordan Spieth. What day did he bow out?
I think he ended up finishing in the top 30, so he didn't have a horrible weekend. Tied for 23rd at +8 was Jordan Spieth.
One of the better rounds he's had this year, obviously.
Yeah, I mean, it was a decent showing for him. I think Friday and Saturday were both He didn't have a horrible round. He just didn't have an amazing round that had him near the top. I mean, he shot a 72 yesterday, which was one of the better rounds on the course. You wanted to be out there early. Like John Rahm shot a 67, and his day was done by like lunchtime. And all of a sudden, everybody else is posting these high numbers, and you're like, oh my God, like he's got a chance. Like so everybody else might fall down to him. He might win this tournament.
I saw a bunch of +8s and all that stuff like Thursday and whatever. Because I didn't get a chance to watch. I was too busy dodging the hookers and the hose there at the Super 8. So
that's not what you were dodging.
Unbelievable.
Yeah. No, I mean, look, Adam Scott and Sam Burns, that was your final round yesterday. Forget Thursday and Friday. Your final pairing yesterday shot +17. Buck. Like, obviously, a lot of that's weather, but a lot of that's, your Reggie Miller choking there. But, yeah, I can't recall. Again, Oakmont has had some high scores in the past, but I can't recall a major championship where that many good players and that many guys in contention were just peeing down their leg. Like
dude, the fairways look narrow as hell. And for a guy like Rory, who's got a new driver and stuff, I mean, I was like, he's going to struggle because he got a new driver. And if you just got I said the first cut looked like bushland. I mean, that everybody's saying, oh, it's just in the first cut. I'm like, that shit's thick right there in the first cut. And then if it went off into what they call the rough, I was like, you can't even see the ball.
No, and you saw that a lot, right, guys? You almost wanted to find sand yesterday. If you were missing sand, you were ending up in some thick fescue. And, like, guys were hitting 2-yard shots, right? They were swinging as hard as they could. The ball was going 2 yards, and they basically had to hit the same shot twice. Like
I
that's
saw him around the greens trying to chip onto the greens and not making it to the greens, coming up short.
Yeah, they couldn't get there. Like it wasn't like they were just not swinging hard enough. They were literally swinging as hard as they could. Just their club was getting caught in so much guck that, I mean, guys were getting frustrated. Scotty Scheffler will give the Longhorns some love. He shoots a 70 yesterday, which is one of the best rounds of the day. He got within a couple of shots of the lead at one point, but he was just too far behind going into the day. But another top 10 for him. He finishes tied for 7th. But, man, J.J. Spawn, how about this, Buck? Speaking of making money, he was 150-1 going into the tournament. That's the second longest odds for a major winner in the last decade. Phil's random PGA championship in 2021, where he found the fountain of youth. He was 250-1 that year. But JJ Spawn, if you had any money on that guy going into Thursday, then you're having a pretty good start to this week.
Yeah, and I like that dude too, because I was there for his Valero Open win a couple years back.
That's his only other win. He won in San Antonio, I think 3 years ago.
Yeah.
And, he's having a good year. He took Rory to the playoff at the Players a couple of months ago. He had, I think, 2 other top 3 finishes on tour this year. So he's been playing well. But despite that, again, the Vegas odds makers didn't think he had any chance.
Yeah, and for a little dude, man, he can hit it long too.
Yeah. Well, he's little in height, but
he's fat.
No, he's not fat.
He's pudgy.
Oh, come on.
That gut was hanging out over his belt loops yesterday.
What was the shirt that he was wearing?
Well, I don't
Put
know.
on a medium. I bet he wears a large.
You might need an extra large.
No way, man. Come on. He's a little guy's like 5. He's like Kyler Murray's height. I mean, I could eat a 4-course meal off of JJ Spawn's head.
Well, he'd probably eat it first.
Wow.
There wouldn't be any food left because he would just be the entire time. That's the beauty of golf.
That's BK saying that JJ Spawn is fat. I thought he was kind of, I'm going to call him stocky.
I don't know if that's much better than fat. You might as well call the guy a fat ass if you're calling him stocky. I mean, come on, man. Hey, that's the beauty of golf, right? Like I'm seeing him play. I'm seeing Tristan Lawrence, the South African. That guy is fat, dude. That guy was in the mix all weekend long, and that's why we love golf so much. Is literally you could just pick up any dude off the side of the street, and if he can swing some clubs, he's got a shot in this sport.
Oh, Steven says he's not Craig Statler, but he's getting close to John Daly. He's not chubby like that. He's a stocky little guy. You look up his height, I bet you he's 5'4", 5'5".
He's listed, I just pulled up his Wikipedia page, 5'8".
Okay, so I'm still taller than he is.
And you're not 5'8". You always say that you are, but
I'm 5'9". I always say that I say that I'm 5'9" because I am 5'9".
What, centimeters or something?
No, a full 5'9", grown up, almost 70 years old. He's listed at 5'8", 1. He's got to be 165 though.
You think he's only 165?
Yes, he's 165er.
Dude, he's listed at 185, and I don't think that's enough.
Wow.
Yeah, like he's got a little gut to him, man.
Looks like a little bowler.
You're calling him a bowl?
A bowler. He looks like a bowler. He looks to be on the bowling tour.
Pro Bowlers tour. Looks like a bowl of ice cream.
Oh my God.
Yeah. Hey, it doesn't matter. He's $4 million richer. I don't think he's gonna care if
he's had a good couple months, hasn't he?
I'm telling you, man. Yeah, he's only his second career PGA Tour win, but again, he's been in the mix in some other tournaments, in the playoff at the Players, which is obviously one of the biggest tournaments of the year. And what a performance! I mean, his previous best finish in a major was tied for 23rd at the Masters back in 2022. So he had never been in a spot like this in a major golf championship. And again, everybody else around him was just falling apart. He didn't make that killer mistake. And obviously he ends with birdie when everybody else was bogeying and double bogeying down the stretch. Congrats to JJ Spawn, man. And a guy who almost quit golf.
Oh,
There's a story they were talking about on the broadcast that he almost quit golf. He watched some movie on an airplane about some tennis player who almost quit and then ended up winning Wimbledon a couple years later. And he said that really resonated with him. So he stuck the course, and good decision for him, because he, again, made a lot of money, and now he forever is a major golf
He's not
champion.
going to be leading the We Gobi parade. No, he's not. That's not going to be his sponsor.
Have a giant We Gobi on the front, maybe an Ozempic on the back.
That guy can play. He's good.
Yeah. Okay. Again, that's why we love golf so much, right? Like any other sport, you see a guy like, look, I mean, baseball, you can get away with that, right? Bartolo Colon, that guy was twice the size of J.J. Spawn.
Yeah, but J.J. Spawn's, no, those guys aren't playing second base and moving around like that.
You're right. Those dudes are usually pitchers where they just have to stand on some rubber and throw the ball a bunch.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, JJ, like any other sport, you don't see too many guys looking like JJ Spawn walking around, but that's why we love golf. One of the many reasons why we love golf.
Oh man. Yeah. That was a tough course. That course, I had heard about that place in Pittsburgh, but.
Well, it was weird because Thursday, there were a good amount of under par rounds, and JJ Spawn's like 4 under. And I'm like, oh, everyone said like this was going to be impossible and no one's going to shoot under par this week. And I'm like, this guy's 4 under through day one. He's about to tear this place up. And then, yeah, as the week progressed, it was like, oh, no, you guys were right. It's hard.
Then the rains came, and the rough was just growing with the rains too. I mean, that's that U.S. rough, U.S. Open rough that Tom Kite used to always complain about. Like, they need to trim this down. This is junk.
Yeah, it was junky for sure. So congrats. By the way, we had about 50 entries. I waited way too long, and that's on me to start and announce.
We got the British Open. We still got the big one. Got another big one.
Yeah, I'll get on top of that one earlier. But we had about 50 entries into our U.S. Open Pick'em contest, and we're giving out 2 prizes, Buck. We announced this while you were gone. The person who finished in first place is getting something, but also the person who finished in last place is getting something.
Oh, gee.
Yeah, if you were so bad, you had to pick a team. You couldn't just sign up and not pick anybody and win. You had to actually pick golfers. But if your picks were so bad, we were going to hook you up with a $50 Cabo Bob's gift card. So first place is the Golfer 4 at Lake Cliff.
I got it.
Congrats to Doug O. Team Doug O, who had Victor Hovland, Cam Young, Sam Burns, Scotty Scheffler, and Siwoo Kim as his 5 golfers. 4 of those guys finished in the top 10. So even though he didn't have JJ Spawn on his team, he had a bunch of guys who were in the mix. So congrats to Doug O. If you're tuned in today, reach out to us on the Coda text line 512-222-9328, and we will get in contact with you about your prize. But also a congrats to last place. Oh my God, I forgot to write the name of. Oh, Walker Moore. Walker Moore finished in last place.
Losers.
How about plus 105? Remember, we cut your worst golfer. You pick 6. We only take 5 scores. So whoever finishes last, you could get rid of that guy. Even though Walker Moore lost his last person, he had Scotty Scheffler, Daniel Berger, who finished 46th, and then his other 4 golfers all missed the cut. Rosie, Sepp Straka, Thorborn Olesen, and Minwoo Lee all missed the cut. So Walker Moore, because you're so bad at picking golfers, we are going to give you a nice $50.
Rosie let you down. I'm glad I didn't take Rosie. I didn't
Rosie
take anybody. Spieth was no good either. Why am I hoping that he gets it going? He's not going to get.
We're all hoping he gets it going because we're all rooting for him. Most of the people tuned in are Texas fans, so we'd like to see Spieth get back in the winner's circle. But now I called you crazy on Tuesday or Wednesday, whenever your last show was last week, for making that pick, and it wasn't the worst. I mean, if you picked Rosie, it would have been way worse. So at least Spieth made the cut and finished, top 30. Not a horrible showing for him. But, yeah, he did
and
not.
Straka, wow, I thought he would be in it.
Yeah, Straka was a popular pick in our pool. I saw a lot of golf analysts have Sepp Straka making some noise this week. They thought that the course kind of fit his game, but that was not to be. And,
Scotty Scheffler missed a lot of short putts I saw yesterday. It was just
he missed 5 within 5 feet, Buck.
Wow.
That's me. That's about the same amount of putts I missed.
Not even me. That's not me.
No, you usually pick it up at that point and say you're good.
What do you mean 5 feet? That's a good, isn't it? Yeah, it looks good to me.
gotta be good, right? Or you just kick it to where it's like 4 feet, and then you're like, "This is
Well,
enough,"
after
right?
I remark the ball, it's like 3 feet.
Exactly.
Pick it
That's the
up.
way to yeah, you mark the ball way in front of it, right?
Yeah, I'm
That's
looking at guys marking balls. I'm like, wait a minute, that's not where your ball was when you marked it originally. Oh no, when I say, let me mark it the second time. By the time I mark it again, it's going to be in the leather. So why don't I just pick it up now?
yeah.
Yeah,
It's
I've
the
seen
way
guys that I've played with before that don't know a lot of the rules, mark the ball in front of the ball. I mean,
Sure.
seriously. And they think they're doing the right thing and nobody will tell them. But the gang I play with will absolutely tell you.
I'll
They'll
call you
let you
out.
know. Yeah. And I got guys who mark balls with like poker chips. I'm like, put that shit down. I don't want to be putting near a manhole cover. What are you doing? Why don't you just bring a manhole cover here and drop it on the green?
I saw one of the Texas cheaters use a used condom once as a
Yeah. I'm like,
ball mark.
they use some of the biggest things. I'm like, why can't you guys find a small little piece that sticks in the ground and buries itself? Why are you using poker chips? Half dollars. I mean, come on, why'd you bring all that old silver out just to put it in front of me? They look huge and they screw your vision up. Oh, can I mark it to the side? Well, it's still it still feels like it's in the line of fire because it's so freaking big.
I usually use a golf tee instead.
I'll just poke a little hole and put in, oh, here's where it was, and then move it up another foot.
That's it. Yeah, that's the move.
Yeah, I try that too, but I get caught on that one. When I poke a little hole, I don't have a marker right now, and poke a little hole, I see where it is. Then I mark it in front of that by accident.
Yeah. Oh, the tee fell out. Like,
Oh, yeah.
sorry. It's where it was, I swear. Oh man. All right. So there you go. Congrats to JJ Spawn. Man, wild Sunday. Frustrating for a lot of golfers on tour, but not so for JJ Spawn, who withstood the elements and wins his first major championship.
Oh my
That was
God, JJ can use the money for the drive-through at McDonald's. That's so bad, man.
come on.
The
Come
guy's
on.
not like that. I'm telling you. At the Valero
Uh,
Open, he just kind of waddled around. He was good.
yeah. After that, he went to Valero and got about 15 taquitos to celebrate his win. All right, we'll take your thoughts. Dakota text line 512-222-9328. The Buck is back for a Monday show. Obviously, hit us up on the YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, and Twitch live chats as well. Plenty more to get into. We've got some Texas Longhorn sports to talk about. Obviously, the latest from the NBA and NHL finals. We've got a huge trade in Major League Baseball to dive into. Plenty of sports and fun to be had over the next hour and change. But before we shift gears here, Buck, how about our first round sponsor shout-outs?
Folks, Relax Back embraces a holistic approach for a healthier lifestyle, and my back couldn't be happier to be back home for sure. I'm in my Relax Back chair right now, and you will love it too. If you got pains in your shoulders, your neck, your thoracic, your lumbar area, your hips, please call on our friends over at Relax the Back. The Tempur-Pedic pillows and mattresses sets that they have there are fantastic, and they've got 2 wonderful locations in Bee Caves at the Hill Country Galleria across from Whole Foods, and North Austin at the Gateway Shopping Center across from the Container Store. Live pain-free like the Buck at Relax the Back.
Yes, sir.
Oh, man,
Yes,
this cheer feels
sir.
so good, BK. Oh,
Man, after sleeping on a motel bed for a couple of nights.
this is good. This is good. I got to get. I need the people here to get me to the right kind of motel. I just can't. Yes, I just can't. Best Western was fine. Okay, I did a fantastic job, but Super 8, you didn't. I should have said to you, is Super 8 good? It's got to be better than the Knights Inn. Dude, I almost went back to the Knights Inn, except for my sister once again told me, nope, they were in the news the other day. I'm like, I can't go to the places that make the 6 o'clock news like every afternoon for like drug arrest or somebody being shot there, or some trucker comes in there and it's got like 3 kids in the truck or so. I mean, I just can't go back. But it was better than Super 8 with 15-year-old hookers walking around the outside.
Yeah. I don't know why you do that to yourself, man. Best Western is a hotel. Stay at a hotel, not a motel.
What's the difference? I mean, Super 8 is not a hotel. That's a motel.
It's a motel.
What's motel mean? Mo shit? Is that what that is?
Yeah, mo shit.
Oh, God.
Biggie Smalls was not right. When he said mo money, mo problems, that does not apply to hotels. The more money you spend on a hotel room, the less problems you're going to have.
I got you.
You try to go cheap out on one of those, and you'll see hookers and hoes and bullet holes and Who
Dude,
knows what else?
there was this girl that came across the parking lot going to a car, and it wasn't a skirt, it was like hot pants, and they were in her. I'm like, does she just have on underwear? Is that girl like 14 years old? I'm like, you think maybe she's coming to stay at the place, with a family? She was on her own. I'm like, my God. I asked the poor girl behind the desk, I said, "Are you okay here?" She goes, "No, I'm okay." She was doing
Or
like overnight duty. She was a
the
pretty,
girl behind the desk, like the worker at the motel, or you
yeah,
talking
yeah,
to who?
young Indian young lady. And she was young. She must have been 18, 19. I'm like, "Are you nervous sitting behind here straight through the night?" I said, "This place got more action going on. It's noisy. People are banging on doors. I can't, because I hear everything. I hear people whispering outside my window, where my window is, I'm like, oh, no,
Yeah,
no." And they're
that
not talking about, they're talking about what's going on at 3:00. It's 1:30. They're talking about what's getting ready to happen at 3:00. I'm like, no, I can't do this again.
dude, that's another reason why you shouldn't be staying at a motel, because you're like the lightest sleeper of all time, and there's
Yes.
always noise going on at a motel, right? The walls are paper thin, so even if nothing's happening outside, you can hear what your neighbors are doing,
I
and
had
you hope they're
I
banging
had
on. Of
Bigfoot over the top of me, of course. I was on the first floor, but Bigfoot and his family were
course,
sleep were sleeping upstairs. I'm like, what are they doing? It's 3 a.m. Who's still running around, diving on beds?
you hope you're hearing banging on doors, but odds are you're hearing banging, and that's not
Oh,
good. That's not fun to try to fall asleep to. So
no, it's not. So
yeah,
especially with that glass glass under my ear.
yeah, you do
Yeah,
that.
I'm gonna learn to call these. I mean, you do the bed breakfast. I'm gonna call on some folks to go stay at. They got to have homes. Of course, my sisters want me always. Why don't you just stay with us? We got like 3 bedrooms. What's wrong with you? I'm like, can't do it. Don't do it. Don't stay. I don't know. Stay with family on trips.
Stay with Nick Saban at his place.
Verbo?
Yeah.
They don't have a Bethlehem Verbo
Yeah,
with
you're
a
probably right.
pool. They don't have any of that kind of
They
stuff
don't have
there.
one that looks like that, that's for sure. They might have
No,
somebody written out their place, but it ain't that place that Saban hangs out
I'm going
in.
to call on the people to where I need to stay. I get all the, and I'm supposed to have all these damn points and, rewards. I should have, by the way, I did see Delta Airlines. I was like waving when I was just sitting in American Airline. Fantastic job by American Airlines too.
That's
Thank you
good.
very much. Huh?
I'm flying again today, Buck.
Where do you hit? What are you on?
American.
American's good.
So
Good
I like
people.
hearing that, because I'm on a tour. I'm helping the people here. I am doing my own survey about these airlines. We always talk about these
Yes.
surveys where, oh, this airline grades out the best, this airline grades out the worst, whatever. 3 flights in the last week and a half: Delta, Southwest, American. We're switching it
Wow.
up. We are doing the research for the people on this show to try to figure out what the best airline is and who our listeners should be flying.
Very happy with the American airline. I thought they did a fantastic job. On Thursday, they were a little delayed though. Instead of leaving at 9:00, I left at 1:00 because of the storms that we had Thursday. Instead of flying into Charlotte, which is a piece of garbage, I flew into Philly, which is Philly, but had to take that bus, which is okay. But no, American Airlines, they treated me right. You know what? I
Good.
did not use the bathroom on any flights whatsoever. I made sure that I didn't eat, that I didn't drink anything, and I didn't get up. Hey, great aisle seat. Nobody came over the top of me. I had not, at all the flights, nobody got up to use the bathroom in my row. That's good stuff, man. That was good. I was happy with the people. The people behaved. I can't hear you. There you
Oh, I
go.
muted myself. I said
No,
that's
no,
rare
no.
these days on an airplane where people behave like that.
They were seriously well-behaved people. Heard a couple kids crying in the back, which I saw those kids coming in, and I had 2 seats beside me, and I was like, "Oh, no." I was like, "Lady, you don't wanna do this. You need to move along," and she did with her kids because I could hear them, you know during the flight, and they were okay. I had my earplugs in and going about
Mm.
my business. I had a nice 85-year-old lady sitting next to me. Oh, she did catch one of my elbows in her arm. She had her arm on the armrest there, and I went to kinda and I got her. And I could
Oh,
feel I could feel bones there. I think I bruised her.
did you do it on purpose? She was
No, no,
taking your
it was an
armrest?
accident. It was an accident.
Okay, you let her have the armrest, huh? She was in the middle seat. You gave it to
Yeah,
her?
I gave it up. I went leaning to the right. I did get hit with the cart on the knee.
There you go. I mean, that's
Oh,
par for that's rite of passage. You sit on an aisle seat, you got to take a cart to the knee at least once.
Americans trying to make a comeback. But
All
every
right.
time I went by a Delta, every time the plane got ready to taxi in, I saw Delta Airlines. I'm like, that's not on time. That is not leaving. There's something going on with that plane.
Always is. Always is. Hey, you know what JJ Spawn could use?
What's that? A cream? Why? You don't think that guy's eating right?
Oh, that guy maybe should lay off the old school traditional soda and, go a little healthier with the OLIPOP, you know?
Wow.
Come on, man. Hey, it's good for everybody, not just for JJ Spawn. I'm giving him an OLIPOP because he won the U.S. Open. That's his
There you
present for
go.
me. All right. Great tasting soda that's actually good for you. We drink OLIPOP on the show all the time. Y'all see it. It's not just us. It's a bunch of hosts here on TSU that are now believers in OLIPOP. Like we said, great tasting soda. This is the cream soda flavor. It tastes just like a traditional cream soda, but it's actually good for you. Zero fat, only 2 grams of sugar in this entire can of OLIPOP. And you've got ingredients in there that support good digestive health. Prebiotics, botanicals, plant fibers. I don't know what those words mean, but I know they are good for my gut. And I know when you drink OLIPOP, you are supporting your gut as well. Pick some up. They've got 19 different flavors. If cream soda is not your thing, you're weird. If cream soda is not your thing, they've got 18 different options for you to choose from. And you could shop OLIPOP at H-E-B, Walmart, Target, Whole Foods, wherever you buy your groceries. Get you some OLIPOP.
There was, somebody said if the ice machine doesn't work, that's a motel. And I'm telling you, that damn Motel 8 had me by the exit. There was so many, people coming in and out of that exit. The first room there was going to be mine. It looked like first casting for the new movie, New Jack City there, outside the door, outside the exit. I'm like, I'm not staying here. People coming in and out of here, and there's a gathering. They're doing casting for New Jack City. I said, I'm not sleeping there. I told the girl, I said, you got a better room than that. Give me a room that's close to where your office is, because you're going to need some protection here tonight, probably. And then they're standing outside my window. The light comes in where the car pulls in and it hits your room. And once again, I don't get it in the state of Pennsylvania why there's a flashing light in the room with the fire deal there, fire alarm. There's a little flash like every 5 or 10 seconds. What's that about? Why isn't that flash like in the bathroom or something? Why is it in the same room? I can see the flash even when I'm trying to sleep. You close your eyes and that little flash goes, because I'm so used to lightning back here. That's what it was. But I don't know what that is. That's the second one of those. Once again, there was a piece of junk I stayed in where the first one was going on too. It was like a rollaway cot. I thought it was a real bed. And I looked on it, it had wheels. I'm like, what the hell is this?
No way. The main bed had wheels?
Yeah, well, let me just say this. When my wife goes with me, there's no chance. I have to be at a hotel. There's no motel stays. There's Verbo, or I can't get away with being cheap when I do that. Hell, I won't do it again now.
I was going to say, you shouldn't do it to yourself. Like, obviously, your wife wouldn't let that happen, but your wife is right for not letting that happen. You got to treat yourself a little bit better, man.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
You have to have a sheet and then a comforter on there, because if you turn the air conditioning on those places, plus when you got an air conditioner that you have to go manually work over there, you're staying at some dump.
Oh, yeah, like the window unit, kind of, or right below the window unit.
Oh, yeah, that's where the people are talking right outside the window. And dude, it smelled like an old grandma's house when I walked into that room. And I'm like, hey, I don't need 2 sheets. I said, I need something to keep me warm in here.
Oh, they just gave you 2 flat sheets? That's all you got?
It was a sheet, and whatever the comforter was supposed to be, it was like made in India. I mean, it was like,
why are the Indians catching strays this morning? What do they do?
I don't know. That's who was behind the counter at the Motel 8. There must have been a sale on motels there, because there were somebody, I don't know, him doing or whatever.
Not everybody who owns a hotel is Indian, Buck.
I didn't say that. It just happened to hit me right there at that Motel 8. That's not like that at the Knights Inn. I don't know if the KKK owned the Knights Inn. They
Oof.
named it the Knights Inn, but it's kind of
Actual knight who the guy was dressed up like he was at medieval times, I heard.
Yeah, I'm about to go back to there, but no, I got a place now. I got my place. Ahead of time, I know exactly where to go. Great mattress.
Best Western. There you go.
Best Western, and they had soccer tournaments, so they had the soccer kids that were running around there. And I figured their parents are going to pay all kinds of money to gather them in. Oh, by the way, the pool, because there was one I wanted to get into the hot tub, because of my back and my knee. I was thinking, dude, there were leaves and shit in the pool. I'm like, well, I can't go out there. I said, you got to have a hot tub hidden somewhere. And in Pennsylvania, they just got out of school almost. You know what I'm saying? So it's like
the pool at the motel, the Super 8, or the pool at the Best Western?
The Best Western pool wasn't ready. They didn't have a pool at the Super 8. There would have been bodies floating in that.
I was going to say, like, if they did, that'd be a huge surprise. But also, you want to stay as far away from that as possible.
Dude, 2 roaches. When I cut the light on in the bathroom, I put one, I squished one, and then I put one under a piece of paper so I could prove to him. So he was still half alive after I showered. I said, you got 2 bugs in there. And I said, I know what this place is. I said, but I just told him, I told the manager, I can't do it. So you can take out for the first night, but I'm going to call the credit card people if you try to charge me anything else for the next 3 nights, because I ain't staying here. I truly was afraid. I mean, I generally don't get afraid at those places. I just figure, hell, what's the likelihood they're going to shoot some old man? I'm not bothering anybody. I'm not going to speak to anybody except for somebody who's living underneath the stairs or stairwell or something. But I truly felt not safe,
Yeah, they'll shoot you if you're like a witness, you're just walking around at like 1 a.m. and somebody stabs somebody and sees you out of the corner of his eye watching. He's like, oh, I got to kill this guy now.
And so, you know me, and when I travel, I carry cash. I'm a cash carrying fool. And then after I hit that slot machine deal, $2,000 in $100 bills, I'm thinking, no. Plus I don't leave. I had all my belongings zipped up, never put them in drawers, never take anything out, because I don't want the roaches to come back with me. So I tightened up the stuff, put it up on the over the top of the TV.
God, I'm glad they had a TV in there. That's good.
Hey, I can do better.
Yeah, you can do better. I'm glad you don't, because it's good content for the show. So thanks for
but I
taking
can do
care
better.
of us.
Yeah, I can do better.
But yeah, no, you could spend more than $79 a night on a hotel every once in a while.
Hey, dude, it was $76 at the Super 8. And I'm thinking, you know what? With taxes, it's going to almost be like a hotel, isn't it? No,
I mean hotels are pricey now. It's kind of annoying. Like,
I need to open up a hotel called the Buck Inn. Buck Inn.
The Buck Inn.
I need to get the Buck Inn and charge people reasonable. I think a reasonable stay is $110. I can do a good job for $110 at a hotel and keep you feeling good about yourself. And of course, the first thing I did is go to Target and buy 2 towels for the Motel 8, because I don't trust the towels, because they look like paper towels when you go into those places.
That's fair.
And so I went to Target, and I wasn't even crapping on the Motel 8, but I do that at most. When I come into town, I'll go to Target first and buy 2 towels, because no matter where generally I stay, the towels are shit.
Okay. That's not because you're worried they're gross. That's because they're just not good towels.
They're just not good towels. So I'll buy 2 $6 towels and go into a place, leave the towels there. But I never used the towels at the Best Western. I just left it for the lady that was cleaning. I left her a tip and said, hey, this is a towel that's never gotten used. It's brand new. You can take it home. She did.
Okay. I was going to ask, what do you do with the towels you buy? You literally just leave them wherever you stay?
Yeah. And I didn't use the one because the Best Western towel was good. And the ladies thanked me. She left me a little note.
Wow.
Very
nice. That's nice.
I tip the people that clean the room. I leave, any change that I have around, any dollar bills, I pile them all up and leave it for them. They appreciate that, man.
And the Buck Inn sounds like a place with hourly rates. Yeah. I would read it as bucking, which means, you know what we're doing in this hotel?
No.
Times with bucking. Yeah, that's why you go to the Buck Inn right there.
No.
Now we're talking. That's a good spot. Thank you very much.
No, you got it doesn't have to be classy. It just has to be clean and not dangerous.
Yeah, that feels like a requirement right there.
Yeah, for sure.
All right, having some fun on a Monday show. The Bucks Travel Adventures giving us some great content today. Buck, how about this? For the fourth time in the last 5 years, the Texas Longhorns have clinched the Directors' Cup as the best athletic department in college sports. This
Wow.
one came down to the very end. So over the weekend, we had the outdoor track and field championships for both the men and the women. And Texas, the women finished 10th in the NCAA championships. And that was enough for the Longhorns to hold off USC by 1.5 points, the closest Directors' Cup finish ever. Texas, USC, and Stanford all finished within 5 points of each other, but Texas did just enough. This takes every NCAA sport into consideration. So Texas did just enough over the 24-25 academic year to hold off those two West Coast schools. Easy for me to say. And for the fourth time in the last 5 years, Texas takes home that title.
And holding the mantle for the SEC too in the year number one.
Yeah, exactly. Right. I mean, it's more impressive now. Look, anytime you win this, it's a big deal. This thing has been going on since the mid-90s. There have only been 3 schools that have ever won it. Stanford's won it like 20-something times.
Yep.
North Carolina actually won it the very first year it happened. I think it was like 92, 93 or 93, 94. And then Texas was the only 3 schools that have won it. So Carolina won it once. Stanford won it like 20 years in a row. And now Texas has won it 4 of the last 5 years, which makes the Longhorns the first SEC school, obviously, to win that thing. But yeah, you move to the toughest conference in most sports, and you're still able to do that and have all of that success. What a job Chris Del Conte and his entire staff, and obviously all the coaches and student athletes, they're the ones getting it done. But what a job the entire department has done as Texas once again reigns supreme. And CB is right. This, who do we have to thank for Texas winning? How about little brother, Texas A&M? The Aggies.
They win in track.
They tied USC for the national championship. It feels ridiculous that that's possible, but we had co-national champs in men's outdoor track and field.
Really?
If USC had won it outright, they would have gotten enough points to win the Directors' Cup outright. But because of the split, the shared championship, they split the points, which meant Texas ended up with more points than USC, and they get the Directors' Cup title.
Big win for the Aggies, national champs.
Nice tie. To the Aggies, who can only win a title if they share it. Remember, we had that in softball, too.
Yes.
They shared the SEC tournament championship with OU because of a rain delay. Now they share the track and field title with USC. A&M's got a great outdoor track program. They've won, I think, 4 or 5 national titles, so that not the first for them. But no, them winning actually helped Texas this time around. But like you said, Buck, what a great year for Texas sports. 2 national championships, with men's swimming and diving, and obviously Texas softball from a couple of weeks ago. You had 5 top 5 finishes, 6 more top 10 finishes, and 8 SEC championships, including 7 in the regular season and 1 conference tournament title, with the women's soccer team winning the tourney championship.
That's right.
So nobody else in the conference had more than 4 titles. Texas had 8 this year, and of course, they go on to win the Directors' Cup.
Very nice. That's a good job right there.
Too shabby there. Texas football, no commits to talk about. Big recruiting weekend for the Longhorns. They had 15 official visitors here. One of them was already committed going in. That was Yaheem Riley, the Anderson Trojan here in Central Texas. But some big names to keep an eye out on. 5-star offensive lineman Felix Ojo. Buck, you and I have talked about him a lot. Some news that dropped while you were gone. Felix Ojo had an official visit scheduled for OU this coming weekend. He was going to be in Austin this past weekend. He was going to be in Norman this coming weekend. He actually canceled that visit. So great news for Texas. Michigan's in the mix. Ohio State's in the mix. There are other schools that are going after this kid, but a lot of people
thought. Did he cancel? But he's already canceled the Texas trip to put it at some other time, and he's canceled OU?
No. He was just in Austin this past weekend.
Okay, and he canceled his next trip.
Canceled his next trip to OU. So that's a good sign because he's a Mansfield kid up in the Metroplex. A lot of people thought this was a Red River battle for Felix Ojo, and he ends up pulling the plug on the Oklahoma visit. So
Wow.
it's good. No commitment yet to Texas, but the Longhorns in a very, very good spot with the number one player in the state, not just the number one offensive lineman. He is the number one player in the state in this 26 cycle. By all accounts, a very successful visit for him. There were 3 5-stars here, linebacker from Georgia, D lineman from Georgia. He also had a couple of high 4-stars that Texas is going after. So, yeah, again, no commits yet, but I think a few of the guys who were in town will end up being a part of this Texas.
Wow, that's great news.
26 class. So, yeah, keep an eye out on Felix Ojo for sure.
But everybody left campus without saying where they're going, huh?
Yeah, look, I'm sure there was an under-the-table commit or two, right? Like a lot of guys will do that on official visits, and they want their moment. So they'll have a big commitment date at their school or on TV or whatever. So, some of these guys already have commitment dates planned where they'll do a big event that's live streamed for the world.
December they'll get it done.
But yes, a lot of them are in the summer, but some guys don't even wait that long. So over the next few weeks, June, July, a lot of the Texas targets will be committing. Some guys to Texas, some guys to other schools, of course. But yeah, a lot of the dudes nowadays, Buck, they want to get it done before their senior year of high school football starts. So it's like they commit, they could just focus on their last year of high school. They could focus on their last season as a high school player. And like that's, not everybody does that, but that's sort of the trend nowadays. So we'll know a good chunk of what this Texas class looks like by the time we get to, August, September.
Well, the big kid is going to be definitely involved in Michigan. He's an offensive lineman. You know that.
Yeah, they're going to spin. They're going to spin. Look, just about every insider feels like Texas is going to win this. The only way Texas doesn't win it is if Michigan is like, well, we just paid this quarterback $10 million. We'll pay you $3 million if you want to come here and block for him. It's got to be. I don't think it's like a bidding war where whoever has the bigger offer gets Felix Ojo. I think it's Michigan has to have an offer that's like twice as good as Texas's.
Sure.
For him to consider that. Maybe Michigan does, and Texas is like, you know what? John Turntine's in this class. Zayden Krempin's in this class. There's a bunch of other good offensive linemen here in the state that Texas has already offered. Like maybe they just spend more time and money going after them instead. That's the only way it happens. If Michigan just has an offer.
But he sounds like the guy that you use a barrel of money if you have to get him.
Right. Well, yeah, number one player in the state at a premium position. Top 10 player nationally. Like those are guys that you want to spend money on.
Yes.
And I'm sure Texas has put together a pretty nice NIL package for Felix Ojo that they've already told him about. And we'll see again if Michigan just does something ridiculous here to try
and
to
they
get
will. And then they'll cheat. They'll find it's hard to cheat, but they'll find a way to do it.
Well, they did cheat. They didn't cheat with NIL stuff. They just cheated by filming other people's practices and stealing signs. So they found the way to do it, and they keep getting punished for it. But I guess they still get to keep that title, which
yes, they do.
Always be interesting to me. Feels like the one thing that should be taken away, but I don't know how it works. But yeah, Michigan nowadays they got money. Big state school, a lot of alumni who are rich and willing to spend. They can win the bidding wars with the best of them. So again, we'll see what they do with Felix Ojo, but Texas people believe Texas is in a very, very good spot right now with the big offensive lineman.
How are the Horns doing with out-of-state running backs? Are there guys on their radar that you've heard about that, the super national guys that?
Yeah. There's that kid, Xavier Crowell. We've talked about him a few times. I think he commits in June, 29th, if memory serves. Alabama's still the leader.
They are?
Yeah. I mean, he's from Alabama, and apparently he has had an Alabama sticker on the car that he drives for like years. He just like grew up a Bama fan. He's in state. So he visited Texas a couple weeks ago. But I think Bama's in the driver's seat there.
Sure.
But there is KJ Edwards, who's from Carthage. He's a top 3 running back nationally in the class. Texas is in a very good standing with him. So there was some fear after Tashard Choice left for the Lions that, Texas might lose out on this kid. It sounds like Chad Scott, the new running backs coach, has done a great job just keeping that momentum going. And I think a lot of Longhorn folk believe that they are going to end up with one of the top tailbacks in the class. So you'd love to get them both, right? Texas usually takes 2 running backs per cycle.
Sure.
Obviously, if you can get 2 of the top 3 kids, one in state, one out of state, that's as good as you could possibly do.
Yeah, I don't think that's going to happen probably.
But
they got too many still. They got a couple still around here that are really young.
Yeah. No, I think Texas is going to end up with 2 very good ones this year. I mean, look, they do, and they took 2 in this cycle. Obviously early enrollee freshmen who we've yet to see at Texas. So they're stockpiling that running back room. But I think they'll end up with 2. And there's some good ones across the state of Texas this year. But I think KJ Edwards is the guy that again, Texas is kind of honed in on, and I think the most likely top flight back that Texas could end up with right now.
That Athlon magazine, I think, has Texas as like the number 4 running back group in America. They group them together and stuff. And I'm like, wow, I know they have a good running back. I didn't know they'd be in the top 3 or 4.
Oh, you got your Athlon preview mag?
I got that. Yeah, that magazine's out. Good mag.
I need to go get that. That might be my in-flight entertainment today.
Yeah, that's good. That's a good magazine. I like it.
I know the Phil Steele will be out soon. That's usually the one I go with, but I don't know if I can wait another week or 2 for the Phil Steele. I'm craving that college football content, so I might run to the magazine stand and get me an Athlon today.
There's a lot of Texas in there, and there's an awful lot of Penn State in there.
Yeah. I mean that might be, Texas, Penn State, Ohio State, Georgia. That's your top 4 in some order, right?
Yeah, Notre Dame is still getting a lot of run.
You're right. Notre Dame might be in there. I mean, Notre Dame, Oregon, this is one of those years, and look, it's early. We're still 75 days away or something from week 1. But normally I go into a college football season thinking there's 3, maybe 4 teams that can win it all.
Yeah, and Georgia's generally number 1 on your list.
Yeah, it's Georgia. Last year was Georgia, Ohio State, Texas. That was kind of the 3 I thought could actually win. And Ohio State won. Notre Dame got to the championship, but they had a fortunate draw with Carson Beck being hurt.
There seems like about 6 teams, including my sleeper.
This year, I'm not giving you Clemson.
Let's not forget about the sleeper.
This year it feels like there might be 7 or 8 that have a shot to win it all. I think Texas, Ohio State, Georgia are all there again. They're there every year at this point. I think Penn State's in there this year. With all they have coming back, I think Clemson's in there. I think Notre Dame's in there. I think Oregon's in there. That's 7. And we didn't mention Alabama. I don't know if Bama's that level yet, but it's still Bama. They're loaded. They're going to be preseason top 10. They've got a ton of talent on that roster. So it feels like, again, maybe when it's all said and done, it'll end up being Texas, Ohio State, or Georgia that wins. But right now, sitting here on June 16th, to me, it feels like one of those years where obviously not everybody has a chance to win, but more teams than usual.
Yeah, they don't have Rutgers in there though, so because they've lost a lot of coaches and a lot of players too. So.
Yeah, we're stealing everybody from Rutgers. So sorry, Rutgers, you can't be in there.
No.
This is to me, Buck, if Ohio State or Georgia had Penn State's roster, I'd be they're the clear-cut favorite.
Sure.
But because it's Penn State and it's Dave Franco or whatever the hell that coach's name is.
Franklin.
Keegan Michael Key coaching the team. I can't put them ahead of a clear cut ahead of everybody else. So I don't know. It's open right now. It's going to be fun. And it's more fun when your team has a chance, and Texas very much has a chance this year. So I like hearing that. I think every preview mag, Athlon, Lindy's, Phil Steele, whatever you go with, you're going to see a lot of burnt orange love in those mags.
Oh, there's no doubt about it. I mean, I thought Athlon had their wide receiver room listed really, really high too. Anytime you're in the top 6, period, of all these different positions, boy, you're in a good spot. From the quarterback, running back. I mean, the defensive line position in some of these magazines is a lot higher than and that's because of the studs on the outside.
Yeah, and you get 5 portal players too, right?
Right.
Like we don't know exactly how good those guys will be at a place like Texas, but most of those guys, hell, all of those guys are coming from Power 5 or Power
Sure.
4 programs, and they put up some good numbers at their previous stops. So, yeah, wide receiver is interesting. If they have Texas that high at wide receiver, that's a little surprising because to me, on paper, that's kind of the biggest question mark for this team. You don't have a lot of proven commodities in that room. But, yeah, every other spot, just about every other spot, seeing Texas near the top, not a shock.
I didn't see the punters in there yet. Punter.
Oh, do they
But
have a
I'm sure
punter
they don't
section?
know enough about him yet. But they'll find out about him soon.
They had a punting section in there?
No, well, I was looking for it, believe me, to see if the punters were in there.
They got a good punter. I like the Bomeister kid from Utah. At least he was good at Utah. And punting's one of those, like, you should be able to punt in any conference, right?
Yes.
Your job's the same. You're not going up against anybody better where, like, all of a sudden you forget how to punt or you can't punt as good.
Yeah, I mean,
that guy should be a strength for Texas.
You're not going from USC punting to the University of Maine, the Black Bears, and freezing and trying to punt there. The atmosphere it's very similar. It should be okay.
The altitude, don't they have some altitude in Utah or something?
Yeah, they do.
So maybe that helped the punts a little bit. Gave him a little extra heat.
Look out.
Shit. I just talked myself out of it and then back into it. What's happening?
There you go.
It's on me. All right. Good stuff right there. We do have some Texas baseball nugs to get into before we get to some of the other big sports headlines. Texas baseball landed 2 more portal commits over the weekend.
Very nice.
They also landed a recruit for the class of 2026. So Jim Schlossnagle continues to put in work. Texas getting Caleb Freeman from Georgia State, an infielder, hit .349 with 16 home runs last year and 15 stolen bags for Georgia State. Second team all-conference in the Fun Belt, and he was the Fun Belt Newcomer of the Year. He's been at 5 schools, or I should say Texas will be his 5th school.
Well-traveled. Yeah, very nice.
Well-traveled guy, but he's worked his way up. So he's coming to Texas. And then Jack Maroknek from Butler coming in. Second team All-Big East, first team All-Big East this past year. He led Butler in home runs, RBIs, hits, batting average, and OPS. Set a school record with 153 total bases. Put up really good numbers in 2024 as well. So back-to-back years. Big East baseball is not Big East basketball.
No.
So it will be a step up in competition for both of those guys, right? Fun Belt and Big East going to the SEC. But a couple of guys who are 2 of the higher-rated players in the portal who put up big-time numbers this past year at their respective stops. So Schloss going to work, trying to replace some departing players for Longhorn baseball.
Yeah, that's interesting. That really is. I mean, when you, like you said, when you get guys from the Fun Belt had a couple of teams that were pretty good this year. That was not a crappy league,
No, not at all. Isn't Coastal Carolina in the Fun Belt?
Yep.
And they're 2-0 in the College World Series right now. 1 win away from making it to the finals.
The Chanticleers,
yeah.
They can't give out free food because it's not at their home stadium. That's right.
No, but they might be changing that rule if their baseball team wins it all. Maybe
that's true.
More people bought into their football team, and they're like, all these free snacks we promised you guys, actually, we need some more money. So never mind. We're pulling the plug.
We'll do it for the baseball games instead.
Do it for the baseball. No, definitely not, because they need that money. That baseball program's keeping them going up there in Conway, South Carolina right now. Good stuff for Coastal. All right, we'll take your thoughts before we shift gears here. We got a big trade in Major League Baseball to dive into.
How comes that guy's not with the Yankees?
Well, we'll talk about that in a second, but before, we've got a few sponsor shout-outs to give, Buck.
Say hello to our friends over at 34 Wine and Spirits, 4601 Southwest Parkway. Getting ready for big things happening here, 4th of July. Call on the guys over there. They are a wholesale distributor. They can get the alcohol to you, to your place of business, wherever you need it to be delivered. They can do that. They are wholesale distributors in Travis County. But you can go by the store where you'll find everything that you want at that store, all the wines, all the liquors, all the bottled water, you name it, they have it. It's located at 4601 Southwest Parkway. It's 34 Wine and Spirits. And there you'll find Altstadt Beer, of course.
Yes, indeed. Had me a few Altstadt beers on Friday, watching some NBA finals and enjoying an ice-cold Altstadt beer. It's my favorite beer. It's the only beer that I drink in the summertime. It's the only beer I drink year-round here in Central Texas. But whatever you have going on during these red-hot summer months, you need a nice cold beer to accompany your good times. Make that Altstadt. They've got a bunch of different brews, too. Something for every beer drinker out there. You got to try the Altstadt Light. If you're trying to sacrifice on the calories, it is beach season after all. You want to be looking good when you're popping the swimsuit on. Go with the Altstadt Light. It sacrifices on calories, but unlike the other light beers out there, it does not sacrifice on taste. Easy to drink, fantastic, and there are no impurities, no bad ingredients in there, so you're going to feel better the next day when you drink Altstadt. They've got the lager, they've got the Kolsch, they've got a Hefeweizen. I'm telling you, something for every palate out there. Next time you're at 34 Wine and Spirits or any grocery store that sells beer, make sure you're shopping the best there is. That is Altstadt Beer. No impurities, no regrets.
My good friends over at Hat Creek Burger Company, 25 locations throughout the state of Texas as it's grown, but it started right here in Austin, Texas. Time for me to get a double with cheese today. That's right. I did not eat any burgers on the road. Wait until I came back to have my Hat Creek burger and, of course, those wonderful French fries and, of course, that milkshake. Got to have that today. But they've got tons of locations throughout the city. And, folks, at some locations, they do serve breakfast. And Bucky's a breakfast guy now. You get your tacos. You can get pancakes there at Hat Creek at your location. Find out. They'll be open up at 7 a.m. in some of the locations near you. But we know at lunchtime they are open for the great burgers and the fantastic shakes and fries at Hat Creek Burger Company.
Buck, I went to Hat Creek on Friday.
Oh, yeah? Did you have a double? Or did you have a little hat? You're a little hat guy.
No. Hey, Mama ain't
you
raised
and JJ Spawn with your little hats.
Yeah, JJ Spawn is eating a triple.
Oh, my God.
Guys getting special order burgers at Hat Creek Burger Company. Hey, no little hat for me. Mama ain't raised no bitch. All right. I just turned into one on my own. All right.
Oh, boy.
No, went to Stu Patrick on Friday, recorded a video with Jay trying to sell some great Texas softball gear. Make sure you get your national championship Longhorn softball gear at Stu Patrick. But of course, they got that Hat Creek right next door on Burnett Road. And this is bad, dude. I might have to give my man card up because of this one.
What did you do?
Shouldn't be admitting this on the air. So I went to Hat Creek Burger Company. Got me a frozen lemonade slushy, by the way.
Good stuff.
Fantastic. That's not where I lose my man card. I got me a big hat, Buck. But instead of getting it on a bun, I got it wrapped in lettuce.
What?
I did the
lettuce wrap? You had a lettuce wrap?
Had a lettuce wrap instead of the bun.
Why don't you just go to P.F. Chang's if you're going to have lettuce wraps?
It was pretty good, of course, because it's Hat Creek.
Yeah. All of the meat is delicious.
You really notice the lettuce. Like there's lettuce instead of a bun. You notice the lettuce. And it's got to be thick lettuce.
Fold it like a taco?
They fold it for you. Like they do a good job. It's just thick pieces of iceberg lettuce, and it keeps the burgers and the cheese. And there's a lot going on inside a Hat Creek Big Hat, right?
You didn't put any pickles in that bad boy, did you?
Oh, I like pickles, so I had pickles in there. But I went with the lettuce wrap instead of the bun. I knew I was eating.
Got to give it a shot once. I'll give it a shot.
Being healthy. Well, I knew I was having pluckers that night, and it was like 3 o'clock, and I'm like, all right, I gotta maybe do a little bit of healthy stuff. Let me just get this giant double cheeseburger, add bacon, but I'll put it in lettuce so it makes it healthy. But for the first time in my life, I did the lettuce bit instead of the bun bit on a burger, and
that is so lightweight of you to do that.
It's bad. I deserve all the heat on that one. And it might be the last time I do it. It just didn't feel right. It felt un-American. It felt communist here.
Man,
and I apologize. I apologize to you and the people for
apologize. Well, you got to try it. It's Hat Creek Burger. You got to give it a shot.
Yeah, I mean, look, it was still again a double bacon cheeseburger. So like,
double bacon lettuce burger. Wow.
Yeah, but I put it in lettuce, so that's tough. That's tough, and I apologize to everybody.
Yeah, you probably had that with 5 Altstadt beers over the top of it. Way to go.
Yeah, and that frozen lemonade slushy. So to all I've offended, I'm so sorry if you feel wronged. Shout out to Hat Creek. Shout out to McCall Custom Homes as well. Quick mention for them. Look, we trust our homes to McCall Custom Homes.
Yes, indeed.
Buck had Mike McCall and his team out a couple weeks ago to work on an outdoor project at his place. Rodney got a master bathroom renovated with McCall Custom Homes. If you want to do either of those things, maybe both of those things, you got an outdoor job that needs help, you want to add some life to your outdoor space, you want to remodel a kitchen, redo a bathroom, whatever, McCall Custom Homes can do it for you because they've been doing it in Central Texas for 40 years. That's right. An Austin area company that started here and they've stayed here, so they know what it takes to turn an Austin area home into something truly special. Right now, they're offering free estimates to TSU listeners. Just go to their website, McCallCustomHomesATX.com. That's McCallCustomHomesATX.com. There's a form right there on the homepage. You can also look at some testimonials and look at the gallery of jobs they've done over the last 40 years and then make the call to them. McCallCustomHomesATX.com. It's McCall Custom Homes. We build value into your home.
Very nice.
Look, big trade in major. We got a lot of Major League Baseball to get into today.
Oh, yeah.
Shout out to the Houston Astros, by the way. They're red hot. They swept the Twins over the weekend. They've won 5 in a row and 8 of their last 10. And they've got a nice lead in the American League West right now. The Stros, as they always do, they've figured it out, and they're sitting in first place in the West. The Rangers swept the White Sox over the weekend. If only they could play them every weekend. They suck. The Rangers back to 500, and we'll see if they can get some things figured out. Again, the offense continues to be a problem for them, but maybe they turned a little bit of a corner over the weekend. But we're not going to dive too much into those series. We've got a big trade to talk about first. The Red Sox, after sweeping your Yankees, Buck.
Yeah, I saw that.
The Red Sox complete the 3-game sweep of New York. It's the first Sox sweep of the Bronx Bombers since 2023. And then like hours after they win that series, sweep that series, excuse me, they trade one of their best players. 3-time All-Star Rafael Devers is headed to the San Francisco Giants.
Yeah, the only thing worse than that is they could have given him to the Yankees or the Dodgers. Really?
Yeah. Well, for you, it would have been great because Devers is a good player. You want that guy on the Yankees,
yes.
Right?
I'd love to have him on the Yankees.
But just like the Sox had finally started playing well. 8-2 in their last 10.
Yeah, he wasn't happy there. He didn't want to be there.
Yeah. Well, they just gave him that huge contract. And it's just the timing of this again. Like if the Red Sox have not had a great year, if they were continuing to slide and things were falling apart and it's like, okay, get what you can for Devers right now, then it makes maybe a little bit more sense. But again, they had been playing some really good baseball. They're on their best stretch of the year. So the timing of this now is very peculiar for Boston. And Red Sox fans, needless to say, are pretty pissed because, again, Devers is maybe their best player on their team. They felt like they were back in the mix in the American League East, and they ship them off. And they didn't get a ton of return for him either. A couple of pitchers and a couple of prospects going back.
Yeah, I mean, as much as he wanted out of there, I don't know if I'd let him get away.
Well, it's a weird thing, all right? Like, I don't know if Devers had requested a trade formally, but he had been complaining about stuff. And that's the report, is that the Red Sox just got pissed with Devers' attitude.
Yeah. And
this all started when the Red Sox signed Alex Bregman, the former Astro, in the offseason. And, they both play third base, right? So Devers is a third baseman. He signs this huge contract, and for everybody, it's like, oh, Boston has their third baseman for the next 10 years or whatever. And then the Red Sox, the next offseason, are like, well, we want Alex Bregman because he's really good. Hey, Rafi, would you play DH so Bregman can play third base because he's a better fielder than you? And Devers was not like, he was openly pissed about that.
But he's not a bad fielder.
No, he's not great, but he's not bad at third base.
For a big guy, he moves pretty good at third base.
Yeah, he does a fine job there. But Devers, it's easy to say, like, well, Devers, they just paid you, what, $300 million. Just shut up and go play anywhere, dude. And if you're playing DH, that means you only have to do half the job. Shouldn't you want that? You're getting paid the same amount and you're doing less work. Isn't that a good thing? But he openly was unhappy about that. And then the Red Sox first baseman got hurt, and they asked Devers to move to first base. And I think he was pissed about that too. So the Red Sox are like, dude, screw you. We paid you all this money. You need to be a team leader. You need to sacrifice. You need to do what's best for the squad. And he wasn't. And they're like, F you, we're trading you. And that's, I think, how it all went down. So Devers to San Francisco. And the Giants are having a great year, too.
Give up that bat, though, too.
I know. Well, this is where, like, everyone's comparing this to Mookie Betts. Remember when the Sox – Devers isn't that good.
No.
But in the early prime of Mookie Betts' career, after a World Series title, the Red Sox trade Mookie Betts to the Dodgers.
Yeah, but Devers can hit to all – it's like Betts. He can hit to every part of the field. I mean, he crushes them off that wall.
Oh, man, Devers is a monster. I mean, like, he's top 10 in baseball in the last 5 years in home runs, RBIs, doubles, and OPS. Like, he is one of the best hitters in the game. And
he bangs that. He bangs the green monster. He knocks that ball off of that thing all the time.
Right, and he's still early in his career, early enough, like to where the contract's not bad yet. You know, anytime a guy signs a super long-term, huge money deal, like it looks bad by the end of it. But Devers isn't there yet, so the Giants are going to reap the benefits. They don't have to negotiate. The contract's already done. They just get it. And, yeah, for the Red Sox, it's like, God, is deja vu about to happen.
Right.
Sox fans. And they got destroyed for the Betts trade at the time, and it has not worked out well. I mean, it's turned the Dodgers into – they've won 2 titles with Betts there. They're the best team in baseball, and the Red Sox haven't been the same since. Now it's
they haven't.
Doing it again. So, wild trade. Good pickup by the Giants. They didn't have to give up a ton to get him, and the Red Sox fans are pissed, which is good for you, Buck, and I don't like Boston.
I want them unhappy. Always want them unhappy.
I do. Yeah, I do too. And they did sweep your Yankees, and Aaron Judge, I think, had 9 strikeouts.
1 for 12.
1 for 12 with 9 strikeouts. That's the most strikeouts in a 3-game series. And
he's just up there swinging. He doesn't care if it's a ball or a strike or whatever. They got him going everywhere.
Yeah, he's trying a little too hard at Fenway, trying to shut some people up. But that's happening in baseball. And the return of Shohei Ohtani is also happening in baseball.
To the mound tonight, right?
Pitching tonight for the first time in 22 months. 663 days have elapsed since Shohei's last start. And
is it that they need him there, or is it they just want to they're just trying it out? Because I sure would hate to see that dude hurt himself.
Well, he's only expected to pitch like 1 to 2 innings.
Okay.
So, I mean, he's been rehabbing. He's been doing simulated games. They're almost treating this like just the next step in his rehab, to where, all right, like you would be throwing this many pitches today anyways.
Right.
Let's just get you on an actual mound against an actual team. And it's in LA, home game, and they're playing the Padres. So, good team that he's going up against. But
kidding.
I think Shohei's only expected to pitch, 1, maybe 2 innings tonight. So this is, they're going to ease him back into things to make sure, like you said, they're not rushing him back and he gets hurt again. That'd be a huge problem for them. And that would suck for Major League Baseball. Like, Shohei's the best thing the sport has going for it right now. Obviously, he's been dominating at the plate. Again, it's just what he does. But what makes Shohei is how great he is on the mound as well.
True.
And we've missed it. We've missed it. One of the best pitchers in baseball in 2023 before getting hurt. Had big elbow surgery. Now he's back. So that's must-see TV. It's late, 9 o'clock first pitch Central Time.
It's all right.
It is on MLB Network. So
you don't have to watch it all. Just watch him get for a couple landings, like you said.
Yeah, exactly. That's almost the good news there, is like if you do want to stay up, watch him for 30, 45 minutes, however long the first 2 innings take, and then hit the hay if you want. But this is great, man. I like Shohei's, again, must-see TV. And anytime he pitches, like I go out of my way to watch that dude.
Absolutely.
I will be I'll be on Eastern time. It'll be 10 o'clock where I am for the first pitch of that game. But I will make sure to watch it, because
where are you going, back to the Empire State?
Back to the Empire State. Yep.
Oh, your girl's got you on tour.
On tour. It's wedding season.
It's wedding season. Yes, it is. It's a rainy wedding season.
Hey, don't say that. They're going to get mad at you if you're calling for rain on Saturday in Westchester County in New York. Don't do that.
Is this an outdoor ceremony, Westchester? We got to have the big tent. We got the big tent, the big white tent up there with the air conditioning. We got to make this work.
They're hoping.
Hey, it'll be 83 degrees, and they'll think it's summertime high. It's going to be too hot. You'll be loving it. You'll be in long sleeve shirt, wondering this is nice.
It'll be great. Well, the bride and groom actually live in Austin, so if it is 83, they'll be pretty thrilled too.
Oh yeah, they will be.
But yeah, they're hoping for no rain. I'm sure they've got a backup plan in case, but you never want the backup plan, right?
Well, I'm telling you, they just get the rain. It hadn't been that windy. When it was raining back there, it wasn't that windy. Here, the wind has been blowing. I got back home yesterday. I'm like, has it just been this windy? My wife says it's been this windy for days. This has been a windy from the spring on.
Yeah,
it's been ridiculous here.
It's months. It's been a windy few months here. I don't ever recall this.
It's killing my golf game.
Yeah. Oh, that's what's killing your golf game.
Yes, too much wind.
Hey, you'll get to take advantage in a couple of weeks when you move up to the ladies.
There you go.
Team.
Next Sunday, the official starts next Sunday or next week when I play. Officially up to the front tees forever and a day, never to be talked into going back. And like I said, I don't care if the next tee up is red and says women's on it. Well, I'll put on a dress and play.
Oh, are you playing on the ladies' tees or just the ones right after the ladies?
The ones that's right behind them I go to, but at some courses, they don't have that next one up. They just go to the ladies. And if I go to the ladies, too bad. I'm on the LPGA. That's all that matters. I'm moving up. I'm not moving back. I'm not going backwards.
All you have to do is identify as an LPGA player, and you might actually get on there.
Hell, I hit like them anyway.
No, they hit way better than you.
Okay, well, and I don't putt like them, that's for sure, because I can putt. They can't putt.
Yeah, I think those probably
people
putt better than you too. Oh, those people.
Yes.
The women.
I do a much better job at putting.
That's interesting. I don't know if I agree with that.
They've got spatula hands. I don't. I have a firm grip.
Spatula hands?
Yes.
Are you saying their hands turn into spatulas because of how much time they are cooking?
The club turns into a spatula.
Interesting. Yeah, I don't watch a ton of LPGA golf, but I haven't seen that in the times that I have.
You haven't seen that putter turn into a spatula yet?
No, I haven't seen tongs as the driver either.
Oh my gosh.
So that's interesting that you're seeing these things. All right, we'll take your thoughts. Dakota text line 512-222-9328. The YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, and Twitch live chats are rocking and rolling. Buck, you leaving town kind of hurt the people a little bit.
Of course I did. I hurt the people. I financially hurt some people, except for Bob. Bob needed a couple of days off. He's not excited that I hit the slot machine. He said, I need you to hit games, not slot machines.
I will say this, and this is on me, but I promise this is true. You did send me a text of a pick for Game 3 of the NBA Finals, the game that the Pacers won. What was that, last Wednesday?
That's the one I said that's going to be their last win.
You texted me you wanted 5,000 units on the Pacers, who I think were 5.5 to 6 point underdogs in that game. And they, of course, won that game outright. So I will give you credit for that, even though it didn't happen on the show, because you did text well in advance of tip-off of that game. You get 5,000 units worth of credit.
How many units do I have for these people right now?
About 88,000. Highest you've been in the springtime here during these NBA and NHL playoffs.
Yeah, it's over for the Pacers. That magic is done.
You're saying it's cooked right now?
Yes.
Yeah, the Pacers, boy, we'll get your pick first, and then we'll dive into Game 4 because, the Pacers had a great opportunity on Friday night, and they let it slip away. And if they end up losing this series, that's the game that's going to hurt for a long, long time. But Game 5 is tonight, back in Oklahoma City, series tied 2-2.
Do not give me some ridiculous line.
It's a pretty ridiculous line. How about 9.5?
I'll take it.
Take what?
I'll take 10,000 units on OKC.
Wow. So a double-digit victory for the Thunder tonight.
Yeah, that's it.
I will say this. Indiana is 5-0 in this postseason following a loss. So that's good news for the Pacers and bad news for you. But, Oklahoma City back at home where they've been the best team in the league all season. You think they cruise to an easy one tonight?
I do. Have the panties ended this deal in hockey yet?
Game 6 tomorrow in Pantyland.
Yeah, look out for that one too.
Sunrise, Florida. Yeah, the hockey, you had Game 5 in Edmonton on Saturday night, and that was a blowout, right? After how great Game 4 was, and three of the first 4 games went to overtime in this series. Florida
have
went
all
on.
These games been the over? Have all these games hit the over? In this series, they've been high. They've been 7, 8 goals, haven't they?
Yeah, I think every game is at the over so far in the Stanley Cup Final. And, you had 5-2, the final score on Saturday night. So even though it was one team doing most of the scoring, you still hit the over. 5-2, the final. Yeah, no big comeback. We had the big comeback in Game 4. No comeback in this one. Florida was up 2-0 after the first. They pushed it to 3-0 early in the third. And the Oilers scored to make it 3-1. And you're like, oh, here we go. And then literally 2 minutes later, Florida scores to make it 4-1. And it's like, all right, that's game.
Yeah, they're better than they were last year.
They might be. They might be. Game 6 tomorrow night in Florida. The Cup will be in the building. So we'll get your pick for that one tomorrow
Solid
night.
20,000 unit play tomorrow.
Yeah, I know where you're leaning on that one.
Yes.
Kind of after saying on Friday, there's no way the series doesn't go Game 7. Kind of leaning a panties closeout tomorrow.
Oh, yeah.
But we'll see. We'll talk about that more. But tonight you've got 10,000 on OKC. Back to Friday night, Game 4. Thunder won 111-104 in Indianapolis. Again, if the Pacers lose this series, that's the one that's going to hurt for a long time because Indy was up 7 after 3. And the Pacers have been dominating fourth quarters in this series.
Yes, they have.
They got outscored 31-17
in
the fourth quarter. Look, if they close out, history says if you go up 3-1 in an NBA Finals, you're going to win. And they had a chance. Hell, Indiana had a lead with 3 minutes left in this game. They were up by 1 with 3 minutes left, and Oklahoma City closed the game out on a 16-7 run. SGA, the MVP, had 15 of those 16 points.
No kidding.
For Oklahoma City in the last few minutes. 35 for the game. He had 0 assists. First game this year, regular season or playoffs, he didn't have a single assist. It didn't matter. He literally put his team on his back down the stretch. Oklahoma City only made 3 threes the entire game, which usually that's a recipe for disaster in today's NBA. But they won it with old school defense and rebounding, and they SGA again hit some big buckets late, and the Thunder come back and win to even up the series to make it a best of 3, and they got 2 of those 3 games on their home floor. Hard to see. Look, Indiana already won 1 in OKC, so it's not impossible, but I have a hard time thinking they can win another one.
I don't think so.
On the road in this series.
No, I think they end it tonight.
Well, it can't end tonight. It's 2-2.
2-2?
Yeah, 2-2. But
they're going to have to go back. So do they have to go back to Indy?
Yeah. It's 1-1-1. So game 5.
Even going back there, I think Indiana's done.
You think the Thunder win the next 2?
Yeah.
Close this thing out. Yeah, that was your original prediction. You had Thunder in 6 at the start of the series, so you're sticking with it. Pacers just fell apart. Offense got stagnant. The refs didn't help much at all. But SGA, J. Will, Caruso had a big day off the bench for the Thunder. Big gutty win for them. This is a series that would really sting for the Thunder because this is as good of a chance as they'll ever have to win a championship. They've had a pretty favorable path. They got a 6 seed in the conference final. They're playing a 4 seed in the NBA Finals, and they didn't have to play Boston or anybody like that. So this golden opportunity for OKC, that would have been rough if they let it slip away.
I haven't paid attention to what's going on with the Knicks. Are they after Jason Kidd for real, or is that just fake news that I saw last week that they were really after him?
Well, they were, and the Mavs said no. So they've requested to interview a few different coaches. They tried Ime Udoka in Houston, and the Rockets said no. They tried Jason Kidd in Dallas, and the Mavs said no. They tried Chris Finch in Minnesota, and the Timberwolves said no. So that's how it works in the NBA. It's like if you're an active coach, you don't just need permission from the coach. You need permission from the team that guy is coaching for. And if the team says no, then sorry, you can't interview or hire the guy.
So a guy can't just leave his post and go somewhere else?
No, you got to get approval. And look, you can have like under the table conversations. Like if the Knicks told the Mavs, hey, we'll give you, I don't know, 3 first-round picks if you give us Jason Kidd.
Okay.
Then the Mavs could have been like, yeah, sure, interview him. Go ahead. He's yours. So that kind of stuff can't happen kind of under the table. But no, like technically you have to request the interview first before you can start negotiating compensation for a coaching trade. And the Mavs,
is there any scuttlebutt about Kidd wanting out with the Mavs? No.
You wonder if the Mavs said yes, would Kidd have said yes? But I don't think Jason Kidd's going to like quit or anything. Or
no, I mean, they'd have to offer him a lot and really, really want him and let him know he is the guy, probably.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I don't think
he can't be one on somebody's list because they still got a ways to go with the Mavs next year. Still, they just do. I mean, guys don't heal up for a while, you know.
You don't know. Look, the Mavs obviously caught a break with the lottery. They're going to end up with Cooper Flagg, which expedites their rebuild. And again, the Mavs will tell you they're not trying to rebuild. They think they've got an NBA Finals ready team next year, which that's hilarious. But Cooper Flagg helps, and that makes the Mavs a little bit more of an attractive, place for Jason Kidd to coach. But yeah, Kidd doesn't want to stay. He's getting paid. If he resigns, he loses that money. And I don't know the rules. Like if he resigned, could he take a job immediately? Or would the NBA be like, that's very fishy if you resign and then take the Knicks job? We're not going to let that happen. Sure. I don't know the exact rules on that. But no, I think the plan is for Kidd to stay in Dallas. And I don't know what the plan is for the Knicks. Because I don't know if they're even interviewing people yet, but they obviously
they gotta look at Mike Malone at least.
Yeah, I don't think they want Malone. That was the guy I thought they were going to get. I thought it'd be a pretty quick, swift process. Or like they wanted the NBA champ. They lost to Rick Carlisle 2 years in a row. Carlisle won it all with a different team. Now he's got Indiana 2 wins away from a title. I thought it was like, well, if we can't beat this team, and that's what they're doing, so let's try to do that. And Mike Malone is obviously the guy who fits that billing, but it doesn't sound like they want Malone. So, it's like on one hand, you want to be patient. You want to make sure you find the right candidate. But on the other hand, you keep getting rejected for the candidates you're trying to talk to. And it's like.
Yeah, they'll end up with Mark Jackson.
With Mark Jackson?
Bring him, yeah.
Hand down, man down?
Yeah, they'll end up with somebody like that, and then they'll be pissed.
Mama, there goes that coach?
Yep.
Yeah, I don't maybe they end up with Mark Jackson. Obviously a great NBA player and
just be a broadcaster. You get back into coaching real quick.
Yeah, he's not broadcasting anymore. They had to replace him with Doris Burke. They thought she and Richard Jefferson were better than Jackson and Van Gundy, which I don't know what the hell they were thinking there. Whoever made that.
By the way, I didn't mind those two together. I thought they played off each other pretty well.
Who's that?
They seemed to have fun doing the games back in the day.
Oh yeah, Van Gundy and Jackson.
Yeah,
they were hilarious.
But it's hard with Doris Burke because she's such a pro. That's right.
Calling her a prostitute?
No, she's a real professional broadcaster. She's an analyst. She's good.
She is an analyst. I don't know if look, she's like capable enough of having a job calling NBA games. She's not good enough to be on the NBA Finals. I don't think Richard Jefferson is either.
No.
Anyone's like, you're called BK.
I don't like that dude. I don't like that dude at all.
No, I think he's better than Doris, but I don't think either of them should be calling the biggest games in an NBA season. Like that's not why NBA ratings are down, but that's not helping the cause when you want to put the screen on or your TV on mute when you're watching an NBA championship game. That's pretty bad, I think. So there you go. NBA Finals, Game 5 tonight. The Buck has 10,000 units on Oklahoma City, and I've got 10,000 units on me muting the broadcast.
There you go.
That's where we're at in this one. All right, a few more sponsor shout-outs here. We've got need some more travel stories from the Buck before we wrap some things up. We got a little College World Series to get into, a little bit more Texas conversation as well. But before we hit the final 10, how about a few more sponsor shout-outs?
Folks, if you're seeking that specialized patient-focused orthopedic care, contact the expert and our friends at Texas Orthopedics. Their physicians offer comprehensive surgical and non-surgical orthopedic care for adults and children, spinal care, sports medicine, trauma care, joint replacement, rheumatology, and more. If you feel like you have to have that knee replaced, talk to the folks there for sure now, because they are the absolute very best. They are the largest independent orthopedic practice in the state of Texas. For more information, go to txortho.com.
Indeed. And speaking of the NBA Finals, all of the sports that we've talked about this morning, the best way to watch all of the sports is on an AV Consultations TV. If you have not made the call to Tom McKay and his great crew at Audio Visual, you are missing out. You should have already done it by now. You're probably having FOMO, as the kids say, not being able to watch all of the sports at home. But definitely get it done by the time football season rolls around. I've got the 4 TV set up. The Bucks got the 85-inch screen. If you want something like that, if you want the home theater room with the giant projector and the badass surround sound, AV Consultations can make it happen for you. And don't buy a TV and then call AV Consultations. No, they get better prices because they buy everything in bulk. So when you're ready to upgrade your TV setup at home, so you stop spending your money driving around to the sports bars and to your friends' houses, call AV Consultations, 512-255-8678. They'll get you the best deals on the best equipment. They'll hook up everything professionally. Everything will look great. Everything will work great. I'm telling you, they're the best in the business, and they've been in business here in Central Texas since 1988. Don't just trust anybody to do this type of work. Trust the experts at AV Consultations, 512-255-8678, or online at avconsultations.com.
And our friends over at Woods Comfort Systems, they were here the day I left. They came, they had technicians out here checking out that air conditioning system. So knowing that after all this rain, they wanted to make sure the air conditioning system was working properly. The temperature was staying exactly where it's supposed to, and it was, but it was good to have those guys out here. They got here on time. They got the work done on time, and they'll do that for you, whether it's air conditioning, heating, or plumbing. Woods Comfort Systems is the absolute very best. Almost 70 years of service in Central Texas.
Yes, indeed. WoodsComfortSystems.com or 512-842-5066. Those are the ways to get in contact with them.
Absolutely.
Like Buck said, the very best in the business. Speaking of
we got a new lawyer in town.
Perfect segue. Speaking of the best in the business, yeah, new lawyer in town. When the storm hits, you call Hurricane Hecht. That is Ryan Hurricane Hecht, your go-to personal injury attorney right here in the ATX. A proud Texas Longhorn fighting for fellow Texans. He is a friend of the show, a guy I've known for a long time, a guy I trust, a guy if I ever get hurt in a car wreck that I would go to. He's a friend of the show and a fighter for the people. So if you get hurt in a car wreck, if you get injured on the job, if you get bit by a dog, don't let the insurance companies push you around. And don't call those jabronis you see on TV standing on top of cars or flying in private jets. They don't care about you. You're not even going to get to work with those guys. When you call Hurricane Hecht, you are going to get somebody who's with you every step of the way, somebody who fights for you every step of the way, and somebody you're actually going to get to work with. Austin-based, Texas proud. He's aggressive in court, but compassionate with clients. Reach out to Hurricane Hecht today, or just put this number in your phone so you've got it ready whenever you need him. 512-938-8929. It's 512-938-8929, or you can email him, ryan@hechtlawfirm.com. Hecht is spelled Hecht, ryan@hechtlawfirm.com. Make sure you tell him that Texas Sports Unfiltered sent you.
Nice.
All right. Shout out to them. A little College World Series conversation. Shout out to Coastal Carolina. Mentioned this earlier. They are 2-0 in Omaha. They are sitting pretty. They will await the winner of Oregon State and Louisville, who will play an elimination game tomorrow night. You've got a couple of games tonight. Arkansas and Murray State playing in an elimination game in Omaha.
Racers.
You got any Gold Star locks on College World Series?
Yeah, I do. I'll take Louisville for 5,000 units.
That game's tomorrow. So
yeah, and it's going to be. I'm glad you said that. I'm glad it's tomorrow because as soon as I say the word Louisville, I think of that football team that was so bad 2 years ago that screwed us.
The team that screwed us, that didn't end up screwing us.
Yeah,
because the committee screwed Florida State.
Yeah, instead, you're right.
I remember that game, right? ACC title, Louisville and Florida State.
That quarterback.
Florida State's playing with like its third string quarterback. And
Oh my God.
Louisville wins, then Florida State's definitely out of the playoff and Texas is getting in. And instead, Louisville just repeatedly crapped the bed. Florida State wins. And that made that Selection Sunday bracket reveal pretty stressful for Texas fans.
How's Coach Belichick doing these days? Everything good? Nice and quiet there in the Carolinas?
Yeah, I guess. I didn't hear any Bill Belichick stuff over the weekend.
No wedding plans? They got to be making wedding plans soon.
Still reportedly engaged. I haven't seen Bill confirm that. She was the one apparently telling friends that they were engaged, and that got leaked out to the public. So no details on a wedding invitation. Would you go if you got invited?
To that wedding? Of course I'd go.
Yeah, you got to go, right? I might try to crash. If I could find out when and where that is, I'll do a little Vince Vaughn, Owen Wilson bit.
Dude, you know how many people are going to try to crash that deal?
Yeah, they got to keep that way under wraps.
Yes.
I wonder if they'll just elope somewhere.
She can't be telling all her friends.
No, she's a big mouth.
She tells everybody everything. That's the deal.
Everybody, everything. Yeah, nothing there. Arkansas, Murray State today, by the way, your elimination game, and then your 1-0 game tonight, UCLA, LSU. That's a pretty good matchup there in the College World Series.
Is that it? When you're in with UCLA?
No, that side of the bracket's a little behind. So the winner of that game will get to 2-0.
Okay,
they'll be in a good spot. The loser of that game will have to play an elimination game against the winner of Arkansas, Murray State. So Arkansas, Murray State play at 1 o'clock, UCLA, LSU at 6 o'clock Central Time. And we're not quite there. We're getting there, but we're not quite to the end of the line yet. The loser of Arkansas, Murray State will go home. Arizona got sent home yesterday, so we've already seen one team eliminated. The Wildcats went 2 in barbecue. And, boy, wouldn't it be something if Murray State, the regional 4 seed, the longest shot to win the College World Series out of the entire field.
Oh, there'll be a lot of people. Oh, man, they'll be rooting for them.
Oh, my God. Arkansas was the favorite, right? They're the highest seed left. They're the favorite going in. They lost to LSU on Saturday night. And, man, if Arkansas loses to Murray State, I'll be celebrating that one. And I think a lot of other folks will be too.
I would agree.
That'd be pretty glorious. So go Racists.
Racer with a jockey on a horse. Nice mascot.
I believe it's Racists, I think is what Murray State
Racers.
is. Racers. Sorry. All right. Any more travel stories from you, Buck? I wanted to leave the last few minutes for
I like I said, I thought it was a really good trip. I mean, no major problems, only the ones that I made for myself. And the fact that getting around the airport with 2 bags in my hand, it's not that simple. If the gates aren't like, a couple gates away, when you got to go, how I told you how much I liked O'Hare because I know where I'm going there. It's kind of pretty straight shot. You're not taking like 4 bank turns and whatever it is.
You're not?
No, O'Hare is pretty simple. It's just
one of those giant trams to get around the terminals.
But I know I understand that, but I didn't have to go through Atlanta. I kept seeing the word Atlanta. I'm like, no thanks. I don't care what flight gets canceled. I'm not going through Atlanta.
Yeah.
But all the headaches I put on myself, and that's me being cheap when it comes to staying at a place. Like I said, I just need a good mattress and some fresh towels, and I can stay at places. But I can't have 15-year-old. I can't have hoes and people staying outside my window and being at it. It's just
easy access to the hose, man.
What?
It's easy access to the hose. They're right outside your door. That's why you stay at a motel.
And people, having their little cookouts outside the hotel. I mean, I'm like, dude, I'm not out there. I'm not hanging out with a bunch of you winos. I'm trying to get some rest. When I come in, I'm trying to rest. I don't want to hear your conversation outside the door in the hallways at 3 o'clock in the morning. Those motels, that's that outside area. Like you said, everybody gathers and talks. I'm like, what the shit? Do you people ever go to bed?
You people. You're telling me that the place you were staying had a grill, someone was cooking, and there were hot women walking around, and you didn't.
I didn't say, who said the word hot? I said there was hoes.
Oh.
There was nothing hot about them.
Easy women walking around, and someone was grilling burgers and hot dogs, and you didn't want to stay there?
Oh, dude, I wanted to go. By the time it was time for me to stay, it was time for me to go to sleep. And when I tried to bolt my door, the thing didn't work. So from the inside, I just pushed it, and the door came open. And I'm thinking, is this the same way on the outside? So I put the latch on, and I took a chair that was in there and posted it against the door, and told the guy that
stop somebody who's trying to get in, right?
oh no, that's and I told the manager the next morning, I said, hey, I know what you got going on here, but I can't be a part of it. I said, I'm too old. And I said, I don't feel safe. And that's when he asked me, did somebody physically put their hands on you? I said, is that what it takes to get the hell out of this place? I said, does somebody have to shoot me or drag me out of a room?
You have to get assaulted or Me Too'd to get your money back at one of those places.
But they did. They were trying to take a percentage off of the whole bill. I said, no, I'll call up my card today and say, this is all false. This is false reporting by them. I'll pay for one night. I said, but I'm not paying for 3 others. I'm just not doing it. I said, I did not expect this. I did not expect construction. I didn't expect to be at the exit level where when you exit that last room, it's right there, and there's people standing outside going in and out. I can't do it. Once again, I hear too well. You know,
if you're going to stay at a motel, you got to take advantage of all of the amenities of a motel, you know?
Oh, yeah. Well, the non-working ice machine and the people outside.
Yeah, you got to be a part of those conversations, be hanging out with people, you know, get a little action in your rental car in the parking lot. Like that's the appeal right there. That's why people go to those places. You went there looking for like a good night's sleep.
Yes, I was going to try to be at this place for 4 nights, BK.
If you go to the Super 8 website, it shows you a list of amenities. It doesn't say like Wi-Fi, air conditioning, cable TV. It says whores and drug deals.
Yes.
That's why you stay. Easy access to drugs. You just walk outside, boom. If you want some smokes, you don't have to ask a bunch of people. Boom, you just walk outside. Some guy will bum you one.
Yeah, when you're feeling bad for the employees that have to stay straight through the night there, then you're not in the right place. If you're going there to stay, but you got more worries about the girl that's behind the counter, is she going to make it through the night? Then you shouldn't be staying there.
You might want some action too.
No, she was a young girl. She was from like India. She had like a red dot in the middle of her head and stuff.
Hey, your favorite rapper does it. What's the big deal?
No, man, I couldn't do it. But I was good. I got to a Best Western that all they had was the soccer players. But I got to do better. But I know the Best Western now. I know I can stay there. Really nice mattress. The pool sucked, leaves and dirty diapers in the pool and stuff. But other than that, I got to do better. I got to do better on my travels. That's just got to be the thing. I got to go ahead and go ahead and spend $300, $300 a night to close your eyes and go to sleep and have clean towels. I got to buck in. We got to get the buck in.
I like that. We'll see if the boys from Chaos Theory want to chime in on that. But I think what we've learned here is you don't stay at the Dot Indian Hotel. You want to stay at a Feather Indian Hotel. All right. We bring on Double R and Wags. Guys, the Buck is talking about starting his own hotel called the Buck Inn. To me, that rhymes with, well, you know what. So I don't it feels more like an hourly bit than a nightly bit. But would you guys stay at the Buck Inn?
Not Hell the Buck Inn. It's the Buck Inn.
Would I or have I?
I don't know if it exists yet. Did you already stay at a place called the Buck Inn?
It's out there. But Buck's Hotel is out there already. The Buck Inn. No, I don't know. Buck, what do you 300 Buck's got a point here though. $300 for a hotel just for you to hang your hat and sleep. That's outrageous, right?
I got the Best Western because I stayed an extra night. It was $124, and I was kind of cool with that. But then the Saturday night, because I needed the extra night.
124 is a lot though. That's just to sleep. That's a lot.
No, it's really, Wags. I tried Motel 8 for like $76. They had hookers and they had me at the exit room and it was loud. And I had a Yeti and his family over to the top of me walking around.
Discount drugs. They had discount drugs right next to you.
But but I got to the Best Western. And I called yesterday. I said, "Hey, what is this $256 He said that was for Saturday night. You know that you wanted to get us an extra night. I said, well, yeah. The other night it was 124. I said Saturday night. He goes, it's Saturday night, brother.
So
I'm
they
like, what?
increased the rate just because of the weekend?
Yes.
Oh yeah, yeah,
Hell,
absolutely. Yeah,
I don't. You guys clearly, I don't say that.
No,
often.
Wags, you and I both. We are people that we just need a clean sheet. We can't have the sheet can't be moist, and you don't have to put a chair. I put a chair at the door.
crusty towels.
That's it.
I go buy towels immediately. I go to Target. Whenever I travel, I go to Target, pick up a couple towels because I know the towels at the place are going to be crappy.
Don't reuse them. Exactly.
But $250 I thought was, and that's nothing. I mean, that is obviously that's nothing. When Rodney travels, he's paying $350, $347 a night. I just sleep there. I'm not eating there.
Rodney's not paying that. Rodney's not paying that. Somebody else is paying that. When Rodney travels, Rodney goes to the $60 a night room.
The Night's Inn. I'm going back to the Night's Inn. I don't care what guys, I don't care what my sister says. Even if they're in the 6 o'clock news every night, I'm going to start going back there.
I'll tell you. So like when we would go like on revved up racing trips, my co-host, he never wanted to pitch in for hotels. So I booked the reservation and we'd go walking in and he's like, man, this is horrible. I'm like, well, get your own room. I'm like,
if you would have pitched in, we could have stayed at a real place, guy.
I'm like, Uber to the Omni.
Bobby, come on, Bobby.
Yeah. He's like, this room is shit. I'm like, well, then get out of here.
I love Bobby. I'm putting him on blast for that. You kidding me?
So when I drive solo or when I'm traveling solo, I can do like the $60. But if I'm with my family, I like freedom is expensive for a reason, right? Safety's expensive for a reason. Absolutely,
man.
So
Wags, I didn't feel safe at this place. My problem was I didn't feel safe. I don't like guys outside of my first floor window having discussions for like 45 minutes about what's going to happen at 3 o'clock at 1:30. I'm like, no, dude, I just told the guy, I said, I don't feel safe. They know what he said to me. He goes, did somebody physically touch you on our property? I'm like, is that what it takes to have safety around this place? They got to physically harm you? I'm like, what kind of shit is this? I even told the manager, I said, I understand what this is about. Yeah. And I said, but I'm too old to stay here.
Yeah. We got to react before we can be proactive about something. I mean,
do I have to react first? Do I have to go ahead and hit somebody with a hammer or a chair first to get this over with and get out of the place?
Yeah.
But that's on me, man. That's just cheap traveling, and I've done it all my life.
I've always
I can't do that. If my wife goes with me somewhere, we just don't we don't do that. We go bed and breakfast or whatever. I can't do that with her.
I told you guys that story when I was going racing in Corpus and I took my wife. She wanted to go watch me race, and I found a cheap hotel, and it was the one where they killed Selena. And we go rolling up there. And my wife is like, I am not staying here. It was like what you're talking about, Bucky. You had all these shenanigans going on out there. It's
outside the building.
Yeah. I didn't have no problem with it. She's like, they're going to steal your race car. And that's when I'm like, okay, well then maybe we need to move. Yeah. That's when I got worried. But no, I am.
Yeah. Hey, your health is fine. But if they're messing with the race car, then
And Gringo, when I'm doing shows here from hotels, those are the ones that Ronnie's not paying for. That's why they look nice. But
when we went down to Costa Rica, we were in the villa, and there was someone that tried to get into a couple of rooms in the villa that we were staying in, right? Now apparently the guy was drunk and was in the wrong complex, apparently, but he was going through multiple rooms. And I'm a light sleeper. And especially when I don't stay in the confines of my own home, I heard the door open. My wife says, Adam, thinking that it's me coming in late, from shenanigans or whatever. I see the dude. I don't even see the dude. I just see a silhouette, a glimpse. He darts off. And if I would have caught that motherfucker, if I would have caught him, I could still be in Costa Rica for murder trials or whatever. Like I probably would have killed the guy. It's a good thing I didn't catch him, but apparently they found him passed out at the next complex up the hill. Because, like in Costa Rica, it's just one street and then like the stairs connected these villas together, man.
That was me. That was me. Thanks
that
for
was
That was
me.
not BK. You don't run like that. This guy was fast, man.
All right. Yeah,
Oh,
no, you're
come
right.
on now.
Yeah, I opened up the door to that room at the Motel 8. It smelled like my grandma's house way before smells were bad. I mean, it was old
Smoking hard
furniture.
candies, huh?
Oh, hey, Rodney, how about this? I go to take the shower the next morning because I can't get out of there to go to the casino quick enough at 5:30 in the morning. 2 roaches are running around. I squashed one, and one I left under a piece of paper to bring to show them. And I said that was the one that capped it off. The 2 bugs were like, you can't do this. You can't. You're. And thank goodness I know how bad it is that I wasn't going to bring any chips or any of that stuff to the room. I know that they would have carried away my food.
Oh yeah, you'd see your chip bag, going down the floor like all that.
I'm big on that shit already. Like I don't eat where I sleep because I don't want the bugs where I'm sleeping, man. So
no, dude.
Hey, Bucky, before you go, I got to pass on a compliment. So yesterday being Father's Day, towards the end of the afternoon, my daughters and wife, they're taking me out to dinner, and I come rolling out, and I'm wearing my mullet open golf shirt, the
blue one.
The blue one. And my wife comes out and she's like, "Oh my God, that color looks amazing on you." And she goes, "What's that right there?" I said, "It's the mullet open." I said, "It's from Bucky's golf tournament." She's like, "My goodness, it makes you look so nice."
Very
Thank
nice,
you, Buck. I haven't heard that since like my wedding day.
If anybody's interested in those shirts, I have those nice shirts. They're all like XL and double XL. If there's some big folks out there, I don't want to just give those away. I just usually go, but I've got tons. I must have 20 of those shirts in my car that will.
Hey, JJ Spawn,
no, he doesn't need one. But if anybody's interested, anybody listens to the show that's like a double X or whatever, and I even have triple X. I don't know what to do with those shirts. I don't want to just give them away. I don't want to give them to somebody on the side of the road.
Hey, well, I'm a golfer now, so hey, I'll take a couple more. Give me a couple more.
I'll keep them. Believe me, I'll keep them for you.
Do we have the Abbott feces drop? Feces.
No, but we got the stream deck. We got the stream deck working, so we're gonna have some fun with this thing. I'll get that one.
All right, boys, I gotta go let the dog out.
There it is.
Oof. Hey, boys.
Later, Buck.
Hey, Rodney, did you hear about me? I hit the slot machine. I hit my slot machine in Pennsylvania. I had a jackpot, $2,000.
Did he hit any of his picks though over the weekend?
I did.
What'd you get?
I hit one of my picks, and I hit 50-cent slot machine. I put in the max, which is $1.50. Came back on that one, $2,000.
Where'd you put all that cash in that Roach Motel?
Dude, I had that cash on me, so you didn't think I was worried.
He's all cuddled up with all that cash.
Oh, yeah.
Underneath the bed with the roaches.
Oh, I can't believe I put my head on that pillow even, too. Oh, that's nasty. What a nasty place.
That's rough.
I'm going to do better. There
it
folks.
is.
Later.
All right,
There he goes. There he goes. There they go. Here we are. Welcome to another edition of Chaos Theory on the wonderful app of YouTube, Texas Sports Unfiltered. Make sure you subscribe to the channel. If you are out and about, if you are mobile, hit us up on that Coda text line, 512-222-9328. Again, those lottery numbers, 512-222-9328. Smash that subscribe button if you hadn't done so already so you can get in the chat channel here and get your badges. You get all types of badges and awards now if you subscribe. Also, make sure you hit us up on our socials. I'm at Not the Fake Wags on Brand X/Twitter. My partner in crime, my co-host, is at the Rodney R on Brand X/Twitter. On InstaFace, I'm at I'm at the Wagner Wire. And then my partner in crime is at _Rodney R. How was your weekend, Padre? Happy belated Father's Day to you.
Yeah, man. Happy you as well. Thanks for the text, my man. I wake up. Well, I've been up. I mean, I look over and I got a text from Wag says Happy Father's Day. I'm like, oh,
yeah, man,
buddy.
I was receiving some kind words coming in, so I wanted to send some kind words going out too. So I took a picture of the car of my Father's Day card and sent it. The card that I got my dad. You guys know I'm terrible at sending stuff on time. I did the same thing with my mother. My Mother's Day present and card was late, and my dad, I had to take a picture of the card that I got my dad and sent it to him and be like, hey, by the way, I did get you this. You just know I'm notorious for never having anything on time. But I even bought it last week.
Hey, there you go.
I don't leave my house, dude. I don't leave. Like I had some errands to run this morning, and I still didn't even go and drop off the damn the card at the post office. So, and that's just it too. Like, if we want to mail them off from like UPS or whatever, they charge you an outrageous
crazy, right?
$10 just to mail the damn thing. But the post office is on the other side of town, man. They need to put 2 post offices out here, man.
Well, and if you drop it,
berg is growing, you know what I mean?
And if you drop it in the mailbox and let it go, you put a stamp on it and send it in the mailbox, it's going to take 6 days to get to
6 more days to get to the post office and then out routed.
Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah, I don't know what has happened, with that service. It's never been the best.
I wanted to be a mailman.
You'd be a good mailman.
I'd go nuts after I heard of everybody going crazy and everything. It's probably a good idea that I didn't go be a mailman. You can see my ass going postal, right?
No, it was a good weekend.
Buddy, if I had a problem with losing, games in gym class, you know what I mean? I'm probably gonna have a problem with some mail or something not getting sorted right. I said 3 stamps, damn it.
Well, when somebody comes and bitches you out because their, whatever check that they're due didn't show up and is not showing up on time.
Oh,
that's
coincidentally,
when you're in trouble because they're lined up at the mailbox waiting around here.
It's graduation, right? And kids are getting all kinds of stuff in the mail, gifts in the mail. Not my aunt, my wife's aunt sent my son a graduation gift, a card with a check in it and everything. The check got stolen. Not just the check, like the card and the check was taken out of the envelope. Then they tried to put honey. It smelled like honey. They put some type of residue on it to get it to stick.
Close it back?
To close the envelope back and sent it through. And it came to us. So thankfully we got to it early and she put a stop on a check. But it's like shit. That's a federal offense, buddy. Going through federal mail, that's a federal offense.
Oh my God. I tell you, the world's out of control. No, but it was a great weekend, man. Saturday, so I went back home for a parade. I had my work stuff in the parade.
Pride parade?
Pride was represented.
Were you at a Pride?
No, I was at the Lockhart Chisholm Trail Roundup parade, and that's cool because that's where Dad is. So Dad rode with me, So we spent the day together. Went and had Lockhart barbecue, and his birthday's today, so it was kind of Father's Day, birthday. So we got to hang out.
I just figured you were still in the closet and going to a Pride parade or something.
Hey, we were the Pride float was right behind us.
Talking about
and
I made dappered up in feathers like with Elton John.
I made friends real quick with the Pride folks. Hey, you know what? I gave them some giveaways, gave them some koozies, and
there you go. Bring them to the show, baby. Bring them to the show.
Yeah, that's right. We could, but anyway, no, really good time. Hope all the dads enjoyed their.
Did you have a good dinner?
We had a good dinner.
I had some chicken parm, bro. Went to Maggiano's.
Oh man, so the girls and Tracy took me hadn't been here in forever to Papacitos over there on 183 at 290. It's it's Papa's. It's
290, 183.
Yeah, 290 and 183. It's like the Mexican version of Papados. And
I was getting ready to ask if is it a fish place or
no, this is the Mexican cantina, and it's like they've got that warm salsa with the hot chips, and man, it's just excellent. I ate a lot. 2 enchiladas.
I don't know why I do this. Beans. I always confuse Bone Daddies and Papados. I always think Papados is a fish place, but that's clearly
Papados is Papados.
Oh, okay. Bone Daddies isn't a fish place.
Bone Daddies was like Twin Peaks.
So Bone Daddies is a steak place then.
It's kind of a sports bar.
Oh, it's a restaurant. It's a restaurant
with scantily clad girls. I mean, if you want to call that scantily clad.
So it's up there with the Bombshells, with the Hooters. It's a restaurant. Hooters is making a comeback, I think, here in North Austin.
Oh man, so they actually closed.
A couple of my kids' friends are the cooks down there.
Oh well, the Round Rock location right there at La Frontera. The Round Rock location is one of the only Hooters that survived the last round of cut.
That's where they're at. They're at the Round Rock place.
Yeah, well,
I say North Austin, but it's Round Rock.
That's yeah, man. That's a staple. That thing's been there forever, right by the car wash, and
that's a staple. Have the
that
girls been there forever too?
That thing has been there forever, man. One of my good friends that was actually, I hope she's not listening. She was actually my first team leader when I got into real estate. She's on the wall there. She was like one of the original Hooteresses, if that's what you.
Of course, you would know somebody.
And she's like, oh shit, I almost said her name. She's like, I made so much money because you remember back.
Yeah, I'm sure you make a lot of money there, but of course. You would know someone that's not just a Hooters waitress, but someone that's up on the wall.
She's on the wall.
You're probably a spin cycle partner with her.
No. She was like, this place put me through college. It's like, or that place. She hadn't obviously done that.
Hey man, I know a lot of dancers that got their way through school because of dancing. So
hey man,
there you go.
Shout
out to Shepherd College before I came down this way, man. Shout out to Shepherd College, the little Division II school in West Virginia.
There it is right there. Yeah, I-35 and 290, and that place is still just as good as it ever has been. And,
I got to tell y'all, man, like I know that there are a lot of good-looking women in Texas. I understand that, and good-looking women in the South. But people make fun of West Virginia all the time. Like they say, you put them all together, you might get a full set of teeth or whatever. Some of the most beautiful girls I've ever seen are in West Virginia, and that is I'm talking like sexy and beautiful, like sex appeal and beauty. West Virginia's got some good-looking girls, man. Well,
it's like when people talk about
they can shoot weapons. I mean, they can shoot a gun. They can go fishing. I mean, it is sexy.
Well, when people talk about like Alabama and Mississippi girls, where they talk about them, I mean, I know some very attractive ladies in both of those states. I mean, they may not be the sharpest tool in the shed, but
they'll get the job done.
They make up for it.
Get the job done.
They make up for it. And I love the way they talk. They have that accent, and it's like, can you just keep talking?
Yeah,
you just talk.
Whisper sweet nothings into my ear, mama.
Yeah, man. It's just like,
no, I had a great weekend, man. Best thing I saw from the weekend, besides my family and everything, probably Caitlin Clark lighting it up. Liberty, New York Liberty and the Indiana Fever clashed this weekend. I can't believe I'm talking about WNBA, but
yeah, for the record, we led off with WNBA on Wags Accord, not on me. But I'm fine. Let's go.
The U.S. Open was fantastic, but not seeing Scotty Scheffler take it, that was a little bit surprising, but I think that's what everybody was kind of, rooting for and betting on. College baseball, Coastal was fantastic. Getting able to see Coastal do it again last night. One win away from capturing the World Series here. I got to talk about
Caitlin Clark.
I got to talk about Caitlin Clark. Caitlin Clark, man, her return came out on fire, absolutely on fire. Gave the New York Liberty their first defeat of the season, her and her team. But it's not just the way that Caitlin Clark's, dropping dimes, right? Or dropping buckets here. The way she extends the floor, and of course we all know that she can hit from the logo, but when she does that, from what I was watching too, now you gotta put Stewie out on Caitlin Clark, which I thought was fantastic. Like, it was a great strategy from New York to actually, use someone that has size and can move her feet to kind of stay in front of Caitlin Clark. But also, if Caitlin Clark does the step back, you got Stewart with some length that can get out there and try to contest the shot. But you saw that on Saturday. She was able to hit step backs in Stewie's face, and like all they could do was just laugh because that's how perfect it was. She's a phenomenal player. And when I say the range, right, when you have a person of her ability and shooting ability, you see this with the Warriors too, with Steph, right? Now when people got to defend outside of that perimeter, further down on that perimeter, it opens up more gaps, right? And allows for long passes. Now, some of those passes kind of, went awry and Caitlin threw it away a couple of times, but you can see now that they have a long entry pass from, an elbow or from the logo, which sometimes is not advised. Post passes, entry passes from the key is never or from the point rather is never, no, it's the key. It's basketball is never something that you're taught or you're coached, but some superstars can make it happen, and Caitlin Clark's one of them, man. Just fantastic.
I mean,
then on the other end, Angel Reese, the next day got her first triple-double, shooting. I don't mean to make fun of her, but she went 2 for 7. You know what I mean? Yeah. Like the worst triple-double you could ever have. But she had some rebounds, and she did have some assists though. So there you go. Points, rebounds, and assists were the triple-double for Angel Reese. But yeah, other than that, it was a great weekend. All in all, a great weekend.
If there's any question whatsoever, I mean, the thing is to question the basketball ability of Caitlin Clark, and it's like you see with her. I mean, some of the shots that she makes, never out of control. I mean, everything, she's just so precise with everything that she does, and she can be a distributor as well. I mean, that's the other part of that right there. That's so, I mean, amazing to watch about her. I don't care if it's a man, woman, monkey, ape, whatever. I mean, to watch her play basketball is just amazing. And when the whole thing with trying to build this rivalry between these two athletes with Angel and Caitlin Clark, man, it's like, you know, she's just so much in Angel Reese's head where it's like, I mean, at some point,
the rivalries between Ionescu and Clark, they're the two best guards, and they have similar styles, right? Like Angel Reese, try to compare her to Breanna Stewart. Compare it to another forward. Don't compare it to a guard. And hell, don't compare it to a generational guard that we've never seen before, other than Steph Curry, right?
Yeah.
Like, or someone that can shoot like, I don't know. Dame was pretty good. Dame's pretty good with range too from the logo. But those three, Dame, Steph, and Caitlin are the only ones that I've seen consistently shoot the ball as accurate from the logos. Those three.
Yeah, it's and that's who you compare her with. Yeah, Angel Reese, compare her to some of the other athletes in that league, but it's just Caitlin Clark, and then you see just the buzz with her coming back, and then to come back in that manner. I mean, there you go. I mean, ticket prices are going to go back up. You see the other day when the Fever, Indiana, when they played Caitlin Clark and them, Caitlin Clark came rolling in all glammed up, and I think she scored 4 points, and it's like, man. You know, go play your game there, Angel, because you're not anywhere near the caliber.
I think that's kind of cool. Like let them come and have their runway and stuff like that. Let them build their brand and shit. I'm all about that, but I'm with you. Play basketball. Just play basketball instead of worrying. But hey, I'll say this too. Caveat to that: when your game isn't, when you aren't able to talk with your game or lead with your game, you gotta get your marketing up somehow, right? And I'll credit Angel Reese for doing that. Like, she's not this isn't a real rivalry, all right? She's not even good at. She might be good enough to be in the WNBA, but I mean, I don't think she's going to be an all-star in the NBA. She's breaking rebound records because she's catching her own misses. That's the honest. Me bounds. Yes, exactly what they are. Me bounds, right? But what has a new development in her game has been the assists, right? Instead of taking bad shots and traveling, and while 4 people are trying to defend her, she's now finding the open ball player, and she's hitting them for an assist. So at least that is developing out of their game. But they went on. They played. Excuse me, I had this the other day. Yeah, the Liberty, they played the Sky played the Sun, which their record is 2-8 as well. So again, 2 of the worst teams battling yesterday, and Angel Reese was able to get a triple-double from it. But all in, for what it's worth, despite as bad of a team that the Sun are, at least she was able to collect her first triple-double of her career. So shout out to Angel Reese. There you go.
And
we don't bash on people. We build up. That's what we do.
And the team that the Fever beat on Saturday or whenever that was, they hadn't lost.
Liberty. Yeah, they were undefeated.
They were undefeated. And there you go, man. And good call there. I mean, it really is Caitlin Clark and everybody else.
Going for the Women's Award here. The Women's Award. That's what we got.
Yeah, and good call there about Sophie Cunningham. She's back as well.
Hey, plus 31. Sophie Cunningham, plus 31 on the floor there.
There you go. Right there. There you go.
player, my guy. CB's
Team.
favorite team player right there.
Team player. And that's one of the best things about the WNBA is how they make their entrance into the arena. Never a bad time.
Hey, it's
Never
just like WWE, right? You got to come out. You got to make your way into the squared circle or
all
onto the
about
court.
presentation. All about presentation. That's what it's all about. Presentation in mind. New or pre-owned car, trucks, or SUVs. The best presentation you're going to find in Central Texas is Covert Bee Cave and covertbeecave.com. Check out the weekly specials, please, friends, at covertbeecave.com. Start your search there. Figure out what you want. Find it online. Get a call in, pick up that phone and make a phone call. Talk to a live person over at Covert Bee Cave. Then you take the beautiful trip out there, make the deal, get that done, and then the service after the sale. It's Covert Bee Cave. Here's a look at that amazing dealership in beautiful Bee Cave.
It's really a family experience. I walked in the showroom today and everybody greeted me by name. How are you doing? What's going on? How's everything going?
From a price standpoint, from a customer service perspective, just conversation when you come in, it feels no pressure. I want to buy cars here.
The family buying car experience, one of the best that you will ever have.
Come and experience it for yourself.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
Right. As we always say, nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever. Friends, I watch a lot of news, and morning news is usually, I wake up in the morning and flip the local channels on to see what's going on, just to make sure that the world is still all as tame as can be. And you see all those personal injury attorney commercials with these guys on cars and yielding a 2x4 and all of these different things, doing infomercials with young kids and all that. Man, forget all that. There's a new lawyer in town. When that storm hits, you call Hurricane Hecht. That's Ryan Hurricane Hecht, your go-to personal injury attorney right here in the ATX. A proud Texas Longhorn fighting for fellow Texans. Ryan's not just a lawyer. He's a Longhorn through and through, then brings that same fire and pride into the courtroom. He's a friend of the show. He's a friend of BK's. These guys went to school together. This is a homegrown type of dude. If you're injured in a car accident, hurt on the job, anything that you need a personal injury attorney, you call Hurricane Hecht. He's been fighting for justice and big results for over a decade. And remember this part, friends, when you deal with some of these other people that you see on TV, they're making all these promises and all these different things. You're not dealing with them. They're going to put you off on somebody, whether it be an intern, whether it be an admin or somebody or one of the attorneys that they have hired on in their firm. You go to Ryan Hurricane Hecht, you are dealing with the hurricane himself. Best part about it is, you don't pay any fees unless you win. That's right, friends. No fees unless Hurricane Hecht gets money in your pocket. Aggressive in court, compassionate with his clients, Austin-based and Texas proud. And that's the thing, friends. The first thing that's going to happen if you're in one of these situations, those big insurance companies are going to reach out. How about a settlement? How about we do this? How about we do that? Let Ryan Hurricane Hecht handle that for you. He knows everything that you're going through. He's not going to let those big insurance companies bully you around. Don't let that happen. Call Hurricane Hecht today at 512-938-8929. You can also email him at ryan@hechtlawfirm.com. That's Ryan at HECHT lawfirm.com. Ryan Hurricane Hecht.
There he is.
That's the man.
Story about the hurricane. All right, my dude. Where do you want to go next?
So we got before we go to the golf, hey man, we got to. Now I remember the name, the Directors Cup. See, now that Texas, Texas keeps winning them, it's
what happens when you win every sport, right?
Right.
If you get the national championship in every sport, it's this thing called the Directors Cup, right?
That's right.
If you're the champions and collectively in all the sports, you become the Directors Cup champions.
Four out of the last five.
Who took it? Did Stanford steal it from us the 1 year?
Stanford had won that thing for years and
years, right? And then they reclaimed it back after we got in there.
Might have been. Well, I know USC was right on the heels this year.
I graduated from the University of Texas, damn it.
There it is. That's what I'm talking about. It was USC that almost got it this year, but hey, man, them good old little brother down there ties with USC in the track and field championships or whatever that was. They tie. How do you tie for a championship?
I don't know.
Well, that's only the Aggies can do that, and they just did it with USC.
I mean, I track and field. I would think maybe overall events, individual, certain individual events amounted up, and it ended up being the same amount of points. I don't know.
Yeah, well, that tie with A&M, USC tying with A&M, hey, that presents the Directors Cup once again.
Ohio State get in there, all? No, they
Yeah.
win championship. I don't think they win enough to combine like enough with all their sports, right?
Yeah.
On their campus. Texas does surprise. Like usually Texas wins in swimming every year, right?
Mm-hmm.
Tennis, golf. How are we? No, golf is
Swimming.
Stanford too, right? Stanford. I would think Stanford's
Yeah.
pretty nasty with golf. Yeah, but Texas has been up there for the past couple of years now, man. Past 5 years now, I would say, you know, competing for the Directors Cup.
And you got to think one of the things that really pushed that over the top, obviously, was the softball championship there. And I saw the ladies, I think on Saturday night, they were out at Q2, rocking there as some of the VIPs out there with the Verde being honored, which good for them. They should be out there being honored right there.
Were you out there? Were you at the match?
No, I saw that. I'm actually heading to Arlington tomorrow after the show because I'm doing some stuff out there Wednesday evening with Gold Cup. So
there you go.
Gold Cup stuff out there. So I'm going to Jerry World. We'll go get me a bunch of Dallas Cowboy. I'm gonna go out there and fuel what drives Jerry Jones when I'm free. I'm gonna go out there.
I believe it's Johnny Walker Green.
Johnny Walker Green.
I think so. I'm pretty sure it's Johnny Walker Green. So
yeah,
make sure you got a large, you know, lump of cash in your pocket for that Johnny Walker Green.
There it is. That's what I'm.
Or hell, just go. You know, go to Discount Liquors or whatever. No, go to 34 Wine and Spirits. Use your discount there, and then you know, go buy yourself some nice little bottle of Johnny Walker Green and take it up to Jerry.
Yeah, I'm gonna walk in there. I'm gonna say, I'm here to see Mr. Jones. I'm here to see Jerry Jones. Who are you? Oh, my name is Adam Wagner. They call me Wags.
No. Don't be.
Come on in.
My bullshit out there.
Mr. Jones is
I'm
ready.
Meet Jerry, I'm gonna embarrass myself my own way. You know,
I'd like to meet Jerry Jones.
For me.
I think it'd be cool to meet Jerry Jones. You know,
yeah, it's like a check in the box, right? Like a bucket list. I make fun of him, right? But I'm sure I'd probably sit back and I'd listen to him or just hear stories, right? The guy's he's kind of an institution, you know.
I mean, he changed the football business. I mean, we can talk about Pete Rozelle and Al Davis. And
it ain't about winning; it's about making money.
Yeah,
according to Jerry Jones.
I think all the NFL owners will always appreciate that dude for what he has done here. I mean, you can't win a championship for shit in Dallas, but man, definitely has done a lot of good things. In the U.S. Open yesterday, Wags, those guys look like us out there playing.
That was the weather, my guy.
That was the best part, man.
We told you the weather was going to be coming this weekend, and it's the Oakmont's one of the hardest courses out there. And I read something about how the pin placement too on Thursday. And of course, the pin placement changes every day, right?
Yep.
But the pin placement on Thursday was atrocious, and it looked like they battled on Thursday a lot better than they battled all throughout the weekend. So, yeah, just how crazy weekend of golf, man.
Isn't it? I mean, the thing about it was yesterday to watch these guys, you know, watch these PGA, Live Tour, whatever you want to call them, these professional golfers. That seriously, that was the whole thing that I kept saying. It looked like us because they're pissed off, slamming their clubs down and cussing on the course and saying, "Let's leave." I mean, F this and that. I mean, it looked like we hackers that go out there and play to where it's like the course. Obviously, it was course conditions, but that's where you get a course like Oakmont to where it's not this huge, friendly, you know, par course. I mean, you go out there and it's like it's horrible, and yeah, that was some rough stuff they were going through.
What was the putt? 7, like, and then 18, like, not to be outdone on 17, he hits that putt on 18 that was what, 20? Oh. I don't even know how long that putt was, but I mean, it had curvature to it. It had to go up and down, and it had to have a break, right? Like, and he sat there and watched it like fucking Kobe. I mean, it was absolute just daggers, dude. He hits it. He's walking away. He's taking steps to the left, and then all of a sudden, I mean, everybody was going nuts off of it. And what can you do if you're competing for the championship there, and Spawn hits a shot like that? You're just like, yeah, whatever. Yeah, you won. Great.
Yeah.
I mean, that's all you can do. That's somebody
on
hits
18,
a shot like that, they deserve to win the damn match.
Yeah. Like, on 18. You know, and the timing was perfect because whoever
It
does
was
it,
rain, like rain, Rodney. You saw the rain too, right?
that's
Like
the thing.
it's one thing to know the cut or know how something's going to play on dry green, right?
Yeah.
But you don't get a chance to play on saturated courses that much.
Yeah.
Or if you're practicing on saturated courses, you have one hell of a life.
Yeah.
You know,
Whoever it is that was making the call right there to where it's like
4-foot
64 and a half. 64 and a half foot putt. And the whole thing was, you know, the way that they built that to where it's like 2 putts will win him the U.S. Open. And like you said, that was the thing where they show him and that rain's in his face and he's kind of squinting a little bit. And it's like, yeah, he's going to have to.
All he had to do was get close.
All he had to do was get close.
Because
like,
he's
going to aim for the cup.
Close, he can knock the second one in, right?
Yeah, and just drilled it. Absolutely drilled it, man. That was the things that dreams are made of. And that's like when they started talking about the backstory. I mean, I don't know a lot about JJ Spawn. I mean, I know when we were doing the show Friday, I'm like, okay, he's got to run here, but he's not going to be in the hunt on Saturday.
Right. Yeah, he was having a great day. Right, exactly. When you watch golf, do you grab your clubs or anything when you watch it?
So here's what I do. So have you seen that swing trainer thing that they have?
Yeah, I was gonna ask if you're putting or you're doing anything.
I hold my grip. It's a swing trainer thing where it gets your grip right and you hit it, and if you swing right, the ball comes out and goes pop. So I kind of hold that while I'm watching. And I don't know why. It's like a teddy bear, right? You know.
No, I do the same shit. Like, I'll pace back and forth, right? And I don't even have a ball in the room, and I'll just sit here. I'll have a golf club. I probably don't bring a ball because I'll probably end up hitting the damn thing, right?
Yeah.
You guys know me, man. I'm like a bull in a china shop, man. Just a whole bunch of cooped up energy, and you get the. Have I told the story where I broke my windshield before just driving?
Your own windshield?
Yeah, my own windshield just lit,
No.
like we were listening to Mud Shovel by Steen. Remember that song?
Yeah.
And you can feel my anger. It came on. I wasn't even mad. I was just happy, but I was pumped up. I was so effing pumped up. I'm driving like, yeah, I hit my windshield and I broke my fucking windshield.
Oh my God. Well,
Vince, not that you guys know these people, but Vince Bernard and Andy Nelson's in the back. He's like, Jesus fuck, Wagner, how are we gonna get to the place now? We had to pull over and we had to get a new car. Oh man.
So the a couple of weeks ago, I was out in the back. I just cut the grass, and I went and got my wedge, and I'm like, I want to work on chipping, and I've got a long enough space right here, you know. So I got in a really good rhythm, and I was just chipping back and forth, and then it went back towards this side of the house. So I'm like, okay, I'm gonna try to put a little more steam on it.
Can you put spin on it?
I can. I don't do it intentionally, but anyway, I've actually even gone so far where I use a certain ball.
What do you got? People in the chat, what do you have to do to apply spin? Do you hit before? Like, I know how to loft it if I want to loft the ball up, but I still don't know how to put spin on the damn thing yet.
So Wags, as I'm chipping, so I'm like going to give it a little more steam. I'm going to give it a little bit more. I hit it and it like takes off, and I'm like, holy shit! It looked more like a 9-iron shot, and it goes out of my yard, and I hear it. You know, I'm like, where's it at? And then I hear clink. So it hit somebody's shed. I don't know where, and I never heard from anyone. So
that's good. That's no news is good news, right?
Yeah,
no news is good news.
Wags, I don't know if you know this or not, but you want me to tell you who's one of the best golfers like around here?
Bucky's pretty damn good.
Better than him. Our man Mike McCall.
No shit.
Mike McCall.
Mike McCall gets on the links, huh?
Mike McCall. I mean, his dad was on the tour. I mean,
are you kidding me? You can't mess with me, dude. I got to look it up.
No, and actually, here he actually just texted our man Mike McCall, ex-college golfer.
Ask Mike if he was on the Mike. Text into Rodney, pro am or regular tour.
He just said right here on with the spin. It's all about your angle of attack when it's in the back of your stance on a one hop and stopper. And see that's what I've kind of started. And Mike's like,
so stay back on it. Is that what he's saying?
Some lessons. Yeah. And see, Mike, my thing is it's hard for me to learn because I'm a lefty. And so it's like everything I watch, I kind of have to put it the other way. And that's the thing with my swing trainer, which my swing is actually already better because my grip is better because that son of a bitch is for left-handers. So it's like, yeah.
You're a lefty, right?
I'm a lefty for that.
You're a Phil Mickelson for that.
And check this out. The power of Texas Sports Unfiltered. Mike McCall and team are at our house right now, says Rob, getting a new bathroom.
That's what I'm
Something
talking
exciting.
about. So, Rob, let Mike touch your clubs there. You're gonna have some professional. You'll have some professional golf touching your clubs there. Oh, let him touch your shaft, Rob. Let Mike touch your shaft there. He'll put some magic on your shafts there.
I need Mike to help me with my shaft and my balls.
There you go.
I tell you, because
ball striking ability for Rodney there.
I saw him at the Mullet Open. I mean,
you know what? Damn it. The Mullet. I know the Mullet Open was just there, but we got to have another golf tournament. We got to have another Texas Sports Unfiltered golf tournament.
Mike looks like a golfer anyway. I mean, Mike's a young-looking dude. I mean, the dude is built well. I mean, he's slim. I mean, he looks like a golfer. You know, when I met him and he was coming here, but then I see him at the Mullet Open, and this dude comes rolling up. I'm like, all right, so a fucking pro can play in here? I mean, because that dude looked it. I'm like, look at him. Look at this guy. But, yeah, so Mike McCall, yes, and Mike, I will take you up on that.
Yes.
And speaking
Cue
of
up
that,
blood shovel for spin on your ball.
that's right. And if you want to be like Rob, you want to be like Bucky, you want to be like me, you want an amazing project done at your house, it is McCall Custom Homes. For 40 years, McCall Custom Homes, ATX.com. Check out the gallery of projects right there. Rob's getting a bathroom done just like I'm doing. The work that happened at Bucky's house, they were doing screens, and I think he's even actually getting a putting green put in out there. Mike, I might need to talk to you about that. I've got a putting green, but it's very generic, if you know what I mean. But anyway, renovation, you want to add a second story, you want to do a kitchen renovation. Let me tell you guys, this is where you add value to your home. If you're thinking about selling and you're sitting in a really nice area with a bunch of equity in your house, don't sell that house right now. Hold on to that money that you have. Hold on to that and add the value to it. McCall Custom Homes, ATX. Local. They've been doing it for 40 years. Father, son team. It's Mike. It's Steve. It's the trades. It's these guys that come out and keep you in the loop with everything they're doing. McCall Custom Homes, ATX.com. Free estimates right now. I'm sure that's what Rob did. 512-633-9580. Call or text my man, Mike. Don't do it late, though. He's got a baby right there. So you know how those times go. So kind of take it easy on him. And he'll get that and you'll get what you're looking for. They'll give you their input. They'll take your input as well and keep you step by step, hand in hand as everything goes. McCall Custom Homes, ATX.com. We build value into your home.
You guys know the drill. We would be remiss if we didn't tell you about our friends at Audiovisual Consultations. Since 1988, been setting the standard in audiovisual automation. Whether you're watching hockey, whether you're watching golf, whether you're watching the WNBA, baseball, it's all deadly here. You're doing it with Audiovisual Consultations. If you want 2 TVs, 3 TVs, the trifecta setup, or you want the 4 TVs to make the video wall, talk to them about the Sonos surround sound system. Talk to him about the stuff that he can do for your dude's den, your Princess Palace, maybe the patio TV, you know, put it all poolside. It's all deadly. 512-255-8678 are the lottery numbers. Again, 512-567-255-9. God, say the numbers, Rodney. Just
255-8678.
8678. Thank you. My God, I dial it all the damn time. But yeah, that's Audiovisual Consultations. Go to the website at avconsultations.com.
That's right. That's
I looked up and saw the code of text line number, and I was just like, shit, it knocked the damn numbers out of my head, man.
And when you call AV Consultations, be sure and say, pitch, please.
Pitch, please. Give them a whole bunch of baseball puns.
Yeah, I had some folks reach out to me when I was in Lockhart over the weekend because they have the Watermelon Thump is coming up in Luling and they have a golf tournament. And they're like, hey, do you want to be in the golf tournament? It's like $100 a player. I'm like, yeah, sounds good. They said, all right, get a team together. I'm like, I'm going to call Mike McCall. Watermelon? They do seed spitting.
Do you ever spike your watermelon, though? Do you ever put like a cork a hole in your watermelon and then pop some vodka in there?
I just eat straight watermelon. I love watermelon.
Oh, I love watermelon too, but I'm talking for like, you know, a nice little adult gift, a nice little adult treat sometimes. I don't drink much, man, but that is one hell of a fun way to have a nice afternoon of drinking yourself sober, basically.
Well, it's water.
You eat enough of that vodka watermelon while you're, you know, drinking a couple of, you know, I would not advise a beer with it. I'd have another mixed drink too, because beer and liquor just doesn't mix for me, man. But all types of liquor, mixing just liquor, that's a wild time. But man, it might be a rough morning the next morning, man.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. What do they say? It's a headache tomorrow and a heartache tonight. Oh no, that's an old
No,
Mickey Gilley
it's the other way around. Heartache tonight,
Okay.
headache tomorrow.
Yeah, but yeah, Wags, you ought to go to that watermelon thing because they do, like on Sunday they do a seed spitting contest.
I'll check it out. But Everclear might be crazy, dude. Everclear grain alcohol, though, Rodney, that'll send you a flight. That'll send you the flight, amigo.
And here we go. Back to Mike over here. Still does PGA Monday qualifiers for the Bolero, the Byron Nelson, the Shell Houston.
Steven does. Mike's dad, Steven.
Puerto Vallarta. Mike, I think.
Oh, Mike does.
Mike does. Damn. Well, I guess asking Mike to go play in the Luling Watermelon Golf Tournament would probably be an insult. It's like, I'm taking him. I'm going to win. I'll be the D player. I'll be the E player.
You'll be getting carried. You'll be sending Mike a doctor's bill for carrying you the entire way. Send him a chiropractor bill. Send him a chiropractor bill, Mike. 5-2 Florida over Edmonton over the weekend here, and the Cats looked like they were on the prowl up above the border there. They're coming back home to Florida and look to finish this thing out. Rodney, what do you think is going to happen? You think Edmonton's got a chance to make this thing and push it to 7, or are we done here?
Man, just like we've talked about throughout this series, I don't think they can, but I'm not going to be surprised if they do, because it's like every time that I've kind of wanted to count Edmonton out, it's like, here we go again. Although I thought that I would see more from Edmonton on Saturday, but that's just the way this series has gone, to where it's like when you think you're about to see something, it totally shifts the other direction.
Right. And when the Panthers are so tough and they're so physical, they put the opposition in tough spots, right? And usually, they're called out of position sometimes, or they're frustrated and they're making stupid penalties, and it's putting the Florida Panthers on the power play, and they have been absolutely dead. Most teams are deadly and take advantage of their power plays, but the Cats have been fantastic. It's what's gotten them off to hot starts. And when they're a team that don't need hot starts, right? They're such a complete team that once their offense is going, their offense can stay so aggressive to take your offense out of it with their forecheck, right? And they just pound you and stay in their offensive zone to not allow you to get up. And even when you try to get the puck back, they win in neutral ice, and they might not even have a play. They're just dumping it. So they might not have an offensive play, but they don't want you to get on offense. They don't want the Edmonton Oilers to get on offense. So they just keep dumping it in neutral ice as much as they can without avoiding the icing. I think it's a great strategy. It's worked out for them. And as long as they can stay physical, Jake kind of talked a little bit about this too before the series, right? The buzzsaw of Edmonton is so good. They are like, you can't keep them down for forever, but just the grueling 7-game series, or, maybe it doesn't get to 7. Maybe it ends at 6, right? But just the physical style of play doesn't allow a buzzsaw team like Edmonton, or a team like Dallas is kind of built like that too, right? To where they're very good finesse on offense there, right? You have to have a little bit of physicality to be able to counter Florida, and right now it's just all physicality with Florida.
Yeah,
and don't get the differential. I mean, we're only talking about one game here, right? But the differential in goals is what makes me think that Florida has just been dominant, right? Because of the two nights, game 3 was an anomaly. It felt like an anomaly of a night until we saw, 5-2, right? But look, the game was a lot closer than just 5-2. They pulled the empty net. Matter of fact, they got a goal by pulling the empty netter too, Edmonton.
Yeah.
So again, Knobloch's got to find a way. That's just, at the end of the day, Knobloch's got to find a way, and it's gonna be tough against this team.
And the whole thing is, Wags, now, with the addition there of Marchand, I mean, it's like, God dang.
He's hot. He's him and Bennett are the hottest. Dreisaitl's pretty damn hot, but yeah, you said it, partner. Marchand, go ahead.
When you go and you add a piece like that, we see it in the NFL, to where it's like this dude that's like an unbelievable, like, I mean, he can just do so much, and then he goes to a team like the defending Stanley Cup champions. I mean, you had to know right here. There's like, okay, shit.
He's good on offense, and then he can frustrate the shit out of you when he's playing defense too. So
yeah, so it's like when that move goes down. I mean, we already had a pretty good idea that Florida was going to be damn hard to dismount from the Stanley Cup. I mean, at this point, it's like, it's just too much. I mean, it's just too much. I mean, I know that Edmonton has done, I mean, some really good things in the series to keep the series as close as it is. But I mean, this is at this point fatigue. They're just better.
If
I'm
you're
sorry, they're just better.
If you're Chris Knobloch, do you go back to Stuart Skinner, or do you leave Pickard in the net?
I mean, I think at this point, I think at this point you do try Skinner.
Do you? I think I'd stay with Pickard. I'd stay with Pickard. I know. I don't know, man. Pickard. I think Pickard's my guy. I think Stewart. I think Skinner his psyche just might be a little off after giving up those crazy goals. But I don't know. I mean, you'd like to think that Pickard was the hotter goalie before the Dallas series, and outside of like Pickard came in a few times, after the first period was done, and he was able to come in and spell for Skinner and get a win. So if I'm Knobloch, I'm very reluctant to go back to Stuart Skinner in goal.
Yeah. Well, it again, this really looks like a point of the series to where it's like Florida just has this where they want it. That's why I'm assuming that we get a really inspired effort from Edmonton. So I don't know. That's just kind of been the tone of the series. But yeah, dominating performance on Saturday is Florida seizes control. It seems like. So I don't know. Wags Armana, Eric Lugo checking in from Luling. That seed spitting is all weekend. See, there's time for you to go do that all weekend in Luling.
I don't think that I would even place in the top 5. And my spitting skills are not as up to snuff as you think they are, amigo.
Is that right?
I'm not the bigger. I'm not.
But it's a seed.
I'm a swallower, buddy. I'm not a spitter.
Whoa!
Hey,
Holy!
I gut it.
Smoke!
I gut it.
Holy smoke! You heard it right there.
I never really spit my dip when I dipped back in the day either. Like I used to dip Copenhagen long cut, man. I would gut it.
Well, the thing is for dip, you just drop it right down. No,
I mean, I would swallow my dip. I would swallow my dip.
Yeah. But if you're going to
not
spit
the actual dip itself, but like my dip spit, I would swallow my dip spit.
Oh yeah. That's the thing now about pouches. It's really easy to do. But like you have to like spit the seed out. I don't know what the world record is now, but they spit them a long way. I've seen them do it, and it's like you can't even see the thing. It's like, and it's like 75 feet. I'm like, damn, how do you do that? That's some skill.
That's impressive. I mean, if you're spitting a watermelon seed farther than what people are hitting golf shot. What was that golf shot? 62 feet?
64 and a half feet.
64 and a half feet.
Yeah.
Get the hell out of here.
That's crazy, isn't it? I mean, that's a long ass way. That's a way long way. Wags, I know we got NBA so forth, but I did want to mention, because we do like
we got NBA tonight, right?
Yeah, NBA tonight. Yeah.
NBA tonight, then we got hockey tomorrow.
So I guess we can say again, Oklahoma takes control of the series. Well, let's see what happens tonight. It looked like SGA pushed off and walked on that shot.
Oh, he absolutely did, but he's not going to get that call.
I know.
You know what I mean? Like they're not calling it. That's the MVP of the league, man. They ain't calling that on him.
Can't call that on him. I'm screaming at the TV for no reason. I'm not invested in it. I wanted to.
Yes, you are. I think we're all invested at this point. I think I'm rooting for the Pacers.
I am. I really am.
I'm rooting for the underdog here.
Me too. Plus, Caitlin Clark and them are from there, so we're Caitlin Clark fans.
Yeah,
so.
I am a Caitlin Clark fan here. So I also think that the Thunder has the ability to come back. I say that, but the Pacers have been breathing down the neck of the East, for 2 seasons now. So maybe Carlisle has or just pieced together one hell of a roster, or he wouldn't be doing it. It'd be the GM, but maybe Carlisle is just, getting the best of play out of this roster that he has, under the rug here, unbeknownst to all of us, man. Like we're all sitting here being, wined and dined by the Knicks and by the damn Boston Celtics here, that we're not even looking and paying attention to the Indiana Pacers here. So look, man, while we're looking the other way, Carlisle and company is building themselves a championship squad here, and it appears that I'm rooting for them over the Oklahoma City Thunder.
And here's the thing, I think, where if you're Adam Silver, I mean, because before the series, Adam Silver was like, I don't care what markets are in here. We just want good basketball. And that's the point right here. If this thing would have gotten blown out of the water and been a gentleman's sweep or something like that, that would just give more, stance for people to go to that. But I love that it's like we said, Wags, I just want good basketball. I don't give a shit who's playing it.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah, so and that's what we're getting. And,
I give two shits if it's a New York market or an LA market, right?
Yeah,
As long like give me a game 7. Give me the sexiest words in sports. Give me a game 7.
There you go. And that's the ultimate goal. If you're not invested in it, I mean, if the Spurs are in this, I'm like, I want them to sweep, but the Spurs aren't in this. So I just want.
If the Wizards weren't, yeah. If the Wizards, there you go. We'll just leave it at that.
Yeah. How about San Francisco picking up Rafael Devers? Boston is
Did you watch the game last night? Dodgers and
I didn't.
Dodgers came back and stole it late, but yeah, Devers now. I mean, we just talked about didn't we talk about San Francisco? Kind of.
They're only a half game back from LA right now,
and they were trying to sell, weren't they? Not were they trying to move Verlander?
Well, it had been mentioned that Verlander would leave, but the one thing that they're definitely missing is a big bat in the middle of that lineup, and
they just got it.
They got it now. And if you're Devers, I mean, when Bregman comes in, he's like, Bregman's going to play third, so Devers is not going to play third. Then they push him over to first base, and if you're Devers, I mean, you got to be thinking now. It's like, shit, see ya, appreciate.
If I was Devers, I would have welcomed on the DH. You know what I mean? I would sure. I don't have to play the fields. Save me. But now, I mean, now the dude finds himself in the heart of a lineup and in a heart of a lineup that's competing for the West out there, right? And again, they're a game and a half back now, I think, after the loss last night to the Dodgers.
Yeah. Kyle Harrison, I guess maybe I don't know what the picks or whatever may come out to, but I mean, Kyle Harrison is a good prospect. That was with the Red Sox organization that now goes over. So maybe that'll be some help right there. But I'll tell you one thing, Boston did really well this weekend from what I saw. I mean, they had Aaron Judge locked down. I think that dude was like 1 for 12 in the entire series against Boston. And it's like, he's slumping a little bit. So there you go. If you're Boston, that's what you need to do. Ohtani does
won last night, 11. Not last night, but yesterday, 11-2. One big start. The bats are starting. We talked about this, right? It's just going to be for a temporary period here. The bats are starting to come alive again for Baltimore. Still at the bottom of the league there for the East. Or the bottom of the division there. You need arms. We talked about this. The arms put the rings on the fingers. Yeah. Baltimore doesn't have any arms, or they got some young pitching talent. We're going to see. I guess that's what the front Elias is going to do, is try and see that rotation grow. We'll see. We'll probably go through another or the Orioles will probably go through another pitching coach and another manager. So after all this thing's done, but the lumber's going to stay around. We'll probably auction off the lumber too when it's all said and done with. I'm starting to doomsday the hell out of this thing in Baltimore. It was a fun experiment in Baltimore for a season and a half. It was fun. It was really good. Things were building.
Well, I can tell you one thing. Speaking of arms in Major League Baseball, the golden arm of Shohei Ohtani back on the bump tonight. You gonna stay up and watch that? That'll be late.
Yeah, I'm gonna watch it.
I think he's going like 3 innings, right? I wouldn't think that they would. I know he threw some simulated games, about 40 some odd pitches. So yeah, I'm curious.
I'm thinking at least 5. I'm thinking I would at least think a 5 spot, right? Give him a chance for a quality start. If he's uncomfortable, as soon as he says he's uncomfortable, they'll probably pull him immediately, of course.
Yeah. Get him out of there. That's the main thing. I mean, see what you have right there. But that's the thing, like we were mentioning last week when we were talking about the Giants, is you think about what the Dodgers are doing, and you don't really think about how close that division really is. I mean, the Giants are right there, and that's a big move for San Francisco.
Okay, they've already announced it. He's only going to throw 1 or 2 innings. I thought he was going to get 5.
Okay, well,
hopefully I thought he was going to get 5, but I guess he's not.
Well, that's good because those games are late. Those games are way late. Baseball, big shout out to
the Dodgers and Giants game on Sunday night didn't end until around midnight last night.
Oh God, that's crazy. Jim Schlossnagel, Caleb Freeman heading to Texas baseball. So I think that's Georgia State, I think is where he comes from. So good pickup there as good runs by Jim Schlossnagle in Texas, hopefully bringing more talent over to the 40 acres.
More aluminum, I guess you want to say.
More aluminum, more for the ping. So what do you think about Texas State going to the Pac-12? That's big for San Marcos.
That's a good little jump, right? We kind of talked that it would happen. They'd get a little promotion coming out of the Sun Belt and jumping up. It kind of needs to be there if you're being, honest with yourself, right? Like, I thought they played well. I mean, if UTSA or no, wait, UTSA's not. They're still in the Sun Belt.
They're still in the American.
American, yeah. Who was that? I'm thinking about Houston. Thinking about Houston coming over. If a team like Houston's able to come out and be somewhat competitive in the Big 12, St. Marcus can do this. I think Texas State can do it. I mean,
absolutely. That program's
I think baseball's there already, right?
Oh shit! Oh man, that'd be great for them to get into.
They're going to struggle in football. They're going to struggle. They'll probably go 5-5. Or not 5-5, but they'll probably be, around 500 for first couple of seasons, right? And until they start to get the athletes that they need to build the program up a little bit more. But hell, man, I think it's going to be a really fun fight to say that it's going to be between Texas Tech and San Marcos now and Texas State here, huh? I'm kidding. I'm kidding, but it's not going to come down to just two Texas schools. BYU. Or hell, also Arizona State, in fact, too. I think there's a lot of good teams that are in the Big 12 now.
And
Colorado.
I saw. Well, now, what do you do now? You've lost Shedeur Sanders. What's his name? Travis. He's gone. But
yeah,
you retired 2 jerseys. Texas State. So I'd heard some rumblings that with the Pac-12 that it was kind of where it was UTSA and Texas State were kind of it would be both of them that would make that move. But it was like, I think yesterday to where I really started seeing that. I think the formal invitation to Texas State's already been extended. So probably $6 million additional in TV money that would go into Texas State. The program, GJ Kinney's done a great job there of building that program. They don't quite have the facilities they need, but this will definitely help. It's going to expand their reach. And like you said, with baseball, they did the renovations there. I think their stadium is UFCU Bobcat Stadium. So this is
when did they do those reservations? 3 years ago? I
think it was last year. I think last year was the first year that they actually had that thing where naming rights were sold. And it's a cool place to go. San Marcos is a cool town.
It's a party school, bro. Let's be real. It's a party school. You come up right out of the river, flirt the river, get your red Solo cup.
Absolutely. And you get the West Coasters that want to come down here. Then come have a great time in San Marcos. Austin's not that far away if you want to make that haul over there. So yeah, good for Texas State, man. Well done by the AD and everything that they're doing there. Before we bring the guys on, Wags, I know that our official offsite producer CB sent us both a tweet. Our man Joey Chestnut back to the Nathan's 4th of July hot dog.
All right, so he doesn't have a vegan sponsor this year.
He said he's going to continue to partner with a variety of companies, including some plant-based space, but those relationships should not be a conflict with his love for hot dogs. The dude loves weenies.
How many hot dogs can you pile down? How many glizzies can you get
right now? Right now, I struggle to eat 2.
Are you kidding me? You can't eat 2 hot dogs.
I can, but
that might be the most disappointing thing I've heard all morning.
I know it sucks, dude. It's not a good time.
What's up, gentlemen?
Not a good time.
How many glizzies I can get about 6 done in 10 minutes?
I think I can get about 4 or 5. Honestly, I think I can shovel down 4 or 5 if I'm focusing hard on this and really practicing here, and I don't put anything in my belly. I can probably get about 4 or 5 down.
Maybe that's what we need to do on the 4th of July. Have a TSU eating hot dog. Televise it.
It's not like I am when I watch like a golf tournament. I don't pick up my club and carry it around with me everywhere I go. So maybe when I'm watching Joey Chestnut, maybe I'm going to have to put, glizzies down my gullet.
Put your weenie in your hand instead of a golf club.
I'm just going to have to walk around with something in my hand. Here,
His six siren, if you will.
I'll hold my putter.
That may
Some glizzy goblins over here.
the glizzy gobblers.
There it is, right there.
The glizzy. What's up, gents? How was your weekend, man? How was your Father's Day weekend, Jordan? With the pup, the new pup.
It was good.
Able to clean it up, keep everything clean around the house.
Trying my best. Yeah.
That's all that we can do, buddy. That's all that we can do. Nick, you good, bud?
Hey, I'll tell you what, on Friday night, I went to the horse track for the first time in my life. I'm an addict.
Playing the ponies.
I'm an addict now. You'll catch me there twice a month.
So is that up there? So what track was that up there?
Grand
Do you
Prairie.
got the book? Do you got the book with all the stats in it?
Yep. I had the book. I was sitting there going through it. I was down bad the first 7 races, but then that final 8th race came around, and I won me some cash. So I am addicted.
Nice.
They have me hooked. I'm ready to
Where
roll.
is this at?
Grand Prairie.
Oh, I didn't know Grand Prairie had a horse track.
Yeah, it's huge. We would honestly have a good time. We need to hit that sometime, Jordan. We would love that.
So you were gambling?
Absolutely.
Betting on the ponies.
Absolutely.
I
Saying
couldn't-
that like I was killing children, so you were gambling.
Dude, you were gambling, murderer.
It's not why. It's because I know whenever you were with the Cowboys, Cowboys.com, you couldn't gamble. And I
You
know
could
that-
always gamble on horse racing because I still have the same rules that apply, but horse racing does not apply.
Okay.
Yep.
Do you know the exact rules of what NFL players can gamble on?
Nothing. They can't gamble on any other
They
sports.
can't bet on ponies?
They can bet on horse tracks, horse racing. That's like the only thing. In fact, we were there, and there were about 3 or 4 players there because I guess there's some gambling addicts who want to get their head off.
Can they go up to WinStar and play cards?
Yes,
Okay.
they can do card games. They just can't, like, if they're playing the Raiders and they're in Vegas for a trip, they can't go to any of the casinos if they're on
That
an
makes
NFL
sense.
trip.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Okay, but they can gamble on horse racing?
They can gamble on horse racing. It's technically not viewed as sports betting. It's viewed as like wager depositing. Whatever. All I know is I can do it.
Yeah. Damn. So like,
Exactly.
Yeah.
you
I've
saw
never
a
heard
few
it called
years-
wager depositing before, but that's the term that I'm using for now. When my wife asks what I'm doing, I'm wager depositing.
Yeah.
Wager depositing. We're good.
When I wager debit because it all
Are
goes
you going to
out.
be ever wager receiving, or you're just depositing? I'm wager receiving.
I'm debiting.
Yeah.
Never get it back.
No,
Jen, what's on the slate today, man?
Wager exchanging.
Waiver exchanging. I like it. Makes me feel like I'm Grand Theft Auto 6. There we go. Grand Theft Auto 6. In 17 years, GTA 6 coming out. What's on the docket today, guys?
A lot of Texas recruiting stuff. I guess some conference realignment. Looks like San Marvelous Texas State Bobcats going to the Pac-12.
So from what I just saw, it's not legit yet. Invitation's been extended.
I think they're going.
Okay.
Yeah, they'll snap that up pretty fast. Pretty fast, I would think.
Yeah, but I don't know. We're just rocking and rolling, hanging out today.
Sounds good.
Sounds like a fun time, man. We'll be paying
Gotta
attention.
jump out of here.
Y'all have good time, man.
Peace.
Later.
Hey, that's Mild shirt, isn't it?
It is. It sure is.
Yeah, I reckon.
I was looking through the closet today, and I was like, yeah, it's fitting. They just got done with a pretty sizable trade, so why not?
What are your thoughts on that trade? That's where we will begin today.
Yes,
because I've seen some people being like, man, they should have traded Ja. His value's only going down year over year, where others were like, hey, Magic, they're kind of going all in. They kind of need to win now. I mean, I don't know much about the setup of the Magic organization, but what are you, I guess, just open rough draft thoughts on the trade?
Yeah, so the trade was Desmond Bain for Contavious Caldwell-Pope. There was another piece in there and 4 first-round picks and a pick swap. So first off, I think the initial impression for everybody was, damn, the return was much different than what the Mavs got in return for Luka Doncic. That just made that return look all that much worse. But I think Desmond Bain is a perfect type of piece that Orlando needs. There were so many times that the Magic would hit scoring during the season, and they just needed that guy to be able to continuously score for them. That's going to be Desmond Bane. So I think it's a great trade for them. On the flip side, for the Grizzlies, this doesn't prevent them from trading Ja. I think they still could if they wanted to. They have 4 first-round picks that they can now start their rebuild with. So if they wanted to go get more with the Ja trade, they certainly could.
Let's say you're the Grizzlies GM. Are you tearing the whole thing down, or what are you doing now that you have 4 new first-round picks?
I'm probably tearing the whole thing down. I probably am. I still think Ja can be an elite point guard in this league. I just think his time in Memphis is probably run up. And I think it's even if I was Memphis, I would have that opinion. I'd be like, I think he could still be elite, but his time here is done. Like, let's get him on to greener pastures, us onto greener pastures, and let's split and cut our losses. So I could probably see that. I mean, new head coach coming into the building this year. I mean, it's the perfect time for a rebuild.
They need to send Ja to like Indiana or Milwaukee, somewhere he can just lay low and hang out. Like, we can't have him going to Chicago or Detroit or something like that,
Milwaukee would be fascinating. It'd be a way to keep Giannis too. If Giannis is truly unpleased with how things have gone down in Milwaukee, then he can get a legitimate point guard to kind of run things with.
Yeah. I don't know. It is interesting. I mean, the Grizzlies seem like they were, I guess, close at times, but like you knew they were never actually going to get to the finals. But I don't know. They it sucks being in that purgatory where you're either just good enough to barely make the playoffs, just good enough to barely miss the playoffs, but you're not winning anything major, not getting a lottery pick either. But I don't know. We will see. Fascinated to see how that unfolds. Where do you want to go from here? You want to get straight into recruiting or talk some of the Texas State Pac-12 stuff? What do you think?
Yeah, let's get into that Texas State Pac-12 stuff just for a little bit, because that article from Pete Thamel last night had a lot of different nuggets that did not only include Texas State. So you have Texas State going to the Pac-12, and it's going to cause a domino effect in the G5 ranks, and that's basically what the article was implying. So the Sun Belt, which would be losing Texas State, they'd be going after another school. Sun Belt, you have to think they value baseball and softball just as much as they value football. So their top target is Louisiana Tech for obvious reasons. The great baseball facility, rich baseball tradition, same way with softball. And it looks like La Tech would be a perfect fit because regionally, they're right down the street from Monroe. They have Louisiana Lafayette right there. They have Southern Miss right there. And the Sun Belt also values those regional rivalries, and to be able to integrate Louisiana Tech into that, it makes a lot of sense. And then the CUSA, who would be losing Louisiana Tech, their top target, Tarleton State. Who would have thought a decade ago we'd be talking about Tarleton State being an FBS school? But here we are.
Who would have thought is 10 years ago if you told USC and Washington and Oregon, hey, Texas State's going to be playing in this conference, and y'all won't.
Yeah, that's true. That's very true. That team that just got into the FBS like 2-3 years ago, yeah, they're going to be the Pac-12. And there's only going to be 8 of them.
And so will San Diego State, Utah State, and all these other schools.
Boise. Yeah, absolutely. With Tarleton, it makes a lot of sense. I mean, have you been out there for a high school playoff game?
I've never been to Tarleton.
Beautiful facility.
I think I've been to Steveville in the past in my life, but the only time I remember it was when I was there a few weeks ago. That's where I got my puppy from, was Stephenville.
Gotcha.
And the breeder or whatever is actually in Weimar, which is between Austin and Houston, but her son goes to school at Tarleton, and he was home, and we just met him there because I'm in Fort Worth. It was a shorter drive, but so I guess I have seen some of SFA, but not the stadium or nothing. Tarleton. Or not SFA, Tarleton.
It's beautiful facilities. I mean, they wash pretty much all the FCS programs of the state when it comes to facilities and resources. So it makes a lot of sense why that would be a target. But as the top target, I found that kind of interesting. And then that's just yet another FBS school in the state of Texas that's going to be pulling from the recruiting ground. So that's a fascinating aspect of it all. One thing that I am very excited for is Gonzaga basketball coming to San Marvelous. It's gonna be like that. It's gonna be like that Hillary Clinton meme where she's walking in the hotel and she's like, "That's gonna be Mark Few walking into the San Marcos Arena."
Man, I went to a few camps there growing up. You started talking about, small school FCS, FBS football in Texas. Got me thinking. You know who has their first season this season?
UTRGV, baby.
Get the schedule pulled up. I might be tuning into some of this. I don't even know where you can watch some of these games. ESPN Plus sounds about like it. They got Soros State. That should be a dub. They're basically a high school team. And they don't have to go to China. They have them at home in China in Edinburgh.
The other China.
Yeah. Prairie View. Fascinated how they're going to do it. They have a new coach who has some funny tweets. I'm rocking with them. They got Tayshaun Wilson on the team like that. Langston. Yeah, I don't know anything about them.
Should be a dub. That's a HBCU D2 school in Oklahoma.
Texas Wesleyan is a small school in Fort Worth, right?
Yeah, they were really good last year, though. They went undefeated, so that could be a test for them.
You got Southeastern.
Oof.
Okay. Houston Christian, Lamar, Incarnate Word, SFA, Nichols State, McNeese, and East Texas A&M.
Yeah.
What a schedule, man.
This is going to be fascinating, man, and a lot of fun high school players on that team. That roster is very fun.
I'd go through the roster, but I don't think anyone is going to enjoy us being like, oh, they got Matthew O'Cooter and oh, they got Zion Brown. And
look at
who are they talking about? We're talking about kids whose only offer out of high school was UTRGV, who they had to just go to college for a year and practice and not play a game because they weren't a real team until this year. So
I'll tell you what, if Zion Brown is starting, they're going to be fun at the very least. If Zion Brown is starting at quarterback.
Yo, have you seen their stadium?
I've seen blueprints of it. I haven't seen the finished product. I know that they're laying the turf down right now.
I'm pretty sure it's done. Let's see.
It's a beautiful facility down there. They're going to be able to host some playoff games too for Texas high school football. Man,
it's a shame that no one I cover will be playing in any of those games. But hey, also on the flip side, I won't have to drive down there. Yeah, I guess they're not done with these with it yet, but
it's going to be great.
Pretty crazy stadium. Looks kind of like a soccer stadium.
I saw an Instagram reel. I saw an Instagram reel last week that they were laying the turf down. So they're entering the final stages here.
The Vaqueros, man. Can't wait till their merch drops.
Wait until they're in the CUSA in like 10 years, and everyone's gonna be like, "How do you get there?"
Shit, they might be in the Big 12 in 10 years. Who knows?
Very true.
But I don't know. Speaking of that, there's a question here about I think it was the Big 12 and the ACC. Like, at one point, do you think Big 12 and ACC aren't considered power conferences anymore? Like, how many other schools and which schools does the Big or the SEC have to add?
I feel like the ACC is in a more dire situation than the Big 12 because the ACC is fighting for their lives to keep Florida State and Clemson aboard. And whereas Big 12, I don't feel like they really have anybody that's like threatening to leave right now, at least from my perspective. And I at least feel like from a Big 12 perspective too, they have a pretty well-rounded crew. I mean, Arizona State pushed Texas to the brink last year. They're going to have teams involved every year in the college football playoff. I don't feel like the Big 12 is in a dire situation necessarily, whereas I feel like the ACC is like one really bad day away from not being a conference anymore. I saw something about a month ago, and it was implying that the Big 12 and the ACC should merge. And I think that would be very fascinating. Basically, if the SEC were to, add Florida State and or Clemson, then ACC, Big 12, they merge and they become like one big, super conference, I guess. And it kind of starts a ripple effect around the rest of college football to start these super conferences. So that's something to also keep in mind.
I'm going to argue with you. I think the Big 12 might be in a worse spot than the ACC.
Okay.
Because I know that, yes, they are fighting to keep those schools like you mentioned. But Clemson under Dabo, even though they make things harder than they have to by not using the portal and by the way they recruit kids and the type of kids they do recruit, they still, I think, are going to be able to piece together at least once every 3 or 4 years like a team that can actually compete for a national championship. Was that Clemson last year? No. Is that Clemson this year? I think so. I think Klubnik and that team, they're going to win the ACC and they're going to be back in the playoffs. And I mean, unless they run into Texas, they're likely are going to get past the first round, I would assume. So they bring back so many guys, and they still, like, yes, they don't have I mean, I don't know. They're not quite as dominant and loaded with NFL talent as they used to be. But, like, Peter Woods is a first-round pick on the defensive line next year. Cade Klubnik can be a first-rounder next year depending on what he does.
Tedderall McMillan was the first receiver off the board. I mean, it could go either way there.
What were you saying?
Tedderall McMillan was the first receiver off the board. I mean, it could go either way there from Big 12 to ACC and NFL talent.
Yeah. And I wasn't just trying to make the argument for NFL talent, but, like, Clemson or even Miami or potentially even UNC, like, I have more confidence in those teams actually putting together a competitive playoff run or getting to the playoff than I would Texas Tech, Arizona, literally name anyone from the Big 12, you know?
Yeah.
And also, like, it makes it fun as – I mean, we're football sickos, right? But, like, for the average college football fan who only kind of digests content or watch games of their team, if their team's in the Big 12, they have a lot of fun watching the Big 12 games because there's a lot of parity. Like, even if the best team is playing the second to worst or third to worst team, very rarely will it be a blowout in the Big 12, which is good. But on the other hand, that you're kind of eating your own conference to the point where there's not a top dog come seed time for the playoffs. And if it continues this way, this is the final season. If you win your conference, you get an auto bid. It's the final season. Once that's not a thing anymore, there will be playoffs and years in the playoff where there are no Big 12 teams. There just will be.
Yeah.
And I do think the ACC, that won't be the case. You'll see the ACC more than you would the Big 12. And also, like, I know this is stupid because I think the way that ratings and TV stuff and all that has changed college football is stupid. But ACC also has, like, better media markets. They have a Miami. They're even in the Bay Area, Stanford, Cal, you know, like, what is the Big 12 media market? Tempe, you know, TCU and Fort Worth.
Houston, Cincinnati, Orlando.
But those programs in those cities aren't even the number one program in those cities. There's more Texas fans in Houston than A&M.
We can't bring up Cal then, because or
I know,
Stanford.
but I just meant like the Bay Area though. You know, at least it's a somewhat big mark. I don't know. So I don't know. I see both sides of the argument, but
they're very neck and neck. That is very true.
Yeah, and it's very clear they're behind the SEC and the Big Ten.
Yeah,
that is also true. As Antoine says, Corey Daly at Pitt. Shout out to Slim Reaper. Second quarterback from Texas to commit to Pitt this cycle. They have him and Angelo Renda, the South Lake Carroll quarterback. Y'all know who I'm rocking with to win that battle. So shout out Corey Daly. Very much think there's a possibility he could flip elsewhere. I've talked about it, I think, at least once or twice a month on the show. But there are so many jobs that have the potential to open before signing day because those staffs have to win a certain amount of games to not get fired. To the point where there's going to be a lot of new staffs and movement changing right around signing day, where new staffs are going to be scrambling to keep guys committed, to get new guys committed, and vice versa. So I think a lot of spots are going to open late. And, I mean, hey, if a school like TCU or even, a Baylor loses their staff, the new staff comes in and they lose their entire recruiting class, like Corey Daly is going to be the most sought-after quarterback in the state in that situation. Because Keyshawn Henderson and Houston aren't going anywhere. Jake Fett and Arizona State aren't going anywhere. And, I guess Bo Bentley could also be targeted if he goes to OU and they get fired. I think LSU has more of a chance to keep their job. But
what's the Pitt Texas connection? They have 5 Texas commits.
I don't know. I think part of it is – in the state of Pennsylvania, all those kids would much rather go to Penn State than Pitt for the most part. And if there ever actually is a decision between those two, Penn State would blow Pitt out of the water when it comes to money. And just thinking about the other schools in that region that recruit that region, might as well go try to find diamonds. So I'd say that's probably that. But,
gotcha.
I don't know. They haven't produced a ton of, I think of Che Wabaku, whatever his name was. out of Manor. I loved him out of high school. He hasn't done a thing at Pitt.
That's crazy to me.
And I don't know if he's been injured, if he can't pick up the playbook or what's going on, but I always assumed they'd be able to do something with him. He's transferred into Texas in my dynasty like 3 times in CFB 25. He always goes in the portal, and I always get him because he has like 98 speed, and I just stick him in the slot.
I got a fun portal ad over the weekend. I do a North Texas dynasty, and Texas fans might remember this name. Faison Wilson. Got him transferred into North
from
Texas.
Akron.
I think by this time, this was 2027, so like by this time he's already moved a couple spots. But in real life, he is at Akron. I think he's still in the portal though, looking for a new home. I don't know if he landed anywhere.
Jeez. Oh, he did. You want to guess where he's committed? He committed on May 6th.
I have no idea.
I would say guess the conference, but I don't even know what conference the school's in.
Swag?
UT Martin.
Oh gosh, wow. That would be. Is that Missouri Valley? I don't even know.
Gunnar Stockton's dad is the head coach over there. Or maybe I'm thinking of Kai Simpson. It's one of those 2 guys.
Interesting.
Because I remember one of them had UT Martin in their top 3 with like Bama and Clemson. And it's like, well, I can tell you where he's not going, you know. So there's that. But I don't know. Another kind of recruiting question. Anton said, hey, Oklahoma, they have 10 commits. 2 are Texans. A&M has 15 commits. 4 are Texans. Meanwhile, Texas has 13 commits, and 8 of those are Texans. Thoughts? Well, I think everyone has kind of been reporting this by now, but it is very much a down year in the state of Texas. Like, yes, there's a regular amount of what I guess you could call Power 4 depth, but there is a very limited number of players who are actually good enough to get recruited by a Texas or a Texas A&M. And those schools are mostly fighting over those players. A few out-of-state programs are in there too. But, I mean, hey, I think with Oklahoma, I don't know why they've done this. Obviously part of it is because they're not winning as much as they used to. They can't, I guess, pick and choose in the state of Texas as much as they used to. But, like, it feels like they're recruiting the state less and less each year. We'll have Colin on here one day. We can verify that. But it definitely feels like they've kind of pulled out of the state of Texas a little bit. A&M, on the other hand, they are recruiting in-state kids, not as many as Texas, because a lot of the top in-state kids are trending to Texas. Like Felix Ojo has never really considered A&M. Jamarian Carlton, A&M is now out of it for him. Keyshawn Henderson would look at A&M, but Colin Klein is their OC, and as long as he's there, that's not happening with Keyshawn Henderson. And then Bo Bentley wanted nothing to do with him either. It's like most of the top players in the state of Texas have not really considered A&M this cycle. I don't know why that is. Like with Ojo, I know that they had him a lot lower on the board, and then he showed up in January for the junior day, and they were like, oh, wow, you measured in at this. Hey, buddy. And by that point, he was like, man, it's like Texas and these schools have been telling me I'm their guy since October.
Yeah.
You know, you expect me to believe this when you tell me this in January? And that was the last time he visited them. So, like, they've done that with a few other players, or similar things have happened, or they fall out of it like they did with Jamarian Carlton. But, like, I don't really have much to say besides, like, Texas is by far and away the most attractive program to kids in the state, to coaches in the state, decision makers in the state. And with that limited group of kids that have the ability to go to a Texas or a Texas A&M, most of those kids have been choosing Texas as of late. So I guess that the kind of my thoughts on that. I mean, Nick, I don't know if you have anything there as someone who has seen a lot of different recruitments in the state.
Yeah, it probably could just be circumstantial, just based on the kids that y'all have in this cycle to cover. I will say that there was a shift, a very noticeable shift, and I actually wrote a pretty in-depth article about it back during the class of 2021. A big shift towards kids staying in the state of Texas. That was the class where you had Matthew Golden going to Houston. You had all those offensive linemen going to Texas. You had Chase Biddle, who's not a big-time guy anymore, but at the time was a big-time land for TCU. So I think Jordan Hudson with SMU. So like there was a big surge towards in-state talent staying in-state around that time, and the trends have kind of stayed the exact same since then. So that's the only thing I would point out about that as far as these in-state schools being able to grab them. But when we talk about, a Texas A&M or an Oklahoma even, it may just be winning. I mean, these kids want to win, and Oklahoma certainly is. I'm sure there's a lot of negative recruiting that's going on with Oklahoma right now. Just that staff is on thin ice. And then with A&M, it might be a prove it thing. These kids want to see them go out and actually win with this new staff.
Yeah, and I mean, I also think like part of it with Oklahoma, they're not winning, and it's also very public knowledge that they had like no NIL money. So curious to see how they're going to handle this with the rev share, and they have, I guess, more accessible funds. But and then A&M on the other hand, I do think that very much is it. I think people trust Elko. They think he's the guy. They want to see him actually prove that, because they did not prove that last year. They started off hot. I think we're like 5-1 or 6-1 their first 6 or 7 games, and then it went downhill quick. So, and I mean, hey, their fan base got hoodwinked after Marcel Reed attempted 2 passes versus LSU, and they won. So, I don't know. I think the main thing.
If you don't want to breathe, start Marcel Reed.
Hmm?
If you don't want to breathe, start Marcel Reed.
Yeah, like I think A&M needs to figure out quarterback. They really need to figure out quarterback because Marcel Reed isn't the guy. They have no one on their roster that is the guy. And the kid they have committed in 26, I can tell you for sure, is not the guy. So I don't know what they do. I don't know how they're going to convince someone to transfer in there. Best case scenario was Napier getting fired and they got him out of the portal last year. But that didn't happen, and I don't think that will happen as long as Colin Klein is there. Like, I know for a fact Lagway does not want to play in Klein's offense. They tried very late at high school, and that was the main reason he did not go there because the Elko staff was hired about a week before Lagway signed with Florida. So there's that. But I'm going to get into some official visit stuff from this past weekend.
Let's do it.
I've seen a lot of comments on Twitter about Hezzy Kent. If you don't know, Hezzy Kent is a athlete prospect ranked by 24/7 Sports as an athlete, and is honestly the most unique, most intriguing kid I think I might have ever covered. He is 6'5". We have him listed at 300 pounds. He weighs more than 300 pounds right now, and he played last fall at 310 pounds. But, Nick, this is a tight end.
Whoa.
A 6'5", 310 pounder. I'm going to pull up the film just because it's some of the most fun you'll ever have. I've watched this at least like 50 times this cycle.
We're gonna make him a tackle. I don't care.
No, shut up.
We're bringing him to the Nick Harris School of Development, and we're gonna make him a tackle.
Yeah, I will say though, this tape is out of order. It's very annoying. It gets on my nerves when that happens. But
what school?
He goes to Brunswick, which is in South Georgia, like only about 20, 30 minutes from the Florida-Georgia border. But he's a 6'5", 310-pound kid, plays at Brunswick, and he had over 1,100 all-purpose yards as a junior, 800-plus receiving yards. Yeah. And I think he had like 250 rushing yards. And, I mean, this kid was measured and recorded at 6'5", 310 pounds on a visit last fall. He's not supposed to be able to move like that at 300 pounds. And I get what people think. They look at him and they're like, hey, there's no way this kid can play tight end. Well, here's the thing. If schools were talking to him about playing tight end, he wasn't talking. He only wants to play tight end. He very much thinks he's a tight end. And I think to the point where if he goes
Can we
to
run that one back?
Yeah. Well, I'm telling you. He
put this kid in the earth. Watch right here. Get off of me.
Yeah. So with him, if he goes to Texas and after a week they're like, all right, Hezzy, go to Flood's room. You're playing tackle, bozo. Like, I think he's going to be like, actually, no, I'm going to the compliance office because I'm going in the portal. Like, he wants to play tight end very, very bad. He thinks he's a tight end to the point where that's what he's going to play in college, right? Top 4 of Florida, Florida State, Miami, Texas, and Florida. And every school's telling him tight end. He's kind of the top target for all of them. All those schools are in it with Caden Prothro, but
here's my view of it, though. Like, a school like Miami or a school like Oregon or even Texas, schools that really drop money on offensive linemen, they're going to show him 2 different numbers. They're going to show him their tight end number, They're going to show him their tackle number. And that tackle number is going to be considerably more money, and it's going to start talking to him like the Green Goblin mask, and then he's going to be left tackle for the Texas Longhorns.
But I don't know, because the kid wants to play tight end. Like,
I don't know, man. That
I'm
money
telling
goes
you, I was not at the airport, but I have the voice recording of what he said. Someone in the market was like, hey, are they still telling you tight end? Which is basically like, hey, Hezzy, we saw the OV photos. No one thinks you can play tight end. Are they actually still telling you tight end? And he had a very kind of animated response and was like, no, I'm a tight end. So
all right,
that's what he wants to play. That's what he's going to play. I think if someone figures out a way to get him to play offensive tackle or D-line, it'd be awesome. But I don't think he will do that. So with him, and if he does take a tight end, he's going to need to lose weight. I don't know what best case scenario on his frame looks like. I mean, it's remarkable that he's doing what he's doing on this tape as a 310 pounder, So, hey, maybe he can get down to 270, 280. A lot of people are like, he can be Darnell Washington. Darnell Washington was a little bit taller and much more of, I almost want to say a twitchier athlete, just more of a functional athlete than Kent. And they're different types of, tight ends. So, at Texas, if he ends up there, I think they're definitely playing him in the Malik Ogbo role where, you're basically a sixth offensive lineman. You're the inline blocker and 12 personnel. And I think eventually he can maybe earn some pass-catching opportunities, but, he needs to reshape his body. And that most of the time is at least a one-year process for guys like this. So the weight has fluctuated. I know he's been down, I believe, under 300 pounds this fall or this spring. I do not know what Texas weighed him in at, but I was told that Miami, where he officially visited the week before Texas, got him at 324.
Oh, man.
So, again, 6'5", 300-plus pounders aren't supposed to move like this. And, hey, worst case scenario, you hope if it doesn't work out at tight end, he understands that, hey, it's time to learn another position. But based off how he's talked about it, things we've heard, I do think he's going to be tight end or bust till he dies. So there's that. But with him, gave very short answers when talking to the media, keeping things close to the vest. His last OV is to Florida State this weekend, and then he's going to kind of hunker down and make a decision on July 12th. Another kid, big-time visitor, is Felix Ojo. Number one target on the board for Texas in 2026, number one offensive tackle prospect in the country. Actually scheduled to speak with him here in about 2 hours. So we're going to have more after that, but from what we've gathered, seems like pretty good visit. Was posting some photos with Trevor Gooseby hanging out with a few other linemen. And it's his last official visit of the process. He canceled the one that was set to see Oklahoma this weekend. So we think he could commit at any time. We got stories already. We think he could announce a date at any time or pull the trigger. So a guy we're very much watching, a guy we think ends up in the Texas class. So excited to catch up with him today, hear about the visit, and, hopefully we'll have more tomorrow. Samuel Roseboro, he's a four-star interior offensive lineman out of Clearwater, Florida. A bit of an interesting recruitment as Texas A&M, and Florida State kind of as his top three. Ohio State is also in there, but I have been told they're kind of out of it. And, kind of look at it. Hey, it's a Florida kid. Only Florida school is Florida State. The other two schools are A&M and Texas. Well, his mom lives in Austin. She had a job transfer promotion, moved to Austin, I believe, in the last year or two. And Texas is actually the school he's visited more than anywhere else because of that. So he stayed in Florida with his pops, but with Texas, they're pushing for that one. They need more guards in this class. They're telling Zayden Krempen he's a tackle, which I'll get to in a little bit. And with Roseboro, one of the higher floor guards, and I think is actually going to be, if he ends up at Texas, the highest ranked true guard prospect they've landed since Nato Umeozulu or DJ Campbell in that 2022 cycle. So thought that was interesting. And then Krempen. Mike Roach should have a story out from him today. Kind of the same thing. Still here in Texas versus LSU. Still expected to be Texas versus LSU. As I've reported kind of this whole time, he was always going to take all the OVs, and he still has one left to Michigan this weekend. So expect a decision to come anytime after that. Still think it'll be Texas or LSU. If I had a gun in my head, I'd say Texas right now, but, want to catch up with Krempen here some more in the recruitment before kind of, I guess, speaking more on it. Bryce Perry Wright, really, really, really fun player out of Buford. 6'2", 250-pounder, is kind of a D-line edge tweener, projects best as a 5-tech. Like I said, 6'2", 250, has like 35.5-inch arms plus a wing, and is the cousin of Grady Jarrett. Has started at Buford, which is one of the best programs in Georgia since his freshman year. And, this is one of like the most offered kids in the country. I'm pretty sure he's over 55 total offers, and it's because he's so versatile. You can stick him so many different places, and he has the top 4 of A&M, Miami, Texas, and Clemson. Clemson's long been the favorite there. He grew up going to see his cousin play. A few of his other family members have gone there. It's close to home with him being in the Atlanta area, and hey, they've had the buzz there for the longest, but starting to feel like it's Texas versus Clemson. Texas thinks they have a good shot. Grady Jarrett was actually coached, Sark was the offensive coordinator, but he was a player for the Falcons while Sarkisian was a coach. And so they've kind of been trying to leverage that relationship. Kenny Baker's also from the Atlanta area. Aaron Joe is. Josh Dunson is, several other, support staff members. So they're doing what they can there. I personally think out of like all the guys that have the D-line label, not edge, but the D-line label, he is the most important for Texas left on the board, just because like he projects to that 5-tech spot kind of better than anyone else does left on the board. And he's very versatile and super, super high floor player. Like he can play year one. Not that he will potentially if he goes to Texas, but he will have a great shot to, I think. Then another kid, Rodney Cleveland, out of Alabama, another kind of SEC country war daddy. Former Alabama commit, has a few schools in the mix: Texas, Tennessee, Florida, UNC. The ones to know are pretty much those 4. At this point, we think he could go to any 4 of them, or any of those 4. We have been told there's someone in the circle that prefers UNC or Texas, so kind of watching those two with a little bit more of an eye. But he's going to visit Miami this weekend. They're going to shoot their shot. They could get in it. And, it is, a defensive line recruitment in the SEC country. Point I'm trying to make here, NIL is going to be very important there. Texas, they're going to have to come correct. We think they will, but hey, they're also in a great spot for several other highly touted D linemen like Kendall Gurville, Damari Simeon, and a few others that could potentially take a little less cash to get them. So something to monitor. And then I mentioned Damari Simeon. He has one more OV. He's going to see Ohio State this weekend. The other 2 schools in the top 4 besides Texas and Ohio State are Penn State and Michigan. Texas stands out. They're the only SEC program. Really big into academics, like really, really big. One of his favorite parts was getting to see the McCall School of Business. He wants to major in finance, plans to major in finance. So that was a big part of his visit. He had previously been to campus in April, so it was his second time. And he's also a kid who could kind of potentially project to playing that 5-tech role one day. So with him, he is a 3-star for now. And, is ranked lower than the other guys they brought in this weekend, but they would take him just like they would the other guys, and they like him a lot just like they do the other guys. Jake Krull is an edge rusher at IMG Academy. He's a guy who hasn't really been on the radar a ton. Visited in April with a few other IMG kids, but Florida and Oklahoma have kind of been the 2 with the most buzz here, and, honestly, for quite some time. We're still kind of expecting him to end up there. We have been told if he called Texas right now, wanted to commit, they'd say yes and would, be hooting and hollering. But I do believe there are other guys they would prefer in the class ahead of him. So we're tracking it. But if there was anyone you asked me from this OV weekend who I think has the lowest chances to end up at Texas, it would probably be Krull. And Dre Quinn is a 3-star edge rusher out of Buford. Just transferred into Buford so he could play with Perry Wright. Texas feels really good about that one. He had an OV to Notre Dame scheduled for this weekend. I guess it is still on the schedule. From what we've heard, from what we've been told, we don't think he's actually going to be there in South Bend this weekend, and that he could actually be committing potentially before then. So Texas thinks it's them versus Clemson. We've heard similar things. We think it is Texas versus Clemson as well. And hey, the most recent buzz would favor Texas. Hank went ahead and put in a crystal ball prediction in, and would be an edge in the class, the first edge commit in the class if he was to pull the trigger this week. And then, hey, all sites would kind of be turned to Jamarian Carlton after that, who we still feel really good about ending up in the class. Xavier Griffin, I wish I had more for y'all. We still think it's Texas versus Bama. Texas feels like they gave it their best shot this weekend. He's committing June 29th. Number one linebacker in the country, 6'3", 200 pounds.
Looks great.
Thought it was very interesting. Texas has told him, hey, your first year here, if you come here, you're going to play edge, and we're going to spin you up. And the longer you're here, the more off-ball opportunities you'll get. So I thought that was interesting. I saw this kid in San Antonio at All-American. He was one of a select handful of underclassmen recruits there, and he was one of the best players there as a true off-ball backer. Like, this kid can come in and play off-ball backer at Texas year one. He has a skill set you always want to take advantage of, which I get, trying to stick him on the edge. But, like, when it comes to the NFL, this kid is only ever going to play off-ball linebacker. And I think that's where he's best suited. So I'm curious what he'll, pitch if it changes. He did say pretty much every school is telling him edge with a little bit of linebacker, or linebacker with a little bit of edge. So it's not like Texas's pitch is out of the ordinary. But just me personally, I very much think he's a true off-ball backer. You should just play him at that. But and especially with what Texas will sign this year at edge. But Texas, they feel like they put their best foot forward, and they think it's them versus Bama. Braden Rouse, another linebacker target. We personally think Texas needs to get one of Rouse or Griffin, or they'll kind of be shit up creek without a paddle. There are very few difference makers at linebacker in the cycle. Those are two of them, and the only two Texas is OVing. So, again, they really need to hit on one of those two. But with Rouse, that's another visit Texas feels like they did a great job on. They think it's them versus Tennessee. Alabama's also in the picture there, but not nearly as much as Tennessee. They're the first big school to offer him, first school in his top four that offered him, and he's visited Tennessee more than I think the other three schools in the top four combined. So the trip to Knoxville for his OV this weekend will be big. Geographically, I'm also Alabama's closer to him. He's a Georgia kid. But geographically, the second closest school to him besides Bama. And then Michigan is the other school in the top four besides Bama, Texas, and Tennessee. So with him looking to make a decision in the first week of July or second week of July, I was not at the airport, like I've said multiple times, but was transcribing the interviews. I thought it was very interesting. Rouse and his parents, they approached it a very methodical way to this recruiting process. Before each visit, him and his parents kind of go through a scorecard and rank 1 through 10 different things for each school in their recruitment. And then they take the visit, they compare the before and after. And then whenever they're comparing these schools, they're looking at who has how many points, who doesn't, who's best at certain things. So, I've heard of things like that. I know several kids and parents that have done things like that, but usually they don't speak about it on record. So I thought that was interesting. I think he's an impressive young man, clearly has a good head on his shoulders, and it's very easy to see why Texas wants him so bad. So really like that kind of little nugget from Braden Rouse. And then Samari Matthews, one of the few true corners on the board. In fact, I think the only true corner that they're pitching as full-time corner. Out of North Carolina, if he goes to Texas, he'll be the first prospect out of North Carolina to go to Texas since I don't know who. Travis Shaw is a North Carolina native, but he didn't go to Texas out of high school. But with Matthews, Clemson, we thought it was Texas versus Clemson. They completely dropped out of it. He switched out his Clemson OV for Miami, saw Texas this weekend, and then he's going to see South Carolina next weekend. He also saw Florida State. We'd be very surprised if he goes there. We think it's either Texas versus South Carolina or Texas versus Miami. Nonetheless, Texas is the constant. We think they have the best chances. Hank actually put in a crystal ball prediction back in April, and after talking to some people, talking to Matthews yesterday, he has no plans to change that. So we feel good about him, probably better than, let's say, any of the other DB prospects in the cycle right now. And then last but certainly not least, Jalen Lott, Texas legacy, well-documented fathers, James Lott, mothers, Faye Lott. Both were athletes at the University of Texas back in the day. And right now, the top three is kind of Oregon, USC, Texas. Schools like LSU, Georgia, they're in it. They're on the graphic, but the ones to know are USC and Oregon, obviously, in addition to Texas. USC is telling him receiver. Oregon's telling him receiver. It's about time, but Texas is now telling him receiver too. USC is one receiver spot in the class. They want that player to be Lott, or they want that player to be Boobie Feaster. I don't think Boobie Feaster is going to USC. Be surprising if he does. So USC is one to watch for Lott, especially because his sister runs track there. Yes, there's the ties to Texas with his parents, but his sister being a track athlete at USC is very notable. And then Oregon, they're telling him receiver. They have one receiver committed, Messiah Hampton out of New York, but they want 2 or 3 more in the cycle, and he's the guy at the top of the board, that's uncommitted. So there's a battle on their hands. I think it would have been better if Lott could have officially visited Texas the last weekend instead of this weekend, but he's seeing Oregon instead. So they're going to have to weather that Oregon OV. He is committing on the 4th of July, so a little bit of time left for some things to change. But Texas, USC, and Oregon are there, and, we should have more on him later this week. So that's kind of what I got for OVs. Before we go to questions from the chat, Nick, anything you got as someone who kind of, casually follows Texas recruiting?
Yeah, fascinating weekend. Remind me, Lamar Brown, was he in this weekend or was he in last weekend?
Last weekend. He was at A&M this weekend. I actually
so I saw he canceled his LSU visit. Is there any stock to put into
that? Yeah, A&M stock. Okay. Look, with guys like this shit isn't over till signing day, and even after signing day, it's not over. That's just how it works with these types of recruitments, especially players that are ranked this high like Brown is. From what I've been told, A&M put a very, I'd say, competitive NIL offer on the table. I was hearing that A&M had confidence going into the OV weekend that they thought they'd be able to get him to shut it down on the OV. He obviously did not. He made it out of College Station uncommitted. But sounds like what I was told to expect to happen has happened, very much trending to A&M. He canceled the unofficial visit to Texas that he scheduled to see Texas the 18th, 19th before going to LSU. And like you said, that LSU visit is now canceled. So his commitment date is July 10th. And the dead period doesn't go into effect until midnight next Sunday. So there is some time there. Maybe LSU can get him on campus. I'm sure Texas will try. But that recruitment is very much trending the Aggies' direction. So that's kind of the latest there.
If you had to pick the 5 stars that end up in the class, who do you predict?
Texas, 5 stars. Let me see. Let me pull up these.
We can start with Ojo. I would assume you would predict Ojo.
Yeah, I'd go Ojo. Let's see. Okay, so we got Ojo, 5 overall. Lamar Brown isn't happening. Xavier Griffin, there's a chance. So we'll say 1 to 2 for right now.
Diabell.
Yeah, I haven't scrolled to him yet, but Diabell, yes, you are correct. That's 24. So 2 to 3. Jermaine Bishop, that's 3 to 4. Trenton Henderson and Edge, they're kind of making a late run at. They'll have a shot there. Would kind of doubt they get them, though. So I guess we could say 3 to 5.
Gotcha.
And then Bryce Perry Wright, currently the lowest ranked 5-star. I think he'll be Clemson, but they have a shot. So 3 to 6. And then Jermaine Carlton is the first or highest ranked 4-star that isn't a 5-star, number 33 prospect. I think he'll finish as a 5. I expect him to end up at Texas, so I'll throw him in there. So I'd say between 4 and 7, but that is per 24/7 Sports. The composite is what generates the team rankings and honestly kind of what matters the most in the whole scheme of things. So Ojo's a 5-star there. Diabell is. Richard Wesley is, which Texas will have a shot at. Don't think they'll get him, though, so 2 to 3. And Prothro Griffin. So 2 to 6 in the composite, 4 to 7 on the top 247.
CB with a good nugget here, and I'll have to leave you guys on this. He has the cool picture of Ojo and Gooseby that Ojo posted. Kind of along the same lines, some basketball recruiting nuggets. Austin Gooseby caught up with some some people close to that recruitment here recently. Tapping back into my sourcing days. Texas, Baylor, UConn. Keep an eye on those 3 schools.
You see who Texas offered yesterday?
I did. Beckham Black.
Yeah, like that. That's like the one basketball recruit in the country I know, besides Gooseby.
Hey, I'm just saying, if I was a basketball recruiting guy still working at 24/7 Sports, I'd be putting in a crystal ball for Texas for Gooseby. But they have visits to play out, so we'll see.
Hey, wow, the kid whose older brother goes to Texas, potentially predicting him to Texas.
Hey, no one else has put a crystal ball in, so don't act like you're already on top of it.
All right. You want to guess how many people I can name that I work with at 24/7 Sports that cover basketball recruiting?
Like 2.
Goose egg.
Really? Brandon Jenkins?
I don't know him. I've never talked to him.
Okay, I thought you meant like know the name of.
Yeah. Well, even then, like I can maybe name one other guy besides him, and it's Finkelstein. And I can't remember if his name is Adam or Travis.
It's Adam.
Like I don't cover basketball. I don't pay attention to it.
Yeah.
They've tried to get me to do it, and I'm like, "You gonna pay me more?" No. Okay. Yeah, I'm not doing it.
Yeah.
Like the bags are bigger. There's more hands on the pot. There's more handlers. The kids are bigger shitheads.
Most importantly, people don't really care about basketball recruiting. So
that too. Like I work in the Texas market. It just doesn't matter. So there's that. Gonna go through these comments real quick. A&M got KK Johnson to commit as a tight end.
I got to bounce out of here. It's been great, fellas.
You're all good. Real quick, where are you?
About to get an MRI done.
Booyah.
Great times in the Harris household. But all is good. Just checking up on things.
Awesome. Well, we'll leave you to it. I'm gonna run through these questions real quick before closing it out. All right. So for those who don't know, KK Johnson, I actually think this is a very savvy move by A&M. The in-state tight end class sucks. If I'm Texas, the only guy I would offer or take is Javian Martin out of Pflugerville. I've been banging the drum on that one forever. Like, that kid is going to play in the NFL. He will be a draft pick. I think, like, 4 years from now, I'm going to be showing my ass when that happens because that's how I feel about him. I think he's a great player. But besides him, it is a very weak year in-state for tight end and even across the region. It's pretty top-heavy. There are some easy guys to look at as NFL players like Mark Bowman or Protha or even, the boy Javian Martin. But outside of that, very few other names, or at least ones that Texas is in on. KK Johnson, he's a kid out of Fort Bend Marshall. He's been their quarterback or their QB starter for at least 2 seasons. I remember I've seen him in spring ball every spring of his career except this spring. Has always been a big toolsy kid, 6'4", 6'5". Not necessarily a dual threat, but, he is, I guess, an athletic pocket passer, a bigger kid, not the most fluid kid, but a pretty good athlete for his size. And recruitment was kind of slow. I think he had offers from like UTEP, an old Colorado offer. I think maybe like Mississippi Valley State. Was looking at kind of like low-end FCS level for quarterback. And then, hey, A&M comes out of nowhere. They extend an offer to him as an athlete, and they're going to take him as a tight end. So I think that is a really good move by A&M and their scouting department just because, I'm just going to say what it is. It's how recruiting is nowadays. For what the budget is, getting players like this that have absolutely kind of zero leverage but very high ceilings and come from decent programs that have multi-position background. This kid played basketball, multi-sport background. A lot of times those guys end up panning out or can pan out, have a good shot to pan out, and they're significantly cheaper than a Mark Bowman, than a Caden Prothro, than even a Keave Brown or Hezzy Kent, because there's no one else really pursuing them at that time, or at least to the level A&M is. So I'll give him credit for that one. He'll probably need at least 2 or 3 years to be playable, but like for everything I just said, I think this is a very good take for A&M. CB, you're correct. If A&M got Avery Johnson out of K-State to follow Colin Klein, things would look a lot different now, I can tell you that. I wish I talked to Nick about this. Maybe we'll save it for Friday. I'm in a group chat, and Hank texted us and said DeMarvion Overshown named his son Texas. Which, hey, if you're just calling him Texas, that's fine. But, I don't know, kind of interesting. I love me some Texas, the state of Texas, but I don't know if I'll name my son Texas, But hey, that's ARP, Texas for you. Antoine said Henry Melton and Chris Whaley wanted to be running backs instead of D tackles. Tyrone Swoop should have converted to tight end sooner. True that. Man, CB, I think everyone else saw this photo on Twitter of Arch Manning in St. Louis. He was there. It was him, Colin Simmons, DeAndre Moore. I think they might have had one or two other players out there in St. Louis doing Ryan Wingo's camp. They're just helping him out, I guess, being camp counselors. I've kind of thought about it. Like, if you're like, obviously all the guys I just mentioned are making a lot of money in NIL, but like, if you're any of those guys, why would you not host like 6 camps a year? Like, it's an infinite money glitch, especially if you're doing them in like Westlake. Like, you don't have to go back home where you're from. You can just do it in Westlake or Lake Travis, drive up to Highland Park. You're going to sell it out, and there's going to be 50 kids there with all their parents. Like, it's an infinite money glitch. Just invite your friends. You can get even more kids out there, put more names on the flyer. They're going to sign up, and you don't even have to really coach them because they're so young. So, it's just a good job. But, yeah, the photo of Arch Manning on Greer Avenue is hilarious. Love that. Nathan said, Jordan, what do you think of Kendall Gerville telling every reporter Texas is his number one? Seems like guys never tell other schools they aren't at the top. Yeah, we Hank and I have been actually chatting a lot about this. It's very interesting because this never happens, especially with players this good, so it makes you kind of be skeptical. But, I mean, hey, we're hearing things that line up similarly on the Texas end. So, I mean, unless we're going to call his bluff, we kind of got to report what we got to report. And if he's saying Texas is his number one school, we're going to report that. So, do we fully believe that? I'm not sure, but I guess we're choosing to going into this OV, and we'll see how things go. Spots are filling up. If he takes another one, the D-line class will be almost full coming out of this weekend. Yeah, I'd say it's very interesting, something we haven't really, or I haven't really seen before. Like, if I went and trying to think of a kid who's ranked similarly. Like, last cycle, if I went and saw Chase Sims or DJ Sanders play, and they told me Texas was their leader, I think like someone drugged them because those kids don't talk like that. Kids in Texas don't talk like that. Like they don't want people to know where they're leaning. They like having the leverage. And also it does help with NIL and money negotiations, not having a public where they are leaning. So maybe Gerville doesn't care. He knows he's a top 100 prospect on the D line that, is going to get paid no matter where he goes. That might be part of it, but it is definitely interesting and honestly kind of refreshing. Now y'all are doing D lineman. Mr. 8 Fingers, JPP. Jeez. Every time he goes to class, he's unofficially visiting LSU. That is funny. And that is part of it too with Lamar Brown, where it's like, who cares if they don't OV him? It's a Baton Rouge kid who's been to LSU dozens and dozens of times. Like, if this kid wakes up and rides a scooter from his house to LSU's campus and is there for an hour, that might get it done. And shit, they might not even need to OV him. Maybe he's playing the game, leveraging the shit out of LSU. I'm not sure. But he knows what he's doing. He knows the power his tweets have, the power his words have, and he knows how to play the game. And as someone who strongly believes the kid isn't going to Texas unless they kind of pull a rabbit out of their ass, it is fun and entertaining to watch these recruitments just because the kid is playing the game. Jerry Hughes, TCU. What a great one. What a great one. Ryan Kerrigan, that is a banger. Quan Bowers. Throw a pick in for Boag. Yeah, thank you, Nathan. Yeah. Antoine, I know. He's a fun quarterback. But I think it's a good tight end take still. 90% of tight end recruiting is finding functional athletes above 6'3". That's half of it. Think about the guys that get drafted at tight end. A large majority of them, and I know this is every position, the way numbers work at 3 stars and 4 stars, but a large majority of the tight ends who get drafted every year are high school quarterbacks or they played out of position. Literally, the Michigan kid and Penn State kid were both high school quarterbacks. And the Penn State kid went to Penn State as a quarterback originally. So, something to think about. Also, part of the reason why I think some people are overreacting about Keave Brown, but, we can save that for tomorrow. Jake Bayless with the Whitney Merciless one. Like that one. Derek Loki, his son, came to Texas couple weeks ago. He's now at Denton Geyer, Loki's son. But anyways, I'm going to close it out and get out of here. Everyone who tuned in, I appreciate y'all. Those on podcast platforms, listening on audio only, thanks as well. CB, Jake Bayless, thanks for being sickos with the D-line. Antoine, Nathan, and everyone else who tuned in today, appreciate it. Hope y'all are having a great Monday. Hope y'all have a great rest of your Monday. And up next, Anthony Hill and Colin Simmons sit down with Texas One Fund on a new episode of the Wheelin' and Dealin' podcast. Wonder what those guys are talking about. Might actually tune into that myself. Who knows? But I'm going to get out of here. Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, Twitch. It's where you can catch the live stream back at 2 p.m. Chip and Zay will be on the live stream. And, hey, Will Turboff and I will see you tomorrow as part of the Lone Star Playbook. Until then, y'all be safe. Y'all be great. And we'll see you tomorrow.